Hey guys, welcome to the Sales Chatter 12 Days of Christmas Marathon. You will be blown away with a tremendous amount of knowledge, fun, and God knows what else. Let's do this.
To the HPLS podcast. Live, relevant, and high performance information, conversations, and education weekly.
Y'all think that was the best radio version you've ever heard of an intro in the show?
Yeah, man, this is
That's
like,
usually like, hey guys, nice. Now on sales.
That's right. Welcome to the best show on earth.
He's
you know, when they have like,
call me collective too. I like it, yeah.
I like that a lot. You know, when they always say like straight to DVD as a joke, I feel like this is like straight to VHS Bad Santa. It's like,
Exactly.
that's right.
Whoa, whoa.
Kind of like a Sam Crow Bad Santa mix. What do you think?
Oh, can I say that?
Yeah, you
Oh, I
can.
love it. I love it. Morning.
Morning. Y'all like our background?
Oh,
we got Christmas balls going in the background. We got all that going. We're laughing today. We're doing
I like that one right there. Look at that. Right?
That's amazing. You know,
Oh,
that's amazing to kind of see. You know, it's awesome to see you guys out here. I got some time this morning to go ahead and pray and meditate, and you know, it's going to be an amazing show today, guys. And you know, Jeff, Dan, DJ, it's honestly a pleasure to be with you guys. And you know, I feel like with the positive vibes that we always kind of like talk about, I kind of want to know, like, what's one grateful thing that you guys are grateful for? And you know, we set the tone with that bad boy. Stana, let's hear it, buddy.
Oh man, where do I start? The year in perspective, looking at everything that's gone on, the ups and downs, and what we're bringing to the show today. Especially, we're going to have like a recap of 2022, which is going to spell out where we've been, where we're going to go, and what the first quarter next year is going to bring. And it's going to be pretty exciting and eye-opening, to say the least.
So I didn't get what you were grateful for.
Oh, what am I grateful for? Being alive, man. Every day when I wake up, man, I got a smile on my face and I'm ready to hit the ground, man, running. You know, I'm just so thankful. You know, I'm thankful that I've had this career for as many years as I've had and had fun while doing it. And yeah, that's what I'm grateful for sure. And to be on the show.
There you go. DJ.
I love it. Oh man.
Hey, we got
obviously I'm grateful.
That was
I'm grateful for you guys inviting me back, obviously. But more importantly, really just grateful for the network and the people that I've been able to surround myself with this past year. It's been amazing. Just the connections, the people from the show, and then the other shows. It's really changed my life. So
awesome.
Yeah,
JIT,
just in time, you know. But it's ironic because I was the first one waiting in the waiting room this morning too. So
no. You
had it on from like last night. I heard like Stanley Barkley, but you weren't there.
No. I had it on this morning, giving that the stream key, not from last night. I should have done that, but I didn't do that.
Imagine it's like real time. You know what, boys? I think it's a lot to be grateful for. First and foremost, being able to wake us up this morning and give us air, because a lot of people weren't able to wake up this morning. So outside of that, you know, it's just the opportunities, being with you guys here, everything I kind of do with the rescue. But I would say the number one thing for me is, you know, just family and friends. You know, we've had a brutal 2 years of not being able to see people and kind of being stuck at home, and you know, looking forward to all the Christmas thankful to being with everybody. So just being able to get back to a normal life again is what I'm grateful for, boys.
That's good, brother. That's
yes.
good. The number one thing I'm grateful for is this year I found the power of love, the true power of love. And it is, I pray everybody in their life gets to find it, because it is so incredible. If you've not found it, when you find it, it just changes everything. It changes your outlook on life. Changes your outlook on people, changes your outlook on challenges and everything. So for everything that I've been through this year, it's definitely number one is the power of love. And that's to my baby. Thank you very much for teaching me that. And look forward to another 50 years of unrelenting love, honey. There we go.
I mean, we're sort of making everybody cry here already. You know, it's
Oh,
sorry.
Really
It's
wanting
just,
tears.
you know what? It's one of these things where, you know, we, you think you understand it until something happens in your life. It's like anything, right? You think you understand business and freight until there's a downturn. And then all of a sudden it's like everything I was just doing that was working is no longer working. What WTF, right? It's a Christmas show, so we won't throw those trucker words out there. Do that. You know, I think it's like anything in life. You know, we got a big show today. A lot of gratitude, a lot of talk about joy, a lot of talk about the ROI of kindness. We've got and listen, in putting the show together, we've had some challenges.
Yep.
Right. We've had people cancel. I mean, just last night we had somebody cancel, had something else that just popped up and had to cancel. So Ryan and I were like reworking things and like, okay, well, we could do a recap here and then no, and then and it's just what it is. It's part of that situation that we all face, even in business and in life. You know, so 100%. It's a great way to start, brother.
Yes,
I agree.
Absolutely. Yep.
You know, I think like it's you know, you put in all that work, right? And you want to kind of come to it, and you know, you get influences from everybody. And I kind of want to get everyone's opinion on this, right? Like, you know, there's been so many times that we expected something that was going to go 100% correct. I even know for me, like I got married 3 years ago, and just to think like we're Hindu, so we got like that 5-day celebration, but the ceremony, you're thinking, oh my God, we've planned this for like a year and a half, and then oh my God, one thing goes wrong or something like that, and you're like, okay, well, let's get to the actual the point of the wedding, right? It's between my wife and I, that union, right? So I think with everybody, you just kind of go through those rocky bumps, and you know, let's get to it. And you know, so happy to see DJ here. You know, he's been a great influence on myself for positivity and seeing those things, right? And you know, feed the good wolf every single day. You know, it's been amazing. So
Yes,
boys,
sir.
let's go. You know, let's
Yeah,
go.
absolutely. I agree with you, just in time. DJ is a good guy, man. We've known each other for a while, but very good friends, and yeah, he's a mentor and stuff like that, and pretty much got me involved into doing this silly stuff and acting like Santa and all this other kind of crap. So I mean, it's all good, man. It's all good. Thank you, my man.
Oh, thank you guys. You guys are too nice. Stop this. I will tell you, honestly, Jeff, you have the biggest heart, and you are the savior of this whole thing. So you really coming together and being on this for Dan and me when Dan was going through this, and then Ryan coming in and you being a part of this. Like you should have been a main host of this the whole time. Seriously, you probably got the biggest heart on here. So thank you for saying that, but it's you, man. It really is. I'll just follow in your footsteps.
You know, that's actually a good DJ just segued into that pretty good, didn't he? So Jeff is actually part of the show now officially for the whole time. So it's going to be Ryan, Jeff, and I every morning. We talked to Jeff. Ryan and I just talked to Jeff the other day. What a segue, DJ! You still got it, brother. Still got segue action going, man. So yeah, we're gonna bring that. So Lisa, to answer your question, we had a few cancellations. Rico had to cancel. He had something that came up, and India had to cancel. She had something that came up. So we lost two of the people that were going to be. India was going to talk about creating your first video, and then of course our man Rico. We had to have Rico on, and then something came up. So as much as I tried,
I know that breaks my heart.
Yeah, and as much as I tried to, are you sure? I mean, it's only 30. He wasn't falling for it. So, but you know, you got to try. It's like basketball.
Try.
You never
you got to try.
You're never gonna make it. And Lisa says as well. Nice to see you, DJ. So glad you came up, brother.
Man,
it's awesome.
Lisa, thank you. You.
Good day, guys. Greg, good to see you,
Hey,
buddy.
Greg, how are you, sir?
So, what's the first topic on tap? We got till 10 a.m. and then we're gonna stream that show into this show, and then our guests start showing up. So, what's the first topic there, Ryan?
Yeah, so you know, for me, the one of my favorite episodes that we ever did was the bringing Clarissa on as mental health specialist. The one thing that I really appreciate about her was, hey, being able to talk about, like, you know, if you haven't seen it, the first episode, definitely go check it out, talking about building your own soup and being kind to yourself. So when Clarissa and I were talking about her coming on the show, I was thinking about, you know, everybody gets so caught up in New Year's resolutions. We all think about, oh my God, I want to do this, I want to lose weight, I want to do this. But for our episode today, the first topic we're going to talk about is actually New Year's solutions over resolutions. You know, so things that you can take and different techniques that you can work so that you don't feel all this pressure. And then we all know, right? You go to the gym for the first 6 weeks and then you taper off, maybe because it's too much snow, too much ice on the road, and things like that. So for us, Clarissa is, I consider her a friend. She's an amazing person, and she's going to bring tons of value at 11 o'clock. And yeah, we'll go from there. Well, who else do we got, Dan?
So we've got, excuse me, I drank the wrong way. We've got Brian Viral coming this afternoon. We've got Nicole Glenn coming this afternoon. We've got Nick Redstone coming this afternoon as well. We've got Gregory Walden coming this afternoon. We've got, gosh, man, we're packing in the afternoon, eh? And then so we've got Clarissa. I think that's it for the people. There's been so many changes. Let me just pull it up here.
Mm-hmm.
Pull up the old Ryan sales chatter schedule page that he made on the Googs.
Yeah, but bring up Greg's comment there, Dano. I thought, like, you know, like,
oh, and then we've got Dean coming at 1:30 as well. How can we forget the Deanster?
Right. Dean. Oh man, can't forget about Dean, the mad scientist.
No, you can't forget about the Deanster. And this is most important here. Most grateful for allowing Jesus Christ into my life. Way to go, brother.
Yes, sir, man.
I think that was a great segue to your next point, which was the mental health thing, Ryan. I mean, that's when you can rely on that and believe in what he just shared, you should be able to control this a lot better. But yeah.
Well, DJ, like, you know, it's often, right, we live in a social media world, and I always kind of talk about that. We consume way too much content if you're on social media and things like that, and being able to break away, you know, that dopamine, like, you know, that drip, we want it more. We want to post something. Even for us on the show, it's like we want all the viewers to be here. We're like, okay, cool, let's go. Like, you know, it's like doing a concert or doing something like it's really important to you and nobody shows up. It's like that fear of failing. And I kind of like get your guys' opinion on that. It's like, you know, this is a personal development day. This is for everybody else. How do you guys kind of combat that fear of failing?
Yeah. So what do you do when you set up a meeting with a prospect and they say, sorry? I mean, it's almost like the same thing. You get all hyped up. You're doing all your background checks. You put your data together. You're all pumped, ready to go. And then all of a sudden the switch turns off. You know, it's the same thing, man. You know, you got to go to an audible. And the audible is the mindset, right? The mindset is what creates how the rest of your day is going to move forward. You know, you can either take that failure to heart and just be down and out for the whole day, or you can say, okay, so what? Let's move on. Let's go, man. Let's go on to, you know, other things. And it's unfortunate. A lot of people just take those things to heart because they get so involved in that one thing. There's more than just one thing out there, guys. You know, you got to get that focus always on the positive side all day long, man, if you're going to succeed, truly. But you learn from failure, so it's okay.
Jeff, I have to say, you're cracking me up right now because you got Santa, Matthew McConaughey on Dazed and Confused, and then you've got Clay from Sons of Anarchy going. And I'm like, I'm inside, I'm roaring because I'm like, you are so awesome. It is so funny. And I'm just like,
right. The biggest mustache. Look at that, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, you got some serious handlebars, brother. They're almost like choppers.
I know, that's insane.
If you were riding a bike,
chopper bars,
Hey?
That's it. Yeah, to be like waving back here, you know. I'm not done. Wait until it comes down to about here, and then I can put a little doll in there and start swinging it or something, you know.
Are you gonna twist it? I know a lot of those guys like to twist it.
No. Oh, the handlebars when you go up and twist. All that. Nah. Nope.
Give them the French braids and go down.
There you go.
Damon says, can't be considered a failure if you show up. And that's true.
That's
the
true,
rest
man.
Is not in your control, right? And, you know, I've never been a big fan of New Year's resolutions and all that stuff. I think if you want something, start now. Like if you want to get in the best shape of your life, tell yourself in the next 12 months, I'm going to be in the best shape of my life. Not just because it's January, not just because, I mean, think about it. When do you start, like for everybody, when do you start having those shit, I should have done more, or shit, I should have done this? Like those conversations in your head start in September. So do something about it in September. Like, don't wait for the new year, because it's New Year's resolutions. I've always called them revolutions. Like, nothing's going to happen until you have a revolution, and it doesn't do anything. But I will tell you, going to the gym, when New Year's came, I'd walk in the gym and somebody would be on my treadmill. I'd be like, what WTF is going on here, man? Like, well, what is this? And then you, as somebody that, because we're human, we're beings of habit.
Yep.
And I remember my wife and I would walk in, and there'd be like 3 new people in the gym at 5 a.m. We'd be like, what the heck is going on here, man? Like, and then they take the machines that you're used to having, and it like throws you way off. And then 3 weeks later, they're gone. It's like, oh, okay, I got my machine back. We're good. But yeah, don't wait for a new year. Don't wait for any of that crap. Like, you want to do it now.
Yeah. And
there's no other time to do it.
Like, yeah, I've got this saying that I've lived by for a very, very long time that I created. It's basically, what was it again? Only if I shoulda, coulda, I would have tried it, but I'll never know what it's like. So do it. So the thing is don't procrastinate, man. If you feel strongly about doing something, go ahead, move forward, and do exactly what you want to do. Listen to your gut. You can be your own worst enemy. So listen to those inner feelings and those sayings that are talking to you. There's a reason that it's happening, and if you feel confident in your abilities and what you want to do, don't procrastinate. Go forward. Take that chance. You're not going to fail. You're gonna succeed. Even if you do have a problem, you're gonna learn from that. So move forward, folks. Move forward.
Well, I think the biggest thing with New Year's resolutions is just like my struggle with all the different diets I tried until I found one that worked. It's really we beat ourselves up. We have that one day that we don't go to the gym, or we just don't feel good, and then it's like, forget it, I give up, I'm done. And no, like, you're human. It's okay. You decided to do one bad decision. Like, just go back at it the next day. But I think we just quickly like give up on ourselves so fast because we lie. In the end, we're kind of like lying to ourselves, and I think that's where the brain starts to like kind of mess with us. Like, hey, you're just lying to yourself again. You're not going to do it again. And that was really me kind of overcome that. Was, look, you're the one doing this. Like, if you stop, you start eating that and you start feeling this way, you're going to have this. Stop. And it was, and so it's just being okay with like, hey, you just messed up. And that was really to Rico. I mean, that was a shout out to Rico. I mean, it was meeting him and that book, and really understanding and like giving myself grace of giving myself grace of it. There's just 2 choices. I've got 2 choices every single day, and we're going to make a lot of bad choices along with good. So, they can't all be good choices. And yeah, it was of grace that.
And would you think, human. EJ, that how much weight did you lose?
I don't know. No. I think I'm 172. I was 255.
Okay,
congratulations, brother.
You got me.
You lost an entire person, right? So
I did. Yeah.
First of all, like,
and I kept that weight forever too. When I was 22, I think I weighed that much. It was like different spurts of periods in my life, but yeah.
Tell the audience.
When you lost it for finally, would you say it was more of a lifestyle change than a dietary change?
Absolutely. It was a whole mentality change. It was all mostly up here. In the end, it was okay. There's again, I think humans, we try to make a lot of excuses, and we have a lot of excuses. But there's only one right way to do everything. Like, you want to be the basketball player, well, you can't just pretend to do this. Like, you got to do 1,000 shots a day. You have to work out all the time. You want to be the best salesperson, well, you better be learning people, because people are business and business is sales. And so like if you're not constantly working on that, and it's the discipline and it's just constantly growing and learning, then how can you, I mean, we're just making excuses of why we couldn't do it. And that's what I was constantly doing, was excuses. And so it was like, no more excuses. This is the only way. If I want to do this, is what I have to do. And
and actually put the work in, because I mean, a lot of people say they want to do something and then never really put the effort in to get it done.
It's tough.
Yes.
So it's a lot more work.
It's
and
tough.
I remember Grant Cardone's 10X. Yeah, he says if you think it's this much work, it's actually this much work. And if you think you need 10 grand, you need 100 grand. And if you think when it comes to achieving your goals and dreams, Rob says, I just shut down my MC today as a motor carrier after 2 years, entering new territory on the sales side. I knew it was a risk when I started, but I said I would rather try and fail than wonder. I gained a ton of experience to bring to the next chapter. Way to go, Rob.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Nice.
Good for you.
Yeah, good for you, Rob.
Yeah, there you go.
Listen, I'll
Take
tell
that
you,
leap
just
of
like
faith, my friend.
I think in any sales, carrier has an advantage, just like in home improvement sales. The installers always had the advantage because they know. Like when you're a salesperson, but you never actually did the work. Just like if you're, I was a freight broker. I've never been in a truck. Like you can only believe me so much. Like I don't know everything. Those guys know everything. They lived the grind. So good for you, Rob.
Yeah, because it gets to a point where they're not even selling, right? They're just talking. And I love that you said that, because, like, you know, when I first started, I started as a logistics coordinator. So I was booking trucks. I was working for other sales guys, and I did that for 2 years, learned the business. And then one day I accidentally saw my boss's check, and I was like, hey, I'm only making 30 grand. I need to figure out how to get what he's doing. And then I took that, and then I pulled a bungee cord, right? And I did it, right? And then, you know, it's so important to think about that, because, like, first and foremost, DJ, like, congratulations on the weight loss, because, you know, when you're talking about the voices, Andy Frisella always talks about, hey, the bitch voice, you know, that voice is like, no, go to the gym after work. And then when after work comes, you're like, no, I want to sit home and chill, right? But it's like those things where you just kind of control it. And I think when people kind of say, oh, just take action, just go right now, stop doing this, it's like, it's not going to work for everybody. Like Dan, you kind of mentioned Grant Cardone. I think he's a fraud. So it's like, I got to think about other people that inspire me, like what they kind of message, and like Ed Milet or different people like that, or Andy Frisella, Jay Shetty, or things like that. But it's like, we all go at our own pace, and you know, that's what's important. My pace is going to be different from DJ, is going to be different from Santa, going to be different from Dano. It's all about running your own race, right? And that's what I truly believe.
Yes, exactly. That's the biggest key. Don't compare to anybody else around you. It doesn't even matter if they're doing the same thing. Compare to yourself. And just do a little better the next day, and just keep improving. Small improvements every day will change your life. I promise.
I agree.
Dramatically. It's like Omkar says, you know, don't fear failure. Fear being in the exact same place next year as you are today.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes,
like
exactly.
That's true. Because you're actually going backwards. If you're in the same place you were 2 months ago, you're going backwards, because our world's moving so fast. And it's just, I mean, Greg says we should change your name to Bones, DJ.
Oh, thank you, Greg.
Bones, DJ.
Listen, I appreciate that, Greg, because listen, I have a lot of other nicknames that weren't so nice. Snacks was one of them.
Snacks. I'd love to be called Snacks. Little Debbie Cake. I would love that.
I'll tell you, DJ, man,
I love the snacks. All right, I love the snacks.
I tell you, DJ, I got to hand it to you, because I did exactly what you did, but you lost more than I did. I was like 241 pounds, and with 5 months, I went down to 171 pounds, from a 44-inch waist to a 32-inch waist, and my BMI was 31. I went down to an 18, and I know how difficult that was to shed those pounds, and sweat and pain and agony. And, you know, it's not an easy task. So I applaud you, my friend, because it was difficult. And then I blew my knees out.
It's been a lifelong
30 pounds back on. So
I was
it's
just gonna say, like, as he lost weight, he can't be Santa at that point anymore. You know, like a skinny Santa is not a
Yeah.
thing. You know?
whoa.
No, and I was gonna say he filled out that jacket pretty good when he got up earlier.
Oh, you
so I
should
don't
see
know what's going on with that.
this thing, man. It's like ginormous.
Maggie, there you are. DJ doesn't eat until dinner time. That's what works for him. The habit has tricked his body into not being able to go back. Interesting.
Yeah.
And you would think normally your body would
intermittent fasting is the
hoard
key.
that food.
Intermittent fasting is the key for me, at least.
Yeah,
No,
and I think that's the difference, right? Everybody has their way to get it done if they find it, right? It's life. It's us as humans. It's a lot of things. I mean, I would normally not eat breakfast or lunch and eat dinner, and I wouldn't lose a single. Like I was 197 for the longest time, and then if I ate too many donuts, my gullet would come out, and then it would shrink when I stopped eating donuts. Like it wouldn't work for me. I actually had to eat every 2 hours in order to lose weight. Right, just something that I learned along the way.
Yeah.
Hey, happy holidays to you there, Ashley.
Morning and happy holidays. Rob says intermittent fasting and David Goggins over music when I'm running. There you go.
Oh,
And you got to
that'll
find your
do,
niche, right?
that'll
You gotta
do it,
find-
Rob. A lot of David Goggins. Oh man, listen, you want to learn how to change? Listen to that dude. Holy crap! I mean, his story.
Have you guys, DJ? I know you probably have, but Ryan and Jeff, have you guys ever heard one of David Goggins' audiobooks, the "You Can't Hurt Me" audiobook?
I have
No, this is not. So
So
I
it's
seen. You know what?
actually-
Though I digest Dave Goggins and like kind of like other people, like those like 5 to 10 minute clips on YouTube with like Joe Rogan. I'll take in those clips because like I like to take in things in like 5 to 10 minutes. Kind of like that's like for my attention span that I'm trying to work on. But I haven't checked out his audiobook.
So his audiobook is actually done so differently. Somebody reads a part and then him and some other guy get in and talk about it. Hey, DJ, and the guy's asking him questions, and it was like it was a pretty cool interactive audio.
It's really,
and this
it's
dude
really
went through some stuff. Like his life was like complete hell in his younger days. Like I was blown away. It was crazy. Here, Lisa says, yes, DG, eating food in right order for me. GPS, greens, salads, proteins, chicken, shellfish, desire, snack or treat.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, here's what I think. I think what I figured out, at least with the food thing, is with everything in life. I mean, and shout out to Maggie. I mean, Maggie was the one who said this a lot. But everything's good. Nothing is bad. Everything's good in moderation. You can have snacks, but like moderation. Everything is controlling it, and it's just being able to control that. Moderation, or not overdoing it, or knowing when to say no, or knowing when to stop. That's really the key, I think.
I think moderation with everything.
Yeah.
Right. Not just food. Moderation with everything is key, I think. It's
everything. Yeah.
Everything.
So,
I think
cell phones aren't bad. It allows us to do this, but if you're just staring at.
Yeah, just like
I think
your content scrolling.
Your internet just went wonky on us there. Jeez, I thought Jeff was going to go first.
You just stole my thunder. Damn it.
Yeah.
Not number one no more. Yes.
Oh no, you're still number one, brother. Don't worry.
Yeah, you're number one. Yeah.
Give Santa a break,
About 100 times today.
Hey, give Santa a break. I know where you live, dude.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Just come drop off the coal down the chimney. Go for it, brother.
But I think too, like when we're talking about, as we're kind of like talking about different things that we can take in moderation, right? And you've got to kind of figure out what your non-negotiables are every day that you have to get completed. This is something that I've been kind of like studying with like monk mode, which is something I'll talk about a little bit more. But Dan, like and DJ and Jeff, it's like when you have your non-negotiables, you kind of set your foundation for right. So different things work for different people. Like audiobooks work for people. Some people prefer reading the actual books. For me, meditating is big for me, and that like meditating is a non-negotiable. Drinking 2 liters of water, whatever. And I think you want to set yourself up for small wins every day, so that when you lay your head at bed at night, you're like, wow, I did get quite a bit accomplished, right? And I think for me, it's always been something that I want to always celebrate the small wins, because I've realized, like Dan, when you did like your diamond in getting a customer when we first met, I was like, oh my God, like, like so many people go for those home runs. They want to do those Hail Marys. But if you just bat a single, bat singles, you're gonna come to home plate anyways, right? And I think that's imperative. You got to kind of look at it, small wins versus big wins. And small wins will always be better for me personally.
Yeah, well, and small wins allow you an opportunity to pivot if you need to, right? Like if you're going for Hail Marys every single time, you're gonna hit one every now and then for sure.
Yeah.
But if you go for a double, or you just, you know what, I'm gonna put it into position so the next guy can get me where I need to go.
Yes.
Being your ops team or whatever, you know what I mean? Like it's business is all about. It's like what you say all the time, Ryan. Lift as you climb, right? And it's about engaging other people. And here's the thing, and I think it's something we in sales miss a lot, is what does your customer's life look like after they use your service or product?
Boom.
And I know a lot of salespeople are like, come on, I move freight. Yeah. And I think we've all been in a position where we know if shit goes wrong, it can destroy your day.
Yes.
So what is your customer's life like when you move their freight? And that is something that, as a salesperson, if you don't close your eyes and have a clear picture of that, get that picture before you pick up the phone again, before you send another email, because you have to know what that is. You have to. And then that's what you sell. And some people are going to want that life, and some people think they have a better life. That's all there is to it. So it's what did Andrew say? Some will, some won't. So what? Remember that? That was on her challenge, right? Some will, some won't. So what?
Yeah.
And it is. And when you bat singles, it doesn't feel as bad as going up 10 times and striking out on Hail Marys.
Yeah.
Right? People get at the Hall of Fame batting singles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like DJ is always like, I know he had a show with like John Hewitt, who was like basically the godfather of like taxation in the US with Liberty Tax and things like that. And some of the things he kind of shared too, and DJ, I'd love to get your opinion on it. It's just like, for him, his mindset from day one couldn't have been like, I'm just gonna take over the whole world. It was like, okay, let me try one place, one state, one city, and kind of grow my business that way. I'd love for you to kind of share a little bit more on what you kind of learned from like John Hewitt as well.
Oh man, well, so his book is insane. I Compete. Actually, speaking of that's why I have to leave early. I'm meeting him for dinner later tonight. So he'll be here. It's crazy you brought that up. Yeah, it's I mean, his story is insane. His dad's journey and just his dad's vision. I mean, they're just visionaries with taxes and with computers. I mean, they were the first creator of the first tax software for the first ever computer made. I mean, it's insane. But just their vision was ahead of time. Their story was crazy. The things that they had to go through. I mean, at one point, because the IRS, I mean, talking about freight, totally out of his control. IRS threw some change, returns, something happened with returns, and literally like they were about to fold. And I forget what exactly he had to do, but I mean, they had to come up with some stuff to just really keep everything going. And I think that was during the Jackson Hewitt days, but it's insane. Insane the life. I mean, even non-competes here. Non-compete. He dealt with a non-compete. I mean, Jackson Hewitt. He took Jackson Hewitt public. Board forced him out, and he's stuck now out of a company he created. Him and his dad created, forced out of it, and having to go to Canada. waited for 3 years, started Liberty Tax Service in Canada while he waited out his non-compete to come back to the States and start Liberty Tax here. So I mean, it's crazy. But it's his big thing is persevere. It's finding your passion, doing what you love, and persevere. And it's just never giving up. His book is I Compete. I Compete was the book that he wrote, but yeah, I mean, this is kind of what he wrote as the next step to what he's got going on with loyalty brands. But thanks for bringing that up. But yeah, it's crazy. I can't believe I only met him because Dan's advice. He said, "Hey, go live, put content out for a year, and the connections, and you'll never have to work again." And that's it's literally what's happened. That's why I literally urge everybody, whatever you know something that somebody else doesn't know. So share in the content that you put out. Share it in videos. If you're not good on video like this, put it in words and content, just in LinkedIn or somewhere, but share it because it will help somebody. I promise.
That's why we do these silly things.
So when he pulled up the picture, I was like, he looks like he's giving Jeff competition for Santa. He's guys are looking kind of the same there. Right?
There is no competition. Done. Oh.
Back to this, you mentioned about small wins too, Ryan. I will tell you that's a thing that really changed my life was waking up with gratitude, which Denzel talks a lot about. But again, talking about small wins and little videos. Ryan, I don't know if you ever seen this video, but it's a military guy, and he's talking about making his bed. And he said in the military, he didn't understand the value of making your bed, but how simple like a
that
win
was the guy at the
just making your bed
the university graduation
repetition.
thing.
Yeah, insane.
The major captain
just
or whatever.
That simple thing.
Yeah. I think it's Jocko.
Just that simple thing of
Wilnick.
making your bed.
Yeah, I think it's Jocko Wilnick you're talking about. I've seen like his videos, stuff like that. And everybody talks about that. Like if you go on social media and you're like, okay, what's a morning routine? Like Jeff, like what is something that you do every single morning to kind of get your day started?
I wake up.
See, there we go. That's it. Some people are like that. No, straight up. Like that's that's sort of thing.
I wake up.
Alex Ramosi, that's what he says.
Yeah. It's a great start, Jeff. Great start.
You're winning, buddy.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. But no kidding. I smile every morning. I get my mindset to where it needs to be. I used to be a very negative person many years ago, switched to positivity, and I drive that in my life every single day in what I do and who I deal with and communicate with. And I shrunk my inner circle down to be with people that are like me, that have the same kind of thought process and the positivity and all of that. And I'm telling you, it really does put that momentum that's needed to get you to go towards your goals and objectives when you deal with this similar type people, and it's like all of us, we have different lives and everything, but we kind of have the same kind of ideas and that positive mindset that's needed to be successful. So
it's amazing. Here, Dan, like what's something that you do like every morning like that, you basically jump starts? And you know what? I'd love to get your answers before you went through your illness, and then like after, like now, like your day to day now. Is there something as soon as you wake up? And I'd love to get your thoughts on that because like
that's a good question there, Ryan.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
So before I got cancer, it was coffee. I love to wake up and ground my beans for my cappuccino. That smell in the morning was like I'm waking up, and I'd look outside and the dogs be playing and stuff. Now it's spending 4 or 5 minutes alone in the shower, just with water running on my head and just preparing my day and thinking about health and vitality. Without that, I'm not really the same. Like, so yesterday was a really bad day. I just couldn't get out of bed. I was exhausted. I slept. Well, you guys know I slept until about 1:15. And then I literally went from bed, put on a cap, and I came to a video call with you guys.
Yeah.
And Ryan, you're awesome. You're like, well, brother, I love you, man, but you look like crap. And that's because I didn't have my time for me, my time to recharge. And that's the time for me, is in the shower, is just standing with your hands against the wall and just like having that boiling water come over you and just thinking through health, vitality, abundance, and everything. And then I come out and I'm like ready to go, charged.
You know something, Dan? It's unfortunate, but sometimes, you know, if we just reverse that thought process and thought about that every single day, then taking things for granted, we wouldn't have to wait for a catastrophic event to happen in order for us to realize how good we have it. You know, and that's why, you know, I talk about the what if scenarios and so forth and so on, because it is critical, especially in the line of logistics and supply chain, when you're trying to think of things that are going to happen and how would you respond to those things when they do happen. Granted, nobody wants what you had, you know, the god awful C word, but it just changes your life immensely. So why not have that mindset before those things happen, so that you even have a more powerful state of mind when and if those things do happen. So,
well, I mean, think about it like this also, Jeff. What would the world be like if everybody treated everybody the way they do on like Christmas Eve or Christmas Day?
That's a question that will never be answered. You know, it's unfortunate, but it is an accurate thought. I mean,
I know. And my question is always, why?
Yeah.
Why is one day of the year, right? And I'm talking about people that don't even celebrate Christmas. It's like, it's how does lights and trees that are lit and bushes that are lit and snow and all that, like, I'm not talking about going to the mall, because if I go to the mall today, I'd hate people forever, because there's just like, you just don't want to do it, right?
I'm with you, man.
But I'm talking like Christmas Eve, you see people on the street, hey, oh, Merry Christmas. Like, why can't we do that all year?
Well,
why can't we just treat
I mean,
I mean, one thing's for sure, that if I treated everybody the way I do around Christmas time, I know I would be broke.
Bro,
Jeff is very giving.
The Salvation Army, you know, when they have those guys at like the mall, they got like the globe and like you could tap now and things like that. They start to drool when they see Jeff come through the doors. They're like, all right, those globes are getting filled today, baby.
There you go.
What were you gonna say, DJ?
I don't even remember. I don't even remember.
No, but you know,
it's true.
It's 100% true, because, you know, like, even I've worked on the opposite side of it. I've worked in retail during Christmas, and I don't know if everybody kind of knows, if you work in retail, Boxing Day is a mandatory day in Canada that everybody has to work. So it's all hands on deck on Boxing Day. And, you know, you see the good and the bad of people, you know, like people getting mad because like they don't have the right size of your shirts or whatever, things that you can't control, you know. And you know, it goes to think about like your procrastination, because if we're so nice to like the barista at Starbucks, we're so nice to like the person who's collecting money for donation, the toy donations, food donations, but then we treat like retail workers like garbage, it's like, where's that balance, right? And I think, you know, if we're able to just be kind to people, it doesn't cost us anything, right? And that's the one thing I always kind of tell people, is like, it doesn't cost, but sometimes it takes energy, right? Because how many times have you guys been like, you know, you struck up a conversation being really nice with somebody, and then it's like, oh my God, they just keep rambling, and you're like, oh God, I need an escape plan. Like, somebody call me, you know, like I need an escape plan. But it's just like, if we take that mindset out and understand that, hey, they might be having the worst day of their life, and you're actually being a savior to them, just being somebody to listen, right? So I think, you know, once we kind of get to that kindness, like we just came from COVID, people are trying to figure that out too, right? And one thing I'm always kind of keeping an eye on is like kids, right? Like kids have not had that social like element for the past couple of years, right? So kind of guiding them towards there and just kind of being kinder to everybody.
Yeah.
I think it's.
I heard this term one time, and I think it relates a lot to this. I think Trevor Moawad talked about it in It Takes What It Takes, but I also heard actually recently a military guy say the same thing. But he said about living or thinking in the gray, and it's. I think if we can do that as humanity, as society, is always, and what they mean by that is everything's not black and white. Just because you see it this way doesn't mean it's that way. So try to understand what everybody else might see it as well, because they might see a situation completely different. Now, we don't have to agree, but that's where we can just agree to disagree and walk away. But that's, I think it's living and thinking in the gray that really changes everything.
Here's something that you should.
I agree.
Yeah,
it's a 360-degree thought process on everything.
Yeah, here's something that you should live by. There's something that you should live by. Always treat people more important than yourself. When you talk to people, make them feel more important than you. It's all about them, not about you. That's the way that you should really do that. When you meet new people, thank God that none of us are introverts here. We're all extroverts. So when we walk into a room and you're introduced to somebody, you're like best friends, or it's like you've known each other for a long time because you put them in that comfort zone. It's the same thing when you're prospecting or you go and see a new shipper or client. Make them feel like they're the gorilla in the room, not you because you're bringing something, but make them feel comfortable. And that should be in every single environment, whether it's in your personal life or business life. And it's volumes, man. It's volumes.
And the one thing that I've always kind of like lived by, I'm not really too much of a big quote person, but I grew up watching wrestling, so I love The Rock. So my memories of The Rock is like being a wrestler, and one of the big things that he always kind of like talks about is like, it's always it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. And something as simple as that is like something that kind of like triggers like for me, my wife always kind of like, I've asked you this, Jeff, on our show when you and I were on, was like the things that you do that you don't pay attention to, but being noticed by other people, right? And I would love to kind of get your story of like, what's one thing that you guys didn't know that you guys did, and then somebody brought it up to you and you're like, holy crap, I do that. So the one for me is that I was asking my wife when we were dating, what is something that you really liked about me? And she's like, every time you're driving and there's like a homeless person asking for money, you always stop and you basically empty out your change thing, like your change container. And it's like, those are things that is automatic to me because that's the way I grew up with my parents. And those are the values that they instilled. So to me, it's not me, oh, I got to stop and do this. It's just like automatic, just as we're looking at a red and white yield sign, Jeff. It's automatic.
All right, see you guys later.
But I'd love to kind of get your opinions. Like, what's one thing that you guys didn't know?
Oh man, it's funny. Doing laundry, making beds, vacuuming and stuff. I know I'm a guy, but I just do it. It's just stuff that you do that you don't realize that you're comfortable in doing. A lot of other guys don't, helping out, doing whatever you possibly can, and not looking for, a positive response or every time you do it. You do it because you want to do it, to be nice, and not that you're forced to do something and feel uncomfortable. That's just things that I do. I don't look for a response on stuff like that, whether or not they notice. I notice if they notice, if that makes sense. You do it, but you're not looking for that oh, thank you, oh, this all that kind of stuff. You just do it. So it's like in anything that you do, if you know that you're right and you're doing something that's right, stick to it and keep on doing those right things, whether people see it or not.
I think Simon Sinek also said it. I believe he said the only way to really get fulfillment or feel the emotion or feeling of fulfillment is by giving, and like truly giving. So he says giving is actually in a way an act of selfishness or being selfish, because the feeling that you get from giving, you can't really get any other way. Like there's no way to get that good feeling that you get when you're giving with nothing. There's nothing but you're just giving. And
there's no ulterior motive. That's really, there we go. You see? There you go. There's one.
We lost it.
Number one.
Number one. 52 minutes in.
That's all right.
We went 52 minutes.
But you're right, DJ. It's that
you did it.
Act
Good job.
of giving.
This is happening to me.
Expecting in return. No, you got full bars. You're good. You got full bars.
Yeah, thanks for the heads
You
up.
know, Ryan, it's interesting. You say that you like Christine is the same way. She will always look for change and find whatever change she has and give it to people on the street. I'm the reverse. I'd much rather go get them a sandwich and a coffee and give them like substance over money, because I've been taught they're just going to go buy booze and smokes, right? Like where I grew up, everyone that was on the street just wanted to buy booze and smokes, and it was so it was like I would more be the person that would say, well, no, and there was a couple of them outside the hospital. And Christine would always say, well, I'm gonna give him some change. I said, no, don't give him change. Like, we'll just stop at Tim's and grab a sandwich and a coffee and give it to him. And then it's like, I don't think we ever ended up doing it because of the time we would get out of the hospital. But to me, that's worth more than $2.
Yeah.
Right. That they're gonna go buy cigarettes and booze with. So it's interesting. But everybody has it. I knew a guy, Sonny, once. He used to go, and every year we would spend $250 at the grocery store, and he would buy bread, cold cuts, juice boxes, that kind of thing. And he'd make sandwiches and juice boxes, and he'd go downtown Toronto and just hand them out to the homeless people on the street at Christmas time. And it's funny because I asked him the same thing. I said, well, why don't you do it all year long? Well, because it's not Christmas.
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah. It's funny you say that, Dan. I got a funny story.
$250 all year, like every month or every week, all year long, could really add up, right? But that's what I'm saying is that's if we treated it as if it wasn't just Christmas, take $250 a month and go do it. Like what you do, Ryan. How much of your time on weekends? Every weekend I see you're at a new volunteer spot. Like you must have no driveway to shovel, no grass to cut. Like you got. I don't know. I got that.
I get that done at 5 a.m. in the morning. I kind of get it. But a funny story, just like a completely funny story about that. I did that once in university. I had like a sandwich, and I was gonna give it to them. And the homeless, I'll never forget it. I gave it to him, and I was like, "Hey man, I don't have any change on me. I'm a broke university student, but here's a sandwich. I want to help you out in any way I can." He's like, "I don't want your damn sandwich," and he threw it at me. So ever since then, yeah, it was downtown Toronto, man. You know how it was. So ever since then, I'm like, you know what? Let's just give them money if they want to buy. You know what? I think, Dan, that point that you made, and this is what kind of changed my life too, was like Joe Rogan said this. I don't think it was on the show. This was like back like UFC days. He was like, you know what? We're so judgmental of people. Like if I give $2 to somebody, it's like, what do I care about that $2? Like what's $2 to me? If he goes buy some booze and smokes, like he's living his life, and that's what's kind of going on too, right? So I figured like, just like you said, be kind every single day. Don't be that person who gives that $250 for sandwiches at the end of the year, and you feel like you're filling up your karma bucket. Fill up your karma bucket every day is something that I definitely try to do.
That
be selfish, keep giving. Just be selfish and keep giving. I'm telling you.
Well, it's funny, but is it funny you say that, DJ? Because like I love this Christmas episode. For people who don't know, my birthday is actually on Christmas Day. My icebreaker that I tell people is that
I know that
your birthday is Christmas Day.
My birthday is Christmas Day. So
I did not know.
Did you ever get hosed as a kid?
No. I actually get double presents. My parents always make it. Yeah, exactly. He hasn't bought me a gift yet. So it's always been something that forgiving, awesome. Right? Yeah, it's amazing to think about it. And for me, I've always this is my icebreaker that I kind of introduce myself. My name is Ryan Muhammad, Muslim last name. I'm a devout Hindu, and I'm born on Christmas Day, right? So I just figure like all those three things are kind of like kind of shaped my life. But it's that giving portion, right? Like even for me, I've always loved giving. Like I always loved the gifts. But I suck. I don't know if you guys are the same way like I am, but I'll buy something and I'll be like, want to know what I got you? Like I hate waiting on that day. I'm like, yo, do you want to see what I got you now?
My man, I can't.
I know what everybody gets
for the life of me, and not even that. Like any gift. When I set up, I called Christine's dad. I sat down with her mom, all of her brothers, and we were having a party. And I was going to propose at the party. I bought the ring. Like 2 days later, I proposed because I just couldn't wait. I'm brutal with all of it. Christine gets presents all December long because I order it from Amazon. It comes and I'm like, okay, this was going to be a Christmas gift, but I'm just like, here, you got it. I figured you can use it now. And it's like, the only one I think that she has right now is in the cupboard is one that she knows I ordered. I'm like, so it's not a surprise, but it's in the cupboard. And even at that, every night I look at it, I'm like, well, why don't I just open it and give it to her? Because why do I want to wait till the 25th? She can use it now and enjoy it now. Just go use it.
Exactly.
And enjoy it. And yeah, I think we're all the same. I used to shop on the 24th.
Oh yeah,
Me too. I do that. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. You know, that one time like shopping alone, grabbing some Chick-fil-A and just going through that rush of getting everybody. Because here's the thing, I share an Amazon account with my wife, so like I can't order stuff for her on there because like she's gonna know what it is. She just logs into the app and then boom, she knows, right? So you kind of want to do for that surprise. And I know we got 2 minutes until we get the DAT show. I kind of want to plug Brandless Rescue Goods. They are the company that that I basically essentially associate myself with today. And the reason why we're kind of bringing it up is that today it's Giving Tuesday for them. So every online order that they do, $20 is going to be added to the actual Brandless Rescue Goods. And it's going to be up to a maximum of $400. But what they do is that they create merch completely nonprofit, and then they donate all the money back to dog rescues and different things. Right now, they're kind of doing like spay and neuter clinics in Mexico and just to fund that. So everybody, I know we got at the top right there. Please go to brandlessrescuegoods.com, support them. Please buy out everything from their shop. I want to see the power of our sales chatter team today, and let's crush it, guys.
And I'll second that motion. So for anybody that's watching out there, we are going to take a tally on how many times my internet goes out through the whole podcast, and how many times my good friend DJ says, "Feed the good wolf." And then whoever's got that number, I will buy you a sweatshirt from Ryan's fundraiser there. So let it begin. So there's going to be 2 sweatshirts out there that I'll buy for the winners out there. Whoever picks that correct number. I already had one, and the DJ had 0.
We'll start with one right here. Feed the Good Wolf is where I was going to go to with. Can you throw up treat people as good and as kind as you are from Omkar? So that is what it's all about in the end, guys. One simple, easy thing. Just the golden rule. Follow the golden rule, no matter what religion you are, what anything you are. That is the definition of feeding the good wolf. Do unto others, or treat others how you want them to treat you. That's it. That is it. That's all you have to do. That's 2.
That's it.
That's 2. And that was 2 in under a minute. That was awesome, man.
There you go, man.
You guys are, this is.
So if you want to get in on this, guys, whoever are watching, just put up those numbers for my internet and those numbers up for DJ, and whoever that winner is after the show will get your address, your name, etc., and I'll send you a sweatshirt.
Nice. Look at you, Jeff.
Yes.
Ho ho ho!
That is awesome.
Santa's giving, baby.
Santa's in the house.
So we're just waiting for DAT. I know they said they were running a couple of minutes behind.
Okay.
So we're just waiting for DAT to plug in. For the next hour, we're going to stream the DAT market update for you guys.
Awesome. It's be good.
So it should be pretty cool. They'll dive right in.
To go to your question, Ryan, morning thing, I think any suggestion for people, if you wake up and you feel like you're waking up in the morning and you feel like you're automatically in total reaction and freaking out, the biggest thing that has helped me is the first hour I never touch my phone. When I wake up, the first hour I don't touch my phone. That was probably the biggest thing that changed everything in my life, because I like the first hour then it's just and thinking and thinking, and I'm not reacting to an email that I see or message or this or that. Try that. I promise. If you just try it, even just a half hour, 15 minutes, just don't pick up your phone. And it's the hardest thing to do. And I forget who I heard it from, Jim Quick or one of those guys.
Yep.
It's changed. Even better, don't touch your phone until you get to work.
Yeah. Well, I learned that from you, Dan. I learned that from you. I leave my phone in my office. Like, I leave my phone in my office at night. I go to bed. Like, Dan knows this. Dan knows not to message me between 7 and 8 because that's my meditation time. That's my prayer time. That's my connecting time as I kind of get ready for the day and things like that. But I learned that from Dan, as we got the amazing DAT market update. Dan, bring us home, buddy.
DAT market update, y'all. It's coming to you live. We are going to back out.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our DATIQ Weekly Market Update. This is our update for December 13th, 2022. I'm Ken Adamo, Chief of Analytics over here at DAT, joined by Dean Croak, who's our Principal Industry Analyst, and our very special guest and partner, Tim DeNoyer, who is Vice President and Senior Analyst at ACT Research. Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Great to be with you,
Ken.
Today is a gauntlet, right? So we have this show. We're partnered with Dan Deegan and Sales Chatter for his 12 days. We've got Samantha Jones today. I have one with the Freight Coach. We're talking to our friends down at OTR Capital. Probably going to talk some Bulldogs, Buckeyes later today. It's just going to be an action-packed day of freight content.
Right.
It's exciting.
Yep, busy day.
What's going on in your world, Tim?
Oh, things are busy as we sprint into year end. We just released the CAS report this morning. The November data set is out now, and we also just released our first ever freight forecast report with DAT contract rate forecast. So I'm happy to report that to subscribers a few minutes ago, and we've been forecasting spot rates for some time, but I'm happy to have that final report of the year delivered.
Great.
Yeah. Can you give folks, it's hard to believe anyone's unfamiliar with ACT or ACT Research or your work, but can you give folks maybe a quick reintroduction of what you have going on over there?
Yeah, absolutely. So we, each month, since 1986, we have been collecting data from the commercial vehicle manufacturers, classes 5 through 8, trucks and buses. The entire commercial vehicle industry has been reporting into us the number of vehicles that are ordered, built in backlogs, what's in inventory at the dealer level and on the way to dealers, and what gets sold out into the industry each month. So it sort of established us as a supply side economics shop for the transportation industry because we have those great relationships. So.
Yeah, and the reason I really like what you guys do is it gives a kind of holistic view. We talk a lot, predominantly in our space, about demand side economics of freight. I really like how you inject that supply side to give us a more rounded view of. I think the supply side is a much more leading indicator of what's coming maybe 3, 6, 9, 12 months down, not just tomorrow or next week, right?
Can I tell you a geeky econometrics joke?
Anytime you would like to, yes.
Why do trend models get tripped up by change in economic cycles?
I don't know.
Supplies.
Okay.
And with that, my producer's telling me to get to the key points of the week. So we might bring Tim back for the question of the week. But let's get over to our key points of this week. Jiminy Crickets, dad jokes of the day. So dry van spot rates are up from last week, and we're pretty much identical to where we were in 17 and 18, right? So, we've sort of tongue-in-cheek said the reports of the demise of the trucking market were a bit exaggerated, but, we're actually seeing on a day-over-day basis, like same day last year, we're seeing those spot rates for dry van and reefer outperform those 2 other years that we just mentioned. I mean, they're certainly underperforming 20 and 21, the COVID years, but certainly nowhere near where we were in 16 or 19, those down years. So that's been positive, and we hope to see with the decrease in diesel that trend continue. Volumes have come down now that we're post rail scare, so that's something to keep in mind. Active contract rates are trending downwards, 16 and 12% for reefer and dry van, respectively. It's going to be an interesting trend to watch, right? It's hard for me to even keep this straight from a semantics perspective because we're seeing actual freight moved on the contract market be down year over year, but we're seeing the replacement rates be down even more. So there's such a lag there that we're sort of still very much waiting for things to normalize. Again, a record almost 100 million shoppers over the holiday weekend. It's starting to feel much more normal out there, which I think is a good thing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dean for our key points of the week.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. We'll start off this week. Just to reply to John from last week, we were able to move the World Cup game to 2 p.m. today to avoid clashing with today's show. As Ken mentioned, we're on live with Sales Chatter today. We're going live out to Dan's broker audience. He's got a marathon podcast on today, hosted by himself, Ryan Mohammed, and Jeff Dickinson. It's also Wreaths Across America Week, the country's longest veteran parade, left Canada on Saturday. And it's going to be in Arlington this coming Saturday. Yesterday, there were 14 semi-trailers making their way through Boston on their way to Arlington. So let's start off with our load-to-truck ratio and load post. Load post was back slightly last week, just under 1 million loads. Again, that's as a result of the fallback from the post-Thanksgiving surge created by the threat of the rail strike. Still about 42% lower than this time last year and about 18% higher than 2019, to Ken's point about how the market is still overperforming some of those weaker years. Equipment post still the highest level in 6 years, and the load-to-truck ratio last week dropped back to 2.78. In the refrigerated category, load posts are tracking closely with December 18 and 2019 levels. They were down 34% last week. Volumes are about 51% lower than this time last year. Carrier equipment posts are also at their highest level in 6 years. As a result, the load-to-truck ratio dropped to 3.52 from 6.10. In flatbed, load posts dropped back last week, still about 75% lower year over year. Similar to dry van and reefer equipment types, flatbed carrier posts on our load board are also at their highest level in 6 years as a measure of how loose capacity is in the spot market. The load-to-truck ratio for flatbed dropped back to 7.83. Having a quick look around our markets this week, we took a look at the southern border. One of the things we've been watching closely is the nearshoring of supply chains to Mexico. We've been tracking loads moved as opposed to loads posted along our entire southern border in the DAT network. Loads moved across all of our southern border markets have been increasing at the rate of about 25% year over year for the last 4 or 5 years. Certainly more volume coming across the southern border. Has slowed a little bit in the second half of this year. Line haul rates along the southern border were up last week by about 3 cents per mile to $1.79. That makes it 14 weeks of gains. Last week's average is also about the same as what it was in 2018. Line haul rates in Los Angeles and Ontario increased last week 4 cents a mile to $1.84. That reverses the losses of the prior 2 weeks. One of the key lanes we watch where we compete with intermodal closely is Los Angeles to Chicago. Loads moved were up 14% again last week. That's 2 weeks in a row, with spot rates up to $1.58. That's up about 20 cents a mile compared to the November average. In the Pacific Northwest, capacity tightened for the 4th week in a row, and rates increased about 7 cents a mile to $1.57. Capacity was also pretty tight last week in West Virginia. Truckload spot rates were up 23 cents a mile to a state average of $2.51. Having a look at our refrigerated market, capacity on the Gulf Coast was tight again last week. Rates are up 6 cents a mile to an average of $1.47. That's the outbound rate. Remember, folks, these are line haul rates excluding fuel. In Louisiana, state level rates at $2.79 last week were the highest in 7 years, while in the New Orleans market, rates jumped 53 cents a mile to $2.51 for outbound loads. New Orleans to Houston, rates were flat at $2.33. It's a pretty busy lane for reefer carriers, while in Houston, the largest Gulf Coast reefer market, rates are up 2 cents a mile to $1.94. Laredo's outbound truckload capacity eased last week. Rates were down 10 cents a mile to $2.14. Capacity was very tight here in New England last week. Rates are up 17 cents a mile to $2.09 for outbound reefer loads. In Augusta, Maine, which is the second largest spot market in New England, rates are up 11 cents a mile to $1.89. And in flatbed, market conditions showed this week that the state of New York had fairly tight flatbed capacity. Rates were up 16 cents a mile across the state to $2.88. In the second largest flatbed spot market in the state in Albany, line haul rates were up 44 cents a mile to $2.63. A lot of short haul loads come out of Albany. Loads south to Baltimore were flat at $2.72. That's about $1 per mile lower than this time last year. And again, Texas continues to be a strong market for flatbed carriers. Rates increased 2 cents a mile last week to $2.15 after being flat for the previous few weeks. At that rate, though, flatbed carriers are seeing the second highest December outbound rate in 7 years. That's the state level rate. In the largest market in the state for flatbed carriers in Houston, spot rates are up a penny a mile to about $2.26. A lot of that volume in Houston that we're seeing is as a result of some of the big break bulk import volumes we've seen coming into Houston. But some of the more recent weakness in the flatbed market in Texas is because break bulk volumes are down about 25% since their peak in May this year. So wrapping up our market update with year-over-year look at spot rates, the national average dry van rate was flat last week at $1.80. After decreasing 35% since the start of this year compared to prior years. Last week's national average is about 76 cents per mile lower than this time last year and about 3 cents a mile higher than 2017-2018 levels. It's also about 30 cents a mile higher than lower than the top 50 lanes for loads moved. On the top 50 lanes, averaged $2.10 last week, $2.10 per mile. That's excluding fuel. And in the refrigerated category, last week's national average line haul rate at $2.04 remains very close to 2017-2018 levels. Rates were down 3 cents a mile last week and about 91 cents a mile lower than this time last year. Produce volumes are also affecting some of the spot market activity. Volumes are down about 18% year over year and at about the same as what we saw in 2016 levels. So not a lot happening for carriers in produce. A lot of that's being attributed to the slow season we've had in California. And wrapping up with flatbed, line haul rates dropped close to November's monthly average last week. Rates were down 2 cents a mile to $2.04. Compared to this time last week's average spot rate is 21% or 55 cents per mile lower and identical to this time in 2017 and 2018. And with that, it's over to Ken for the short-term forecast. Remember, folks, you can find out more about what's happening in freight. Just go to dat.com/market update and download our weekly report, which will be published tonight. Over to you, Ken.
All right, this is an easy couple of weeks to do the forecast because they're just basically crazy every point this time of the year, at least short term. So this is dry van. To level set to those new, the blue line is history going back to July 1st. It's the 7-day weighted moving average of dry van line haul only rates. We only grab the long haul rates, so shipments over 250 miles. And again, that's the actual rate per mile. The colorful lines are our forecast ensemble. The green is our flagship Raycast model. That's what you see in all of our products, whether it be RateView, IQ, or the RFP tool. The red line is a short-term forecast that much more heavily weights near-term data, tends to over-exaggerate. We'll leave it in there for a reason so that you can see what happens, what's happening short-term. And then we have the gray and the yellow forecasts, which are blends in between those two models. And this is exactly what you'd expect this time of year. We're going to see capacity beginning to exit the market for the holidays, which is going to sort of, I don't want to say artificially because it's very much real, but provide a tighter capacity picture than you would see in a non-holiday time period. Raycast is a bit more pessimistic post-holiday, calling for a bit of a shorter return season before rates tend to ebb back. I will say that all of these are picking up on the fact that fuel has provided some needed relief on the rating side. So diesel coming down pretty much consecutively over the last month or so is making these forecasts more optimistic, which I think is a good thing. If you're a trucker out there, this is when they make a lot of their profit for the year is this peak shipping season. So this is a good thing. Let's talk to reefer real quick. Pretty much the same picture. I would encourage you to take some of that short-term forecast with a grain of salt, although we could see an aberrant spike a lot higher than we've experienced in prior years, just due to how far rates have come down. I think a better view of this is the year-over-year chart that Dean showed. When we're in these last few weeks of the year, seasonality tends to be very, very consistent throughout the year. So if you take a peek at those charts, it'll give you an idea on where to level set over the next couple of weeks. And then I think flatbed is probably the most comical. There's really no market fundamental reason other than capacity coming out of the market for this one. But as you can see, the forecasts are all really, really picking up on that seasonality that you see pretty much every year. So with that, we're going to bring Tim back because he has some really interesting things to share with us as part of our question of the week. Dean?
Yeah, Tim, we've got a really tough question for you this week to get going. The question of the week is, what's the macroeconomic outlook for 2023?
putting me on the spot here with a tough one to start off. It's
Exactly.
unfortunately, I tend to try to be a pretty optimistic guy, but I don't have the most optimistic economic message. I'll say this morning we got a really big indicator of the key themes of 2023, which is disinflation. So we had a little bit of a more reasonable inflation rate here in November that we just. I think we're still around 7% in terms of overall year-over-year change in the CPI. I think it's 7.1. But if you annualize the November rate, which was 0.2%, that's in the 3-4% range, which, so that's leading to some slower inflation to come, which I think that's a really constructive thing to say. But our baseline forecast is for a recession, and we do think the largest round of interest rate increases, since the 1980s is likely to have a pretty significant impact. So we think we'll work through it by, sort of later part of the year, and we'll be back to growth in 24. But we think, the next few quarters are going to be pretty choppy.
Interesting. What have you got for us on the new truck and trailer order side, Tim? We've had some pretty big numbers come out in the last couple of weeks. Order books are open. So how do we make sense of some of those numbers against some pretty easy comps?
Yeah, definitely.
Just to jump in here too, I want to make sure, Tim, if you have slides, let's just give us a signal when you want to throw those slides up.
I think that's a good time to cue them up. Yeah.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure we didn't move past them, getting all excited about freight forecasting.
No, exactly. This comes back to one of the reasons that ACT and DAT work well together. This is the fundamental reason why. It's the DAT spot rates tend to lead equipment ordering, as you can see on this chart. It varies over time, but there's a very tight relationship between what's happening in the spot market and the way people feel about their businesses and what they're planning on doing with equipment. And knowing what's happening with orders will help us to forecast equipment production and really understand that supply side of the market. But what you can see here is that the relationship really broke down in 2020. Spot rates kept going higher and orders went lower. So that long-term relationship, which was pretty good for the pre-pandemic decade, broke down because of the supply chain crises that manufacturers just couldn't meet in. So they were taking orders essentially back sort of around the end of 20, early 21, not entirely, of course, but that's the reason that you see this big disconnect, which has only recently sort of reconnected, and orders, now that the supply chain disruptions are easing and build rates are starting to pick up, we're seeing the manufacturers more willing to order to accept orders for vehicles. Pricing for 23 has been set in most cases, and the order boards are opening up. So it's a little bit different this cycle, but because the spot rates have come off. But it tells you there's still a lot of pent up demand out there from a perspective. And the next slide actually shows the backlog, which is another really interesting indicator that we produce. So if you jump to the next, on my screen, here, I'm controlling. Great. So the backlog at this point, you can see on the right axis here, it's about 9 months. With the blue bar on the right axis tells you that the backlog to build ratio is about 9 months, which means we've got about 160,000 tractors in backlog at the moment that have been ordered but not yet built. And at the current build rate, that's going to take about. So the reason that I put up just the Class 8 tractor numbers here, I should also point out that there's lots of different types of classes 5 through 8 vehicles. We have some buses in our medium duty data. There's a lot of cement trucks and refuse trucks, dump trucks. They're in the straight truck market within Class 8, so about a quarter of the market. But we've excluded those because we're talking truckloading here, and so that's the situation here. It's going to take, at this point, if on average, if a fleet orders a truck, it's going to arrive around August, September of next year. And then, it's probably worth just moving forward and talking about used truck prices, which is another important data set that we produce. What we do, I talked through what we do with the manufacturers at the outset, but we also are collecting used truck price data from roughly 900 dealer rooftops around the country, and we're taking those prices and publishing on those on a monthly basis as well. This one I've left a little bit dated because I've given a little bit of a little bit more precision than we actually give in our used truck price reports, where we just kind of report on Class 8 overall. But I figured this audience might be interested in seeing a 4-year-old tractor sleeper over time and what's been going on with those prices. And pretty insane what has happened in the past couple of years. We've gone from a range of call it $40,000 to $75,000 over the past decade, and then these prices. These typically are vehicles with 300,000 or 400,000 miles on them. They were selling at one point earlier this year for nearly $140,000. So that situation is clearly normalizing, and I think that's going to be interesting as that plays out. We do a fair amount of work forecasting this as well, but you may, to come back, maybe Dean, to I'm just kind of monologuing here. Let me know if you want to jump in. But to come back to the economic outlook question, I think probably the best way I can answer it, actually, besides just talking about the GDP outlook, is coming back to U.S. freight volume. And so here's our forecast for the CAS, the freight index, the shipment component. This is a great broad trucking series. It's got 80% trucking, good mix of LTL and TL. There's some intermodal and some rail volumes in here as well, and some liquid tank bulk and some other things like that. But it is primarily a truckload and LTL industry indicator. And the numbers that we got this morning, they were down 0.4% year over year. So we're in a pretty stable freight environment, is the way I would characterize that. We saw some decent increases few months, which there was just a movement of some freight and things like that were adding to freight volumes, and we're now seeing some of the payback from that, I think, and there's going to be some softness here in the forecast as the declines in imports and the destocking of inventories play through as we get through this sort of rough patch economically. But the good news is that we think that by the back half of next year we'll be in recovery mode, and the usual cycles will re-exert themselves, and we'll be heading back towards growth mode. Yeah.
Hey Tim, a question we've been getting a lot that I was waiting for you to come on to ask was, there's been a lot of discussion out there amongst these volume indices. So how do you think about tonnage versus shipments in these transitional markets? So I think the main contention when people look at CAS or our truckload volume index, when you're looking at shipment counts, is we're shipping a lot less air now, and length of haul has increased. I'm trying to think of that correctly, right? So if load factor and length of haul are both increasing, the same amount of freight could be moving on far fewer shipments, right? So how do you think of that interplay between length of haul, tonnage, and shipment count?
Well, one anecdote I'll throw out just to start to answer that question is what we're seeing in the LTL sector right now is really a little bit surprising. Tonnage in LTL, if you look at the last 2 months, we've just gotten some updates from carriers. It's literally been decimated. It's down 10% year over year. So, and that's interesting. And that kind of, in an overall freight market that's flat, what that tells us is there's a lot of freight of smaller LTL. Now that there's not quite as much tension in the supply chain. Shippers having more ability to do just as you said, and ship less air, ship more full truckloads instead of LTL shipments, consolidate into the lower cost truckload mode. It makes perfect sense that would be happening.
And maybe that's something we can collaborate on even in 23, is some sort of a trifecta index, right? That at least tries to explain some of that shift, because we should, between the data that both companies see, be able to map out shifts in volume, shifts in tonnage, and then length of haul, and triangulate, that kind of how it should impact you because a lot of brokers are more worried about volume, like their business model is predicated on volume. Other brokers are more specialized and they're more focused on rate per mile. Others are doing backhauls for large carrier. So they run the gamut.
I think between the CAS data and the DAT data, I'm not sure there are bigger data sets out there. So that would be
Hey, Tim, I'm going to have to jump to go meet Samantha Jones for coffee. I did want to thank you, Tim, for joining. I'm going to look forward to catching up on the last 10 or so minutes of this conversation, but I wanted to make sure that people just didn't see me noticeably disappear. So thanks again for joining.
Thanks, Ken. Yeah, Tim, one of the questions I had, we get a lot of, is your forecasts are kind of talking about a rather strong second half of next year. That's also when a lot of these backlog of trucks, that bubble of new orders, will start to appear in the second half of next year. Can you sort of speak to one of the other data points that you track, and I know a lot of people are very interested in, which is sort of order cancellations? Because I've seen that in past cycles. I'm wondering if you're seeing anything like that emerge this time around.
Yeah, not yet. It's a great question, and it's something we watch very closely on a monthly basis. And but it's really negligible at the moment. And I think the reason is just that at the moment, pent-up demand for trucks is just so high that if you've got order slots, you're not letting them go. I think I have heard anecdotally that there have been a few open up from some fleets who have not been able to get enough, who have said, oh, actually some opened up, and so that's starting to happen at the margin. I don't think that's I think some of that is just as the manufacturers get more comfortable with their supply chains, and that's but I would actually say truck production at the moment is heading into a pretty strong, nearly sort of peak production type of a rate right now. And as we head into the first half of 23, so the supply side is accelerating at the moment, and that's probably we think that's going to continue through the first half of 23. And then, there's this pent-up demand question is a big one. We think that these lower freight rates and lower contract rates that are coming through are going to take the some of the wind out of the sails of equipment demand, as the economics would suggest that they should. And so by the second half of next year, I think the supply side is going to be slowing down, which is important in terms of the setup for next year's peak season, and I think we'll be at a more slower growth from a supply perspective then.
Yeah, we're still seeing capacity enter the industry. When I look at some of the October-November data from the FMCSA, when we look at the net quarterly additions, we're kind of around where we were the 2 quarters last year, Q2, Q3. Of course, Q4 was a peak year last year for new DOT authorizations, but we're still seeing people enter the industry. Even in our network, we're seeing people enter, some leave, that's seasonal, some leave and come back, but we're still in carriers seeing opportunity in the market. And I think when you look at some of where spot rates are, Ken alluded to this earlier in the show about how we're still outperforming some of the earlier years. When I look at where we are in the second week of December here, or maybe the third week, our average line haul rate today, excluding fuel, is still about 12 cents per mile above where we would have been in pre-pandemic years. A lot of people ask, why do we compare to those years? They were the most normal years we have outside of the 3 years where the pandemic has upset our entire market. So I think carriers are still seeing opportunity in the market. Anecdotally, that's what they're saying. Prices have come down, but nowhere near where we have been longer term when we looked at some of those charts. Do you think when we get into normal trade cycles next year, we'll see a higher level of inventory hit the used truck rooftop market, and that will potentially decelerate used truck prices?
Absolutely. No doubt about it. I think the only question is sort of how far are used truck prices going to fall, but yeah, that's exactly the relationship that I would expect. And I think used truck prices are going to hold up better than they have historically, similar to what you just described in the spot market. I think the bottom is going to be higher than prior cycles for used equipment, and I think there's good justification, especially largely around the supply shortages that we've had, been struggling through these past couple of years. We just haven't added nearly as much equipment to the fleet as the industry typically does in an upcycle.
Yeah. I mean, diesel coming down 21 cents this week. Line haul rates are going to go up. That's another incentive for carriers to enter the market. If you're only getting line haul average rates, you're certainly below break even. But when I look at fuel on a 100,000 mile a year truck, fuel coming down, my operating costs are just under $2 a mile for the first time in many, many months. So costs are still up, but they are improving. If diesel continues the way it is, that could be an interesting, outlook for carriers to think about, entering the market as that operating costs come down and rates start to possibly go up as a result of diesel dropping.
Yeah, well, there seems to be a fair amount of room for diesel prices to fall. It's just these refinery margins are so much higher than normal. I mean, we just have a simple regression of crude oil prices to diesel, and it suggests that they could be 75 cents, $1 lower per gallon.
Right.
And certainly I understand that the issues around the diesel shortages and all the issues with the war in Ukraine, but there's a lot of stress on that supply chain for sure. But we've only really seen some spotty. I did hear from a fleet that I spoke with recently that there were one or two truck stops that had some diesel outages here or there for like a couple of days. I mean, and that was brief. I think things the supplies are coming back. Distillate stocks have risen quite a bit in the past few weeks, and I think the risk of any serious shortages there is declining, and so that should put some more downward pressure on diesel prices.
Yeah, the warmer winter we've had so far here in New England is certainly contributing that. We've seen inventories build. I think inventories are up about 12% in the last month, but that could change quickly if things get pretty cold here, which they can do once we get past New Year. A couple of questions, Tim. There's one here that we can answer. I think you might be able to answer this one here. From Mike C, when will DAT, that's Mike, I'll get back to you on that one. We are building out equipment types to isolate power-only boards. The other question that we had for you, and I've just got to find it here, with many predictions, this one's for you, Tim, with many predicting an economic slowdown in 2023, what is the best way to balance the cost benefit of the supply of trucks in a fleet versus lowering demand?
Ooh, great question. Yeah. So, we advise fleets a lot about this kind of stuff, and what I would say in an environment like this where we've had a huge surge in used truck prices, if you've got too much equipment, I would be rationalizing it before things get worse, because we can tell that used truck prices will be falling pretty much through the year next year, and so. Now that said, we think demand is going to be stable and probably recovering by the end of the year. Modest. I would call this a fairly modest and fairly normal sort of a soft patch in the freight cycle. And these things tend to not last too long, but they can last 12 to 18 months. And it really did start a good bit earlier this year. So we're well into it. And so I would also be planning for that recovery in freight demand that's coming in 24. So depending on your fleet age and dynamics, I mean that's sort of how I would talk through it. It varies fleet to fleet, of course, but short term I'd be very focused on managing costs, definitely. That's the first anything that you can do to reduce your costs right now. The great thing about truckload, or one great thing about truckload, is it's a very variable model where there's not huge operating losses when demand goes down, so that's helpful. But you still need to mind your costs.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the focus this year. We've been saying for quite a while that Q1 is certainly going to have much lower demand than what we would normally see during the quiet season. But I think the answer to the question probably depends a lot on what size fleet you've got and whether you've got exposure to buying brand new trucks all the time or buying lower mileage used trucks. I know some fleets that are the way they manage costs is they buy low mileage used trucks with some warranty left on them. Those prices are certainly coming down, but probably not where they need to be. Probably a lot cheaper though than buying a new truck that's coming off a factory floor. Tim, we're sort of running a little bit over time here. I do want to wrap up the show with a couple of shout outs. What have you got on today? Anything you need to be pointing at in the ACT world? I know there's some podcasts you've got going on.
Oh yeah, we've got a whole bunch of actually not too much into year end. We're getting ready to shut down for the holidays and just say thanks to everyone as we head into 23.
Good for you. All right. So just some shout outs today. I'm going to be on Sales Chatter with Dan Deegan, Ryan Mohammed, and Jeff Dickinson this afternoon. We're also going live out on their feed this morning. We'll also be on there 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow for Day to Day Wednesday. Ken is already on Meet Me for Coffee with Samantha Jones as we speak. DAT's very own Robert Rouse will be on Landline Now tomorrow at 7 p.m. on Sirius XM channel 146 Road Dog Radio. Don't forget the latest edition of Fitfine has Jeff Tucker from the Tucker Company worldwide. And just in closing, remember you can find our weekly market update at dat.com/market update or on our new IQ dashboard at iq.dat.com. My apologies for screwing that up. And with that, it's the end of our show. Tim, thank you very much for joining us. Come back and join us soon. And everybody have a safe week. We'll be here at 10 a.m. Eastern next Tuesday for the last show of the year. We've got Professor Jason Miller from Michigan State University on our show last week. It'll make a great couple of weeks to end the year with our forecast for what we think 2023 will look like. Thank you, Tim.
Thanks
Thank you, everyone. Okay.
Bye-bye.
What an amazing show, guys. That was like spectacular. It's awesome. I'm gonna get your thoughts, guys. Jeff, I know you're the big data guy. Give me some thoughts on the DAT show.
Oh man, it's always informative for sure. I watch it every once in a while, and Dean and the crew over there do a great job. So I really appreciate them, doing their show from our show this morning, and for the support. Those guys are great.
No, it's awesome to kind of see. DJ.
But DJ?
Got a little bit of technical difficulty.
I said that was awesome. I think my internet was at that time.
Acting up there, but it's awesome to kind of like have those market data. That's why I personally look forward to Wednesdays, right? Because a lot of people think that, and I've always kind of said this, where hey, we think that something's going on in a different place that doesn't affect me. Hey, I don't ship there, so I don't need to pay attention to that. But they don't understand the residual effect of it. Hey, if trucks are being pulled this way, then that means capacity is going to be pulled from this way too. And it's like, when you go to a customer with data, since I know we've got about 20 minutes till Clarissa comes on, but Jeff, I want to ask you and DJ as well, and DJ, just not with for brokerage, just with like your own personal life and your professional life as well. How has data benefited you and like your business itself?
I don't know if he can hear you.
Jeff, you want to take it?
Yeah. Go ahead, DJ.
Okay, so for me at least, data is so crucial, just for really measuring. How do you know where you're at if you don't know if you're improving? So it's kind of like data to me is like having a map, and you're finding your point on the map is first your destination. But if you don't have the map giving you all of the process while you're getting there, how do you know where you're going? So without data and without constantly measuring and having something to check back on and compare to, it's what I talk to with, it's you versus you. But in the end, life is us versus us. It's we're constantly just trying to improve and adapt every day. We're highly adaptable. Human beings are the most adaptable creatures of all. That's why we're born not being able to walk, or if we're a baby, if you left a baby that was just born there, it die. It can't do anything on its own to begin with. It can't feed itself. It can't do anything. So we literally are born to really be able to adapt to anything. A horse is born within 10 minutes or 10 seconds. I don't know what it is, but they're able to walk. They're walking, and then they could do everything they'll ever do throughout life.
Jeff's the horse
so
guy.
I think it's Jeff can tell us everything, of course. Yeah, it's that. And I think that's where, if you're not constantly checking data and really keeping track of your progress, how do you even know where you're going?
True.
Awesome. Like Jeff, I would like to kind of, well, I want to get your thoughts too. Like, what do you think about how
Yeah.
data's affected your life? But first, start with the horse thing, because I know you raise horses and things like that. Is that true?
Yes.
What DJ said about every 10 seconds or every they're ready to walk?
It's not 10 seconds. It can go a lot longer than that, but it is true that, it's like when you have an operation and you get a knee replacement, right? They get you up and walking right away, right? Well, the same thing with the horse, right? When they're born and the foal is down, it's amazing how fast that they get up and they start walking, and they go right into an immediate like running pattern, and so they look clumsy and stuff like that. It's like bear cubs as well. Their feet are like this big and their body is like this small. When they start running, their feet weigh so much they trip over themselves. They do somersaults, all different kinds of things. It's all about the learning process. Now, data.
Yes.
Data. I love data. And a good friend of mine that I did consulting work many, many times ago told me this term, and I live by it. I believe in God. Everybody else brings data. And that means so much, because if you're going to drive a business forward, you've got to remove the emotional part of your conversation from that. Sure, you can elaborate on the data being shown, but you cannot move a business forward profitably without good data and looking at many different resources to get that. The differentiator is getting data from different sources that other people don't think of, and you try to think of the unthinkable. And it's just like the what if scenarios that I mentioned many, many months ago about being able to prepare for the unknown, and data can be that predictable sort of whatever graphs or whatever it might be that can say, if the pattern still follows in this area, this is going to happen. And later on this afternoon, my good friend Greg Weldon is going to prove that. And some of the stuff that he is going to show you, I guarantee you that you've never seen this stuff before, even taken it into consideration. That I promise. I don't care how good you are on data. I will guarantee this. So stay tuned, man. At 2:00 this afternoon, man, you'll be blown away.
That's like a nice little pitch. And
I
guys,
love
like I
it.
think when it comes to data, right? Like I know for myself, I took business, I took accounting. That was my major in college and university. And when you think about the things that you learn, that you're like, okay, well, this is not something that I really care to do, like fractions. So when was the last time you've used algebra or anything like that? But then when you kind of get into like trucking, it was like, oh, I gotta like learn about perimeter and area and service space. And what data does is that I love that you're able to, it's a clear answer. We live kind of in a black and white world sometimes, but there's a lot of gray areas. But when it comes to data, it's like you're just arming yourself to be better than, you're trying to just be better than the previous caller that harassed that shipping manager. Or if you're doing existing business with them, you want to be better than the other suppliers that they have not doing that, right? Because anybody can book freight, anybody can pick up a truck, anybody can do all these things. But to be a true relationship provider, it's something that's amazing. So Data IQ, they run every Tuesday, and on their show, I believe they run at the same time every week. Happy to see like everybody kind of use that. And then Data Day Wednesday with Dean is amazing. So Dan, we were just talking about how has data, both DJ and Jeff kind of went through it. I would love to get your opinion. How has data benefited your professional career?
Oh my God, that data was probably the biggest driving factor in my success. Like when I started to understand data from a geographical sense, from a time through the year, everything started to change. It was preparing for things that are coming down the pipe. I mean, it was the biggest game changer, the biggest.
and it's crazy to see that, because then we're just talking about, like, you're separating yourself, and as DJ was kind of mentioning himself, like, like, it's whatever you do, you have that data, you're dating your girlfriend for the first time, you want to get that data on her, like what she likes, what she doesn't like,
Good
the type
luck.
of restaurants and then things like that, and those are the things, right? So data is always going to be there. I don't know if you guys are kind of like the same, but like anytime my wife says that she likes something, and I hope she's not watching right now, but anytime she likes something, I get like a iPhone notes app, and I'll just write it down. So anytime like she's like, "Oh my god, how did you know?" or whatever, I'm like, "Data, baby. Data's the new oil."
Data.
Nice.
Data is the new oil. And
It,
that's the first
data
time I
can
met
either make you or break you. That's for sure.
First time I met Dean, he said that, and I was like, it's pretty interesting.
Some time, Dan. I'd love to, and I'm pretty sure the viewers would love to do that, like to learn about it. Tell us the story about you meeting Dean and how this relationship happened, because I've known you for about 3 years now, and from there, like, Dean has always been one of your right hands. Like, it's always available. Hey,
Yeah.
I need to get this. Hey, let me go ask Dean. So I'd love to hear that story.
It was at a TCA Bridging the Borders event, and it was at Lionhead Golf Club on Mississauga Road.
Mm-hmm.
And it had like Dan Einwacker from Challenger, it had the guys from Kenmore, it had a bunch of different pretty large fleets in Canada, fairly small compared to US fleets, but really large fleets in Canada. And Dean was a speaker, and I was sitting with a customer at the time, and Dean got on stage and he started talking, and he was talking about accidents after the clocks go back, when we lose an hour's sleep.
Yeah.
And he was pulling up all sorts of data, and I was like, interesting. And then he started talking about the largest day when drivers turn over, and the day when they're most employable is right after their physical, and all these other things. And he says, listen, guys, he goes, like, data is the new oil. And if you guys understand this data, he goes, you're going to be better informed to make decisions that are going to help you run your company better. So, like, the accidents go up 39 or 46% after we lose an hour's sleep.
Wow.
And he says, so, you plan that. Maybe you plan your deliveries in the afternoon, give your guys the morning to rest, or like, and I just was in awe at the things he was saying. And then afterwards, I actually pretty much chased him outside, and I was like, dude, I got to have you on my show, because I still had my podcast then. I said, I got to have you on my show. And he was working for Freightwaves at the time. And he said, yeah, sure. And I kind of gave him my card. He gave me his. He says, I'm flying back, but we'll talk sometime or another. And I think within like 2 weeks, I had him on the show, and we just hit it off. Like, we just started laughing instantly. And it was like, as soon as the show was over, I'm like, oh, dude, we got to have you back. We got to have you back. And then he came on Sales Chatter, and DJ and I were talking, and we were like, what if we had him on every Wednesday? And that's where the whole idea of Monday Mayhem, Tuesday Client Day, Wednesday Data Day, Thursday Professional Development Day, and then Friday Wins and Lessons all came about. And then it was I still remember the day, because DJ and I were talking to Dean afterwards, and I'm like, well, why don't you just come out like every Wednesday? And he's like, yeah, I could do that. And I was like, huh? Hey, remember that, DJ? I was like, no way, really? He's like,
I'll never forget it. He was like, I could do that. We're like, what? Yes.
Yeah, it was just like, yeah, it was this, you're going to do that? You would do that? And he's like, oh, yeah. And then my whole relationship with DAT in general just started blowing up. And Dean's been a part of every single, like, he was part of 2020's High Performance Summit, and everything I've ever said to Dean. Hey, would you want to take part in this? He's like, yeah, definitely, for sure, I'll do it. Yeah, for sure, I'll do it. Because Dean is just a genuine guy. Dean's just stellar. And then getting to meet Ken and the rest of the team there, and they're all the same. It was awesome.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're honestly truly good people. And
Good
for
guy.
people watching out there, and they use Instagram. Dean actually has Instagram account for his truck. It's called the Grumpy Pete. So definitely go check it out. He posts up some amazing content. I know he always tells you,
Yeah.
Jeff, about when the time that he went to Dallas and he just recorded trucks going by and just observing. So he does have a
Yeah.
lot of that footage on there, and it's these connections, and it's really important because like when you think about this, like Jeff and I, we're kind of in awe right now because like Dan and DJ, you guys started this, and look what it's grown to, right? I think I was scrolling on YouTube the other day, and one of the
Crazy.
original like sales chatter videos, and what you guys have, what we're like now, like the technology and stuff like that. Even Dan, with your background and stuff like that, with being with like the bookshelf and different things, and DJ from the car if he's gonna be one day, or if he's in the office one day. And it's just a testament to both of you guys, both you guys just starting something, going for a year. I know DJ, you've done some amazing things, other podcasts and things like that. And I see
Thank
everything
you.
that you guys kind of do. So I just want to say thank you guys. It's honestly a pleasure.
I'm really happy
Thank you.
that I was watching Dan do a podcast from his car with snow going down and cars crashing behind him. And if he wasn't doing that, I wouldn't be here today. So thanks, Dan. Thanks for being you.
You're welcome. You know what?
Dan might not be here
Yeah,
either if you didn't tell him to
I
stop
know,
doing
yeah,
podcasts while driving.
exactly.
Thank you.
There
Exactly.
you go.
Exactly.
Good point.
Yep. Yeah. Very good point.
Yeah, and then Lisa's kind of mentioned there, and I kind of want to get some like a feedback from Lisa. What are you thinking so far? We're what close to about 2 hours in already of a full day. We'd love to kind of get your thoughts from the audience. Like, what are you guys thinking? Is there certain things that you guys want us to talk about? Well, we kind of got a little bit of free time and kind of give you guys a little bit of value there as well from there. But when it comes to Clarissa coming on shortly, and we were just talking about it, like Dan, you said, hey, I don't believe in resolutions. If you want to change your life, just start from day one.
Yes.
How are you guys are all parents, and it's something that amazing. What is the conversations like with your kids as you kind of go into a new year?
All depends
They
on what
change
age they
all
are,
the time.
for sure.
I found, especially with our son who's going out to be a firefighter, the conversation all year long, and he has it too. He's like, no, I'm getting this. I'm getting this. I'm getting this. It's not a resolution thing. Our daughter's in school now, so she'll start another semester in the new year, and it's a constant thing, where the conversation all year long is pretty much like, you put your mind to it, you can do it. That's just all there is to it. And I think these New Year's resolutions and all this kind of stuff, I don't know about you guys, but I see that happening later in life. I'm sure my kids probably have things that they say to themselves or to their buddies, but not really to us. We're not a big resolution family. It's like again, like I said, I want to be in the best shape of my life in 12 months. Well, today's the starting of 12 months. You don't have to wait till January 1st to make that 12 months. And not to mention, if you start now, it typically sticks way more than it does if you wait till January 1st anyway. It's because you're choosing to just do it because you want to do it, right? Like putting a date or a anything like that behind something you want to do. Well, how are you doing with your resolution? It's like, no, I started that in November because I thought of it in November. And that's more the way our family rolls is we had, I'm giggling now because I'm about to go to snowmobiling, and Ryan said he's going to take a poll as to how many times I go to snowmobiling. But so and it's funny, Jeff, because as I'm saying it in my head, I'm thinking to myself, is there another analogy I want to give? So, just like for us, it's a consistent conversation that we have.
Mhm.
You can do it. You're good enough. It's amazing that conversation we had with Brian Biro last week about there are no overachievers. And any place
It's
you
such
are,
a good show, by the way.
there's still more in you. I had that conversation with my daughter when she called me when I was grocery shopping. and she's swamped with schoolwork. And I'm like, honey, listen, just one thing I got to tell you. And I had somebody on the show today, and we were talking, and I said, and he said this, and there's more in you. You just got to dig down and get through it. Like we used to call it cowgirl up and cowboy up.
I don't think you could do that now.
What's that?
No, I love that.
I know.
Like,
I don't think you
giddy
can
up,
do that
you
now,
know,
but
like
know what?
Kramer, giddy up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
But you know what? Screw it. Cowgirl up and cowboy up. It's time. Like, and to me, that's right. That's what I think is what it's all about. It's like there's never going to be the best time on the planet. There's nothing's ever going to align perfectly. You just got to go do it.
Do it.
And I've
You wait for that, you'll never start.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and I'd love to get DJ's.
I'll start on Monday. Yeah, Monday's a good day to start because it's Wednesday and you screwed the pooch on Monday and Tuesday. You're like, I'll start Monday. No, get the week back. Start today and make it happen. Today's Tuesday. What are you not going to put off to tomorrow? Because I'll tell you, and I don't mean to get on you, but you never know if there's a tomorrow. I had a lot of friggin' things I wanted to do all summer. I had a lot of things I wanted to do in the fall. I got a lot of things I want to do in the winter. And I woke up one day and went to the doctor, and my whole fucking life changed. And now I still can't do those things I wanted to do.
But you're getting
and we're
close.
7 months in. 7 months later, I'm not even close to being able to do them. Like, my wife took me away for the weekend. We went out to dinner Saturday. We had my sister and brother-in-law, and we stayed up until like I don't know, 1 o'clock or something. Played games, had an absolute blast. Went to Yuck Yucks. I slept all day Sunday and all day Monday, just trying to recover from that one night. So, this is where my brain has gone from there's no fucking waiting. Like, anything we want to do, we're going to do it now. And that's where my struggle right now is, because my body just won't keep up to my brain going, I want to do it now. Let's go. But I'll tell you, don't wait till tomorrow. Do it now. And you're going to be so happy.
And that's a great mindset from there. And like, even with DJ has younger kids as well, so I'd love to kind of know, like, what are the conversations like you're having with them as they're progressing in life? Because the one thing I know about being parents, I'm not a parent yet, but my parents, like, nobody gives you a manual and is like, okay, here's how to be a parent, here's how to be a good husband, here's how to be a good father or wife or whatever it is, right? So it's like, you're still learning as you're going, you're figuring it out as well. And DJ, I'd love for you to kind of share, like, what kind of conversations you kind of have with like your kids for what value you can bring to them as well.
So having such a range,
start at the 1st to the 17th. Okay.
Living life, living life twice now, kind of, in a way, through kids. It's crazy, and it is a good question that you bring this up. I think this is where we struggle as just society and as humans in general. It's talking. It is having those conversations. A lot of parents, my parents, and again, there is no manual, so there is no right way. I don't blame my parents for anything they did or didn't do. But you have to talk to your kids. You have to. And that's what I didn't do with my older kids that I'm starting to do now. So like my older 3, they're all throughout the United States. I mean, I have one in Houston, I have one in Mississippi, and one in Hawaii. And then the 2 that are with, this is what we talk about almost every day, is feed the good wolf. My 6-year-old, my 6-year-old, he says, that's feed the good wolf, Dad, feed the good wolf. Yep. No bad wolf, no bad wolf. Yep, that's right. And
well,
so
speaking of the good wolf,
it's really just that.
Yeah, it's awesome to hear about it. And, speaking of the good wolf, it's amazing to talk about, because we have our amazing next guest backstage, the amazing Clarissa Page. She is the owner of Simcoe Hypnosis and Wellness Center. She's a mental health coach for a local hockey team as well in Ontario, and just an overall amazing person. Her partner, Steve, I bought one of his journals on Amazon. Definitely check it out. He's an amazing person. And you know what? One thing you guys should all learn, definitely follow her on Instagram, because they do the cold water plunges every morning. And oh my God, like, it is, like, I get shivers watching it. So, we want to welcome her on here. Let's start, guys. go. And there's a little adjustment.
Are you trying to drag and drop too?
Yeah. Oh, you are. Okay, there we
There you
go.
go.
Yeah, that's why it's happening. Yeah.
Good morning, Carissa. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody, you're in for a treat. How's your morning going so far?
It has been amazing. I actually didn't do my cold plunge yet this morning, but we will be going in after.
Nice.
Yeah, tell us about that. Like, what made you and Steve want to do that for everybody watching out here?
So we kind of found out that there was all of these amazing health benefits to cold plunging. And I had been going through my own bout of brain fog, we could say. I went on a trip, and when I came home to the winter, I was just not feeling it. So I was like, I need something that's going to snap me out of this. And then Steve, he wanted to just experience all of the benefits that we had heard. So we decided, well, you know what? Let's just see how long we can do this for. And so it started at 1 day. 2 days, 3 days, and then all of a sudden we were at like 32 days going, oh my gosh, we've done this for a month. Wow. And we noticed a huge change.
That is,
Wow.
Dan, like, me and you need to start doing some cold plunges, and
Absolutely.
it's that momentum, right? And I think DJ, I think you're in for a treat with Corsa, because like, when we had her on, it was amazing to just have that conversation and learn so much. Like, out of all the episodes that my wife has like come on and commented the most, it was that episode, because she comes from a health background as well. So I want to thank you for coming out this morning. You've always been someone who's been a great fan of and great supporter. So I do want to get into it, because we've been talking about New Year's resolutions. We put so much pressure on ourselves. Dan is all about forget it, let me start today, and not get that. But I feel like there is organic love, or there's organic in waiting for like page 1 of 365, like seeing that 1 whatever the year is come from there. So I know you work with teams, but what are some of kind of your thoughts on basically like New Year's solutions over resolutions?
New Year's solutions over resolutions. Well, I think the biggest solution to, I guess, creating that New Year's resolution is, why are you doing this to begin with? I tend to fall more on the side of DJ, where why wait, right? Why wait? Do it now. But I do see that there's a lot of benefit to the start date of being able to say it's the first of the year, I'm going forward, and that's amazing. And so in either circumstance, what we're looking at is we're looking at building habits, we're looking at setting goals, and ultimately we're looking at creating a lifestyle change. It's not just dry January, or I'm going to spend January losing 5, 10, 15 pounds, whatever your goal is. It's a matter of, well, I'm making a lifestyle change here. 2023 is the year that I'm going to change my life in this way. And then we look at, well, how many times have you tried to make the same lifestyle change? Why has it not worked out for you in the past? And we dig into this idea of why. Why are we doing this to begin with? And so once we get to the why, we're able to actually understand the process a little bit more. Because if you dig down deep enough, the why typically comes down to, well, I want to do this for myself so that I can feel happy, so that I can feel good, and because I care and love myself.
Interesting.
Yes.
And you know what? When you attach a why to anything, it becomes 10 times, a million times more powerful. Anyways,
Simon
in
Sinek said
anything,
it best.
in
Start
business
with why.
goals and personal
His
goals.
book.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. They do say that if you ask yourself why 5 times, you'll get the answer after 5 times asking it, because it's always a why to a why question, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
7 levels deep. Yeah.
So ask yourself
Clarissa,
why.
I love that you do the cold plunge. Now, are you familiar with the Iceman?
Wim Hof, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Insane.
Yeah.
I mean, the studies he's proven with the ice bath and all of that that's actually what made me start it, was I found him. So yeah, I was just curious if you were familiar with him.
He was exposed to certain viruses and cured them all. No medication, nothing. It's like they didn't even impact him, simply because he's able to manage his immune system through his ability to handle the cold. It's fascinating. He's a phenomenal person.
I'll tell you what, I won't be taking a cold plunge because I want to live. If I jump in there, man, my heart's going to stop at my age.
Start with the cold showers. You gotta
Yes,
start
they're
small.
awesome.
Cold shower.
Yeah.
There you go.
And
Yeah.
you know, Clarissa, you're mentioning that you want to find out why somebody wants to do something, and I think we look at different things because I know with your the clinic that you as well that you own, that you deal with people like if they're going through like, let's say, smoking addiction or like substance abuse addiction and things like that, and it's not as like people need to understand as well as it's not so easy of kind of like going cold turkey on certain things. So what are some kind of like tips and like techniques that you kind of like tell people, let's say they're whether it be their own personal goals or their professional goals that they want to get to, where it's not as easy as just do the work, just kind of being a little bit compassionate on that side.
So the goal, or sorry, the techniques that I give, because of what I do, they're very focused on the mind, right? Strengthening the mind, making sure that we have a clear picture of where we want to go. So let's say somebody decides that at the beginning of the year they want to quit smoking. Well, the first question I'm going to ask is why, of course. And if they say, I want to quit smoking because my wife hates it, I'm sorry, it's just not going to be successful. It simply won't be successful. So we need to dig down deeper. We need to get into this idea, well, why do you want to please your wife? Right? Well, I understand that we're in a marriage, but I really want to be here for her for the long run. Amazing. And what will that do for you? What is that going to bring to you? A sense of joy, a sense of happiness, a sense of peace, accomplishment in my life, connection. Beautiful. And why do you want that? Well, I want that because I deserve it, because I care about myself, right? And then we get to the root, and the root always comes down to this idea that I love myself. And so the biggest tool that I take with that is I say, I see that this part of you that's sitting in front of me loves you and wants you to be healthy and happy and have all of those beautiful things. But we also have a little part that's sabotaging it every time you try. And so we work with these two individual parts almost as if they're separate. Now, I'm not saying schizophrenic. I'm just saying that we separate these two parts and we say this part over here holds a lot of belief systems, a lot of pain, a lot of experiences through life that are causing you to move forward in a way that's not in alignment with that health, happiness, and joy that you want to bring to yourself. And so we always work on that part. And so for anyone that's starting anything in the new year or right now, I would definitely say, look at those two sides of yourself, those two sides that are in conflict and causing you to not be able to move forward with what you want to do.
And it works. I can attest to that for sure. I was a heavy smoker at one time, and I'm glad that you brought that up. I used to smoke 4 packs a day, and I bought a pack of cigarettes at 65 cents, and I had it on my lap. I threw it out because I promised my daughter while she was in the womb that she would never, ever see me smoke. And that was my incentive for doing that. And I haven't had a cigarette in 30 years now. And very, very difficult, but it's all up here. It really is. You can't do it for anybody else. You can't tell somebody to quit. It's not going to work. They have to really convince themselves from within that this is the best thing for me to move forward and to be healthy and take that step. And it's difficult. It's not easy. I can tell you that right now.
Would you say instead of convince themselves, you say they have to want it?
Well, that's part of it.
It's a want.
And I think, and to Jeff's point, his why was his daughter, and before she was born, not seeing it. And Les Brown says it the best. And I think it's just a quote from somebody else, but he says, when your why is great enough, you can endure almost anyhow. And that's really when your why is big enough and strong enough, nothing's stopping you. Like that's my why now with what I'm doing. Nothing is going to stop me. Like I know what I'm trying to do. Nothing is going to stop me. And that's what you really need. And Jeff, that was what it was for you. Your why was more than anything, more was so she didn't. And good for you, man, for doing it.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah. I mean,
it's a hard thing.
it was
Both
more
my
than
parents
that.
have smoked my whole life.
It's more than that. I mean, my father died of lung cancer. My grandfather died of lung cancer. And they were only smoking 2 packs a day, and I was worse than them. So if I continued down that path, I wouldn't be in existence right now. I know I would have died at least 10 years ago, 15 years ago, for sure. That's a guarantee. So, you know, what I did
Or you'd
was,
be taking smoke breaks in the middle of the show.
oh yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Every picture prior to 1985, every single one, I always had a cigarette in my hand. That's how bad it was, man. Terrible, terrible.
Really?
Terrible.
Well, yeah. When you're smoking 100 cigarettes a day, you don't really have time for one not to be in your hand, to be honest with you. I mean, that's
I didn't realize it though. That's the problem. The addiction and stuff was just unbelievable. You don't realize it. It's
habit
Yeah.
there from there.
It is a habit. But your mindset was very strong, right? Yes, it was for your daughter, but there was personal benefit in that as well, right? Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm going to be able to see my daughter grow. I'm going to be there through her life, and that's going to bring me the happiness that I'm looking for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I could not agree with you more.
Yeah.
And I love that you're talking about, the mind, you got to start with there. So for people who are, let's say, if they're not even doing a resolution, they just want to do something different. What do you recommend? Because I feel like a lot of us will set like kind of like goals like, hey, I want to eat this, I want to drink this water, I want to do this, I want to accomplish this. But when does it get to a point that there's too many goals? And you should just really kind of stick to maybe a couple intangibles that you kind of slowly progress towards.
Yeah. So I would say when we notice that we're feeling overwhelmed, I have a client right now. She's amazing and she's progressing through her desire to find a stress free life really, really well. But the way that she's done that is by adding in so many things that she's burning out now. So she has changed her diet. She is exercising 6 times a week. She is speaking her truth, which is something she didn't do. And just that action alone can be so overwhelming for people, right? She is making changes at work. The list goes on, but she did all of this at once. And now her system is saying, whoa, 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 this is too much. And she's sliding back. So 1 to 2 things at a time, really get those ingrained, really get those deep down inside of you as a new habit, a new lifestyle, and then move on to the next thing, right? We don't need to change everything at once because we're not looking to do this out of a place of self-hatred, right? Of just saying, hey, I don't like who I am and I'm going to completely change everything. We're just looking to do this because we care about ourselves and because we want a lifestyle that's in alignment with that. So we move forward every day doing things that are healthy for us and good for us and more aligned with where we want to go rather than where we've been.
Where you want to go than where you've been.
Yes.
Dan, I'd kind of like to get your thoughts on that as well. Like, that this is something that I think is amazing. Like that's the one thing that attracted like your profile when we kind of connected was like, it's not about where you've been, it's like where you want to go. So like Dan, like I'd love to kind of get your thoughts on that, brother.
Yeah, it's not about the knockdown, it's about the get up.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean it's the one thing that in life I've been there without a goal, and life starts deciding where to go for you instead of you deciding where to go for it. Everything that, and I think this is why also a lot of people fail at resolutions, because they don't tie it into all of these things. They just say, hey, I got to start getting exercise, and we're just going to go get exercise. They don't tie it in to that future self, right? That future vision of yourself and your life and your family and everybody around you. That future vision is everything, right? Everything. Like I don't know if you guys have ever read Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz, but one of the best books on the planet. And he talks about that vision of yourself. And you'll never lose the weight until you change that vision of yourself. You'll never be successful until you change that vision of yourself. But it's the constant evolution of the vision. And it's always future focused. Always. I mean, anything we do is future focused. You're not going to say, oh, I'm going to get in the best shape of my life for that Tough Mudder that was 2 years ago. That was awesome. Like, I can't wait to get and hit 88, and go back in time 2 years ago to that Tough Mudder, and then I'll be in shape. Like, it just doesn't work like that. Everything's based on the future. It's just, I don't know. I'm not and this is for a long time now, I've never been a New Year's resolution guy. Like when I have an idea or when I have something I want to start doing, I just, okay, today's the 12-month marker for that. And I go. And it could be a Wednesday, it could be a Tuesday, it could be a Thursday. I won't even wait till Monday, because I've realized Monday comes around, I got a different challenge I'm facing. Then I forget that I wanted to do this, or the energy dies down, and there's all these other variables that come into play. You want to do it now. Don't wait. What? You can get an extra 15 days in at this point, 17 days in at this point, and you'll be 17 days ahead of everyone else who just jumps on the treadmill on January 2nd. Because they ain't doing it on January 1st. Everybody's hungover, right? So they're cleaning up. They're taking down their Christmas decorations. Like January 2nd's the day. So you get 18 days on them. Go.
Yeah.
Get it done.
Yeah, and the same thing, Dan, holds true for prospecting, right? Oh, I'll put it off tomorrow. Oh, I'll put it off tomorrow. Oh, I'll put it off tomorrow. Same kind of segue, right? I mean,
that's a recipe for mediocrity.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
And Clarissa, I kind of want to get your opinion, because I remember I was reading through your testimonials, and like somebody said was that they're able to let go and be themselves with you through one of their sessions. And the one thing I've kind of seen with like you and your partner Steve's journey is that you're so supportive of him and he's so supportive of you. What can we do as partners, whether it be father, a son, whatever role we're in somebody's life, colleague, anything like that, just to kind of I want to say be a better listener, or just actually take in with actually trying to like tell them what to do or give them unsolicited advice?
Yeah, that's a big one. Oh my gosh. So when we enter relationships, there's a whole list of expectations that we have on our partner and how they're going to be and how they're going to behave and how they're going to treat us and just how they're going to show up in general. And those expectations, when they are aimed at this is how I feel I deserve to be treated in a relationship, is one thing. But when we have expectations on how our partner approaches their own life, it can be a little bit challenging, and it actually sets us up for resentment, frustration, relationship disaster, we can say. All right. So I always like to say, when we approach our relationships, when we're there with our partner and we're listening to what they want and their desire, or maybe what they're struggling with, or just how they see their future going, what their goals are, we approach without judgment, and we approach with a understanding and accepting mindset. If my partner said to me that he wanted to, actually, he said this to me recently, I want to hike the Bruce Trail, and this is going to take him a month or more to complete. And it's a matter of, well, how can I support you in that? How can I help you get there? Can I join you for a week? Take the positive road rather than the fear road, right? When we take the fear road, when we take the negative approach to our partnership, it's really not us in this adult role that's taking that. It's that self-sabotaging part that steps in the way of us losing the weight, quitting the smoking, and doing all the things that we want to do. Because when we get in a partnership, we all want to join a partnership that's loving, supportive, and accepting.
That's a crazy thing about DJ. Like, I'd love to kind of get your thoughts on that, because yourself and your Maggie, right? You guys kind of go through it with kids and things like that, and like your own personal goals. But how important is it as having such a support for Maggie?
So she nailed it. Clarissa, you are so smart, but you nailed it with the expectations. I think what we do, and it's twofold. I think we have expectations of ourselves that we never really say, or we never really tell our partners that we have for ourselves. But then even worse is I think we have expectations for them that we never even say. I think that goes for business. I think that goes all over. But just talking about partners, I think we have expectations, but if we don't tell the other person, how can we expect anything? And so, I mean, the first key is to really talk. So you really have to be fully transparent and fully open. And that's where me and Maggie, it's been amazing, and it's been quite a journey to go through. Especially, I mean, being divorced, I got married young, had kids young. Again, it's like I've lived two lives already, and I'm 42. But married twice, going through that, and long term, it's really making those crystal clear, whatever those expectations are. First off, for your partner or whoever you're in business with, your employees, your managers, whoever, make them crystal clear. But then also, like, be clear on your expectations that you have for yourself and why you're even expecting that. I think that's the thing that me and Maggie have really been able to do. She knows I have a crazy vision of life, and I'm living in a future vision already of this life and designing it kind of the way that it's going. But she doesn't have to do that, and that's okay. And it's just having that understanding that, look, this is what I'm doing. You're doing it. We're together, and we have to work together. But yeah, it's just being clear with those expectations, I think.
Absolutely.
On top of that, DJ, there's a comparison piece, right? If we're comparing ourselves and our progress and our successes to our partner, then of course we're going to be joining that relationship with resentment, right?
Yeah.
Perfect example. Steve and I were at the gym this morning. This is the first time we had ever been to the gym together. And for me, the gym is kind of an uncomfortable place. But he was like, I'm coming with you and we're going to compete. And I was like, damn it, Steve.
Prefer the cold plunge better.
Yeah. So he's a runner. He's run 100-kilometer marathons in one day. Like, he's fantastic. And so he comes on the treadmill next to me and I'm like 20 minutes max. But if I was in a place that was negative, that was not supportive, I would have seen that and I would have taken that against myself. I would have said, he's doing better than me. You know, screw him, being honest. And I'm just going to shut down at this point. And then that's just a cycle in our relationship that's negative. So we don't have to be the same person. We just have to support each other and whoever in who they want to be and wherever they want to go.
Truth.
Exactly. Yes. Amen.
That's my buddy Steve. You know, Steve's awesome. Like, if anybody is not seen, like I said, he has a book.
Hey, there he is.
He has a journal. Check it out on Amazon, and it's a great book. You know, not a great book. Sorry, it's a great journal for me to write my thoughts in. I think that's what's the most important thing, right? Because, like, my wife and I would say we're complete opposites in terms of what we like to do and things like that. But it's just having an understanding why. When I do my dog adoption events, I kind of tell my wife, like, the day of, like, hey, I'm gonna go do a dog adventure, and then she'll be like, yeah, go do your thing, and so support in that way. And I like that we're talking about supportive partners, because I feel like the journey alone is just very lonely. You know, if you're trying, especially if you're trying to do change, you're looking at like books like Atomic Habits. You're just trying to be 1% better every single day. And Clarissa, you are a mental health coach with a hockey team, a local hockey team, and you've got young gentlemen who they're figuring out life, right? They're going through different things. They're going through school, finding out girls, or whatever they fancy, or just kind of navigating through life themselves. What are some things that you kind of share with them to understand that, hey, you have all these cars you want to take, but basically kind of stay in the moment and be your best true self?
Yeah. So the biggest topic that we've touched on lately has been the idea of personal power. And I think that's a huge one as it relates to every aspect of our life. So the biggest example that we used for outlining personal power, we'll say, is when you're driving down the road and somebody cuts you off. What are you going to do? Right? What are you going to do? Are you going to hand them your power and say, you get to choose that I'm going to be angry the rest of the day because you cut me off? Or are you going to hold that personal power close and say, have a great day? Right? I hope that whatever was causing you to drive like a maniac gets resolved. Send them a little bit of love and move on with your day. That's the most powerful position that you can be in. And then we relate that to hockey. And I brought this topic up because we played a game where there's far too many penalties. And I understand why we had so many penalties. The refs were being watched by the higher POWs, but still unnecessary. So then we talked about the idea of the other team, right? The other team, their coach goes, yeah, go chirp that guy. He does. And we blow up and they get a penalty and then they score, right? The other team scores. And so it's just unnecessary. So let's say you're skating across the ice and the other team comes and they start chirping you. Well, who's powerful in that situation? Are you powerful by keeping it to yourself and saying, I'm going to skate away? Or are you powerful by punching the guy or smashing his head off the ice? Let's be real. You're in a more powerful position if you walk away instead of giving them exactly what they wanted, which was the penalty. So that's a big topic that we talk about. And personal power is huge, right? We give it away in so many instances. We give it away every time we live in the past. This person that did something to us, this person that harmed us, this person who cut me off again, they get my power, and I'm going to sit here feeling angry, sad, victim mentality simply because something happened to me in the past. You have my power. Or we harness it now and we say, I'm moving forward strong. The past is gone.
Exactly.
I love that.
Yeah, it's a banger because you know we're often, even in the shower, you think about that conversation that you should have won like 2 years ago. You know, like you think of like the comebacks and things like that. And you know, Dan, I love that you mentioned that. You know, when you were taking like your morning, you take your 4 to 6 minutes to yourself, and you kind of prepare yourself for the day. And you know, like you're giving yourself that power, the personal power, right? And I think it's just a true testament of. I don't know, for everybody kind of watching here, for myself, it's amazing to hear these things, and internally you kind of know about these things already, but to hear it vocalized and hear it maybe from a different person, it's just been so powerful. I'd love to get everybody's kind of thoughts. Like, what do you guys kind of think?
I agree. So Clarissa, so this is back to Lisa had shared a message about being in line at school and about patience and wanting to talk about patience. And I think this has a lot to do with that same thing. But, you know, one of the greatest examples that really helped me with what Clarissa's saying, which is the power and giving that power. I love how you shared that. I think that's even better than what Bruce Lee is such a badass. It's easy to use anything he said as like, oh, well, that's how you'd be really a badass and cool. And so that's why I love, he's all about being calm, and calm is a superpower. And it's being able to calm that, what I called that Tasmanian devil that I feel inside of me, which is back to that, what Lisa said with patience, is once you can control that no matter what the outcome is. And it's really just always it's living in the gray. It's finding that understanding, like somebody cutting you off. Well, maybe think of the worst case situation. And that's how I do it. That's how I am able to kind of give them grace right away. What if they just got a call that their mom just died or their son just died? Or, I mean, the worst situation possible. You don't know why that person hung up on you because they're pissed, or, you know, or cut you off because of this, or did this. They might have something even worse than just that little trigger that triggered you to then go into this. And again, with what Clarissa said, that's the best way. You just gave them your power. By that affecting you, you just said, here you go. I can't control anything anymore. It's yours. And that's, man, that is insane. So thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. I'm glad you like that.
I did.
Dan, you're on mute, brother.
They cut you off. 30 seconds after they cut you off, they forgot all about it. So you've allowed them to control your day, and they're not even aware of it. They're like going about their business. They're doing whatever they're going to do. They're blah, blah, blah. And you're like, oh my God. And you're at the water cooler at 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Everybody in your office is like, did I tell you about that jerk that cut me off? And it's like, this jerk is at his office going, hey, yeah, high five. Not oblivious that he's in control. He or she is in control of your day. It's crazy.
But he just rented a ton of space up here for a long time. Space for free up there for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Steve says, do you remember the Zig Ziglar one where he tells a story about a kid kicking his dog, and a series of unfortunate circumstances started with the CEO and ending with a kid kicking his dog? Yes. And then where the guy comes out of his office and says, I can do my job better than all of you. And yeah. I forget what it was, but it was a good one.
Can share that with us. Clarissa, it's amazing. Every time you come on, it's truly impactful. But there's something I do want. Obviously, you're going to plug everything and how people can get a hold of you. But there's something that I want you to talk about a little bit. I heard you're doing a little fundraiser with a local coffee shop, and I'd love to hear about it because it's what I'm all about. But I'd love to hear about it.
Yes, so I am. I am up here in Midland, and so we have a little coffee shop called Grounded Coffee Co. And I actually go there almost every day before my cold plunge. And so, what I'm doing is for next week, from the 19th to the 23rd, every morning, between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., I'm going to be taking a tally of the amount of hot drinks that were sold. And then for each drink, I'll be donating 50 cents to the Midland OSPCA to go to all of those furry friends that are in need of a little bit of love this Christmas season. So, yeah, if you
Good for
can,
you.
come on
That's
up to Midland. We've got some great local shopping and lots of beautiful, beautiful people and shops and all of that. So,
That's
My
amazing.
father-in-law and mother-in-law are up in Midland. I love
oh,
Midland.
yeah.
Such a great place.
So
Yeah.
you got to send them to buy
Chinatown
all the
machine.
coffee, Dan. You gotta make sure every
Mhm.
morning from the 19th to the 23rd,
Yeah.
they're buying coffees for everybody. So
Yeah.
that's what kind of see, right? And Midland, Ontario, and Clarissa, I always find value. All of us always find value. How can people get a hold of you?
So the best way to get a hold of me is either through email or on Instagram. My email is info@simcohypnosis.com, or Instagram is just @simcohypnosis. We've got a
Or
lot
go
of
to the
new
coffee
things.
shop.
Or go to the coffee shop. I'm pretty much always there as well.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a lot of new things coming up in the new year, a lot of new discussions, we'll say, getting on stage, doing some chatting. So I'll be posting a lot about different things that I'm talking about.
Well, we got to have you again in the new year. It's truly a pleasure to honestly have you. So thank you so much. And yeah, enjoy your Christmas holidays. And looking forward to seeing the cold plunge with you and Steve later.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
All right, take care.
Yes.
Boys,
Oh, that
boys, we deliver, man. Except for Mr.
Look at,
Izzy over there.
yeah, I don't know, Jeff,
He's
Jeff is
he's talking to his elves. You know, they got a
Santa
yeah,
was
he's,
busy
he's
with
directing
the elves.
traffic.
Yeah,
for Christmas.
he was directing the elves.
He's doing a little
He's
spinner
directing the
action,
elves.
spinneroo action as he's talking. Now he's got the hands going. He's Italian, New Jersey.
from there. But you know, boys,
Oh, I love how she listen, guys. Don't give away your power. Take her advice. Don't give away that power. Don't let it. Oh, that was power. That was good. That was so good.
yeah, I think even for me, it's like it's always kind of, you know, boys, I kind of want to open a discussion a little bit. You know, for me, growing up, it was always kind of like that man up kind of like in like Dan was saying, like cowboy up or cowgirl down. It's this, you know, it just kind of live in that society where like men aren't able like to talk about their feelings and
Mhm.
stuff, and kind of like bottle that stuff. And you know, like my dad is the greatest man in the world, but like I don't remember often telling him I love you, dad, as opposed to like I love you, mom, right? And things like that. And it's just like to hear these things, and it's like, holy shit, I wish I had this when I was a kid, and I couldn't imagine what it's like being a kid these days. As Santa is making his entrance back in here from the North Pole. But boys, like it's her stuff brings tons of value to all of us here. Jeff, I kind of want to get kind of your thoughts on just everything she said, because I feel like she resonated, especially with like the smoking part that you guys were talking about.
What the? Are you there? Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. It wasn't
Totally
me.
heard you.
Something popped up on my screen and I hit the wrong one, so my internet did not go down. Sorry. No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the power of the mind and how to control that. You know, when things come up and how to adjust your life by doing the right things at the right time. You don't have to wait to do them. If you think about them and they need to be taken care of right now, do it. You know, like you said, Dan, just go about and get it done. There's no reason to be a procrastinator. You know, if it means so much, especially when it comes to health, don't wait on that. You know, if you feel really bad and you know that something's affecting you inside, Dan, you go and you get it checked out, you know, and it kind of removes the burden from your shoulder, whether or not it's good or bad. At least you know something, right? And you can take care of it right then and there. But if you procrastinate, it could get a lot worse. And those are the things that you want to avoid at all costs. So, yeah, absolutely.
Well, and a great recommendation for a book for with that concept of just starting right away is the 5-second rule. Mel Robbins' 5-second rule. I mean, just whenever I know I'm supposed to do something, I use that all the time. If I know, like, hold on, why am I doing this right now? I'm wasting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom, and then I just do. Okay, this is what actually I'm supposed to do, and then I just do it. And when you really start to make that a habit, it's insane. You can really kind of get yourself back on track because again, we're humans. Sure.
And
There's so many distractions everywhere.
We all make mistakes.
Now, the same distraction 3 times is a choice.
Yes, I forgot that you said that, but now that you said it, refreshed. I remember that. That was number. Yeah, I love that. I think that.
Which you don't change, you choose. I love it. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when you choose, you only.
I don't know.
Boom.
Got 2 choices.
Choose what makes you happy. Just 2 choices. That's right.
That's it, man. You either do it or not, and then you live by your choice. That's it, man.
Yeah, and then the beautiful thing is you change it with the very next choice.
Yeah, exactly. I love Carissa, man. She's awesome.
Right back on track.
Yep. From there, and we're almost halfway done. Halfway done the show. I'd love to get your guys' kind of thoughts on it. I've been having the time of my life personally. I think this has been amazing to shoot the shit with all of you guys and learn quite a bit. And I know for me, my big aha moment is going to be when I'm rewatching this, and being able to be like, okay, well, these are the little nuggets from every single person because it's been amazing, gents.
Always. Yep. That's why
my thrill for this every year is how easy it is to put together. It's just, and we look at the people out mid-December, a lot of stuff going on for a lot of people. And everybody's like, yeah, definitely, I'll come out. For sure, I'll do it. I think that's the coolest part of it all.
It is.
It's a full day of gratitude, a full day of mindset, a full day of
personal
how can we be better people. And everybody wants to help. And that to me is the best. Right? I always find the higher you go up, the nicer people are anyways, right?
That's
so
the truth.
People
that's the God honest truth. I mean, my guest this afternoon, I know he is beyond busy and he gets pulled in all directions. And for him to do that, for me, I am beyond grateful. I really am. It's don't talk to him much, but when we do, we get along. And I just asked and I said, hey, can you do something like this? And he said, absolutely,
Well, that's some of the best friends too. Is when
it is. And I'll tell you
all
what.
Of a sudden you talk to them and like time's never gone. It's
I'll tell you what. DJ and I tried to get him on in the beginning of the year and things just happened. And I know it could have happened, today. And so I am absolutely fortunate, man. I am looking so forward to this, man. And I know it's going to bring so much platinum to everybody out there. It's going to be amazing. I keep on pushing it because I know him. I know his capabilities. And it's going to be a mind-blowing segment for sure.
Jeff, what's your thoughts on the 2:00 slot? You got any thoughts?
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, I
Ryan,
love data, man. I love data.
Is he talking about Bret Hart?
Sorry?
Bret Hart.
Yes.
Hey, you're a wrestling guy, right, Ryan? Is he talking about? Is he talking about? Is he talking about Bret Hart? Steve, do you see Steve's comment? Is he talking about Bret Hart? Is that Bret the Hitman he's talking about?
No,
Bret the Hitman.
Yes. Yeah. Bret the Hitman Hart. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, boys? If I could switch my camera, I literally got a Bret Hart poster right here. But it's so true, Bret Hart. I think Bret Hart had a stroke. He had a stroke, and so I want to talk about how things get fragile as we're kind of a great segue into that. So everybody knows Bret Hart, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. He didn't retire on his own terms. Basically, he got kicked in the head and he got a concussion. He was forced out. What are your guys' kind of thoughts on unfinished business or not finishing on your own terms, just whether it be personal or professionally?
I think it's a huge cake to eat. It's a huge thing to swallow. especially in something like Bret Hart, because it was a male ego dominated thing. When it comes to wrestling, like you talk to any wrestler, it was like, you know, the whole idea of wrestling was like the male ego, the dominating, the winning.
Steroids.
You know, you look at guys that yeah, well, I mean that too. I mean, most of them have died from heart attacks and all that from all the roid use. But you know, I think you look at anybody in that kind of career, right? You look at anybody up and coming into the big leagues, football, basketball, doesn't matter where it is. When their careers end prematurely or end before they decide they want to retire, it's a big pill to swallow, right? You look at Magic Johnson, probably prime example. His career ended because of his HIV.
Yeah.
Right. And then nobody wanted to play with him. Then he came back. Then he retired. Then he came back. Then he retired. It was like never the same. And then he finally, I watched the documentary. He finally said, when I accepted it on my own terms, that's when I was like, okay, I'm good with retiring. I think you have to accept it. Always accept it on your own terms. You know, like you talk about Bret Hart, my brother. They figure he had cancer for close to 5 years, never got it checked out, ended up killing him in 67 days after he found out. Right? And it's funny you asked that, because my first question to the doctor when I flew out to Edmonton was, if you would have found this 5 years ago, would it have been curable? And he goes, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
And my brother knew something was wrong. And I won't get into those details, but he knew it for 5 to 6 years before he did anything about it. You know, you look at Brett, he had stage 2, no big deal. His brother waited, and by the time he went, he had stage 4. You know what I mean? Like this is like real.
Yeah.
It's your life. And you know, you can't wait on things. Got to get it done.
Got to.
You got to get it done. And you know what? If your career ends prematurely, whatever career it is, it's a big pill to swallow, but there's something else waiting for you.
Well, Dan, I love that you brought up Magic Johnson, because that's a perfect segue into it. Because everybody who doesn't know, when he left the league, he's a close to a billionaire right now, because what he did is that he invested in 5 Guys. He's a LA Dodgers owner, co-owner. So he had to find a business after the life. When you look at a typical lifespan of a professional athlete, they're really only playing in the league maybe 5-10 years at most. You got the LeBron James, Michael Jordan, but they've got to like factor out these guys are retired by like 30. So think about that, right? Us in our 30s, we've got to figure out the next part of our life. And there's like documentaries of them going broke or like starting new businesses and things like that. And, you know, having all these conversations that we're just learning to not take anything for granted, right? Because we don't know what can happen with, like, you know, Jeff, you and I, we never really knew each other, but then we got together, and like it's a part of our daily routine. We love this. We genuinely love having these type of conversations. So yeah, just don't take anything for granted, you know. And Dan, thank you for sharing that story of your brother, because you know it's something that the stories that you share with us is for us to like learn and like take what we take from it as well, even when it comes to like your sales training and things like that. You know, it's like, I've been through this is what you can learn from it, right? And like Jeff, like if I knew anybody who's kind of going through addiction, I could be like, well, I know a friend who went through a situation like this. So it's cool to, I think everybody, and DJ will agree, is like, always share your story. Like, it doesn't matter if no one's listening or not, always share it, man.
Yep.
Yeah, you never know what it's gonna, I mean, there's always somebody out there that needs to hear your story.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. There's somebody out there that needs to hear your story. And they need it now. They need it today. Not tomorrow, not January 1st. They need it today. So if you want to go out and start podcasting, or you want to go out and start vlogging, do it now.
Well,
We're about to go on lunch break. Post the
Don't
video
wait.
after the lunch break.
Yeah, do it after. Well, look at this, right? Lisa said
and
she had.
Don't try to find the hot topic either. Write what you want to write about. Talk from your heart and passion, and just be true. Do what you want to talk about. That's
Don't
it.
fake
Well,
it to make it, man.
that's the only way authenticity shines. Like, you can pick the hottest topic and know nothing about it and have an opinion about it. But if you're authentic and you talk about what matters to you, and you have empathy and you're willing to open up. That's what people want.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
People want to learn from somebody that's authentic and not just blowing smoke up your ass. You know, like Ryan, you said it earlier. You know, you think Grant Cardone is a fraud.
Right.
A lot of people think Grant Cardone is a fraud. The guy has a certain style, but a lot of people love him. His message gets to the people that it resonates with.
Exactly.
Everyone's message will get to the person it resonates with. Do I particularly like Grant Cardone? He's okay. I like certain parts of his book. I think they're awesome. Other parts, I'm like, yeah, not a chance would I use that technique. But that's what it is.
That's him,
right?
yeah.
Do I like Brendan Burchard? 1000%. Do I like Frank Kern? Yeah. Do I like Russell Brunson? Yeah. Like, but their messages only resonate with certain people.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the people they don't resonate with are not their ideal clients anyway, so they don't care. Same thing with us in business.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey,
you know, Ryan's going to resonate with people that deal with dogs,
right,
that like animals, that like dogs. Ryan's just going to resonate with them better because he loves them. Doesn't mean Ryan can't do business with somebody that doesn't like dogs.
No.
But his story is going to resonate more with people that do. That's just what it is. You know, I talked to you a million times about my buddy that doesn't sell. He likes baseball.
Yeah.
That's his niche.
That's
He goes to work and talks about baseball all day long. Not a bad career to make $2 million in GP a year.
Right?
Yeah.
That's not
it.
too shad dibbly.
No. I mean, think about it, right? I mean, it happens to each and every one of us. We're loved, we're hated, despised of. I mean, we're not going to be everybody's, friend. I mean, it just happens that's your life. That's what makes your life special, is that it gives you the ability to make those choices of who you want in your life and why, and what do they do for you and what do you do for others. I mean, that's just it. Don't fake it to make it. Be yourself, and you will attract the people that belong in your inner circle. All outcasts, keep them out there, man. They're not going to do you any bit of good.
Yeah, and I think,
100%.
and I like to say that because, like, we have the choice. I mean, we have the power of the choice, and as Steve kind of mentions here, like, I appreciate that, man. I love that, man. It's he's right. By the way, this is my man cave. This is not my bedroom, so it would be a little bit weird if I had Bret Hart over the bed.
Bret Hart over the
That would
bed.
be really
I love wrestling, but I don't love wrestling that much. But it's a great conversation that you guys got brought up here, because there is a logistics manager.
Ryan had to make sure everybody understood that.
Yeah. I had to get that. A little bit weird. I got a certain persona to maintain. I'm kind of like the cool,
That's right. Yeah. He can,
suave.
Not lying in bed going, "Good night, Brett."
Yeah, exactly. Love you. We should do MTV Cribs. We'll do an MTV Cribs episode. But it's where I was gonna go with this. But there is actually a logistics manager on LinkedIn. I won't say his name, but we just talk about wrestling. Like, honestly, we just DM each other about wrestling. I will probably never want to he's just not in I don't want to talk anything with that, but we don't talk about business. We never talk about business. And technically, when you think about it, I should technically be trying to sell to him because he's a logistics manager. He has freight. It might be a fit, but no, I just want to talk wrestling with this guy. And we just have a good time. Maybe some will happen down the road, but that's not my intention at all. And that's where the conversations are different with everybody, because, DJ is going to resonate with somebody who's just about positive vibes, right? If he talks to somebody and they're like, "Oh man, I hate life. It was such a crappy day." And you find out that it's self-inflicted rather than everything's happening to you, not for you. And it's just going to, and if Dan's like, somebody comes in and is like, "Hey, I'm going to start New Year's resolution." Dan's going to be like, "Screw this person. I'm going to go talk to some people. Get started now." And, start right now. And if Jeff talks to somebody and be like, "You know what, I'm busy from 2 to 3 o'clock today," he's gonna be like, "Screw you, you're missing the greatest hour on broadcast TV with his buddy Greg Melton," right? So you got to resonate.
Guaranteed. It's just like the relationship.
It really goes. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, it's like the relationship that I have with John Brewer. I don't have any intentions on doing business with him. If he asked me, we'd have a conversation. But I don't. I love John. I have no intentions. We're just friends. We bounce things off each other, and it's that kind of relationship. It's It's a good relationship. You don't always have to be in that sell mode, man. You don't have to be that way. Just be you, man. That's all. That's it.
And I think
when you know your worth and your value, then you just need to find the people who see that same worth and value. You have to know yourself. I mean, there's that post that people have shared about a car, old beat up car. I've shared it. And it's, it's like a real old Corvette or something like that, and gives it to his daughter, and it tells his daughter to take it to a car dealership, take it here, take it there, and then take it to a collector's.
Yes.
And the collectors see value in it because they actually know what it is, and they're not just looking at it for what they think it is, or what it looks like. And that's really the key. I mean, find the people who see the same value that you see in yourself, and don't settle for anything less. Don't.
Nope.
And that's
absolutely.
Jeff, as you kind of mentioned too, we talk about inner circles quite a bit, and you just got to kind of surround yourself with people that want to do. But I know we're kind of getting close to lunch and things like that, and I want to get DJ, because I know DJ might have to leave and stuff like that. But DJ, tell everybody, man, what do you got kind of planned for 2023? What do you kind of I know you got a big lunch today and things like that, but what can we expect from you next year?
Yeah. So hopefully, do have some things in the works for. I can't do the weekly daily show like you guys have going on here. Unfortunately, that's why I had to walk away. But you guys are killing it. So props to you guys. Jeff, again, I can't give you enough props. You kept this thing together, this train on tracks when it started to get a little crazy. So props to you for sure, man. But no really problem, might be doing a once a week. There actually some talks. I have me with some other guys doing a once a week live show. That's on the horizon. There's also some talks of another kind of not live, not like this show, but just something we release separately, just talking about some things and life and business and just feeding the good wolf. My whole mission really to this point is feeding the good wolf. I didn't really realize.
For people who don't know, can you actually tell us the story? Tell us that actual story, because
So I'll give a little kind of quick background to it all and why it led me to this point. We all do it. Anybody out there who's beating yourself up, stop beating yourself up. I've beat myself up. I'm my own worst critic. I did not realize how bad of a critic I was to myself. Born and raised Catholic my whole life. I am not Catholic now. Nothing against that. Nothing against anybody who is. Just I've seen different views of it. Going to private school my whole life. I don't know anybody who's on who has went to private school. Obviously, being with Maggie, I got to see a complete difference to the public school versus private school way. Yep. Credits were different. It was college prep where I went, college. We had more, and we always were learning the Bible, learning something of Jesus. I mean, there's always a class of Christianity, Bible, Catholicism, whatever. I struggled with that because I seen people, and this goes to the point of kind of what we talked to earlier. Church. I seen people going to church, but then not being nice when they were not at church. So why are you only nice or pretending to do something when you go here, but then you go out here and you're just so mean and terrible and doing these things? Like that doesn't. That's not what this is about. It's not you're not washing yourself from doing these bad things. And so I had this internal struggle for a long time of, okay, what is this? And then ended up throughout my working in school, I got introduced to different, and was always interested in history, interested in just people, really, is what I figured out. It was more what makes people do what they do. Why does this person do that? Why is this person taking advantage of all these people and they know it, but they don't care? Why? So I always lived with this deep curiosity for what inside is going on with me. And why do I feel like this sometimes? Why do these people do this? Why don't I ever think that I can do that? Why did I used to do this? And then it wasn't until hearing the story of the good wolf, and that was really where it was like, okay, why don't they explain this in church? Why don't they explain this in everything else? Why don't they just make it so simple? And that's where I think, like, we as humans, we try to really make things a lot more difficult than it has to be. It really is just as simple. Every religion, whatever religion, I don't care what God you look up to, they tell you to do good things, and just, again, the golden rule, do unto others as you want done to you. Treat others how you want to be treated. If that's the only rule that everything matters, then this is what it is. And that's where it really was like, okay, that makes sense to me. Bad wolf, good wolf. This is protecting me, my brain, and then I take it deeper. This devil, God. This, and so we all, now it makes sense. Every single one of us has this, and we have that. Every single one of us, if you've studied the things of Dr. Bruce Lipton with energy, he's big of energy. We have so much energy through us. I mean, a 110 line that would kill you, we're way bigger than that if you actually magnified and amplified all the energy that we actually have, positive and negative. Well, where's positive and negative energy come from? Well, negative, positives. Okay, so now we're all the same. So people are the same. Nothing matters. We all have a heart. We all have a brain. It's all causing us to do the same things. So just listen to this more, the good wolf. The more you feed those good feelings, happiness, giving, fulfillment, value, all the good things that is, and there's always an equal and opposite reaction, just like relationships, though. Opposites attract. We have inside of us the opposites that are constantly going. And that's where it was like, okay, now I understand. The good wolf, I just need to focus on this. And then it was really, honestly, that's why it sucks that we're missing this guy today. This is where really then tied the story of the good wolf, bad wolf together. Because then it was, okay, so I keep making these bad choices, though. I keep feeding the good wolf different times throughout the day. I'm feeding the good wolf. Why am I doing this? What's wrong with me? Why can't I just not do that? And then it was, I know why. Because I'm human. Because we make 40,000 choices a day. We're gonna make bad choices. Again, this. So you make a bad choice, just think about what you did. Stop. Don't beat yourself up. Don't destroy yourself. We're all human. We all have the same battle going on inside of us. So now forgive everybody the same way that we have to forgive ourselves. They might be feeding the bad wolf. We might be feeding the bad wolf. Understand that. Accept it. Stop. And just make the right next choice to feed the good wolf. And that was really where I was like, okay, holy cow. Now I get what's going on inside of me. Now I get why I have all these crazy feelings. Now I get why I'm unsettled in certain places and certain things. And it was really just that story and hearing Matthew McConaughey again. All right. But he gave that speech, and it was those quick 10-minute videos like you like to listen to as well, Ryan. And I heard it one time. I saved it on YouTube, and I listened to it over and over and over and over again, because it was like, wow. That's it. That's what Catholic is really trying to teach. That one. This religion's trying to teach. This religion's trying to teach. All these religions are trying to teach is just this. To make it easy. We're all the same. We got a good wolf and a bad wolf inside of us. They're constantly fighting. They're going to. We're trying to survive. This is trying to survive us. It's not bad. It's really there to save us. It's really there to protect us in certain things. But it's the more we listen to this, the more we follow that. And that's where our passion comes from. That's where our purpose comes from. That's where our why. I mean, that's why Jeff was able to stop smoking. My parents smoked their whole lives. They didn't see, and again, not that they're bad people, but that wasn't it wasn't big enough in their heart to say, because of my kids, I'm going to stop doing this. For Jeff, it was enough that that's it. This is done. My grandpa, same thing. My grandpa was a drinker and smoker his whole life. My dad has crazy stories about it, did a lot of crazy things, especially with alcohol. And but I think it was in the age of 50, he just said, done. And literally just boom, that was it. Stopped everything cold turkey. He was done. And you have to want to in the end. That's what I learned. The biggest thing of this story to me is, And that's why I share you versus you a lot. In the end, life is just us against us. Like, we're here on our own missions, our own journeys. We have our own path and things that we're supposed to learn. We're going to find people. Some of our family's going to be there because they share the vision. Most of them are not. Some of our close friends we grew up with are going to share it. Most of them are not. They'll still be there, but we always need people. We always need somebody to help us fight this, because it's always going on inside of us. And so when you surround yourself with those people who think like you, feel like you, like Jeff, you have big hearts, see your value. You guys, I mean, you guys here, when you surround yourself, it was literally, I mean, a year and a half ago, I was lost. I was completely lost. I'm sure a lot of people watching this, COVID, I mean, that changed everything for me. It was like, hold on, okay, why am I doing this? What am I doing? What do I want to do? I'm not happy with anything right now. What is going on? And so it was like this whole journey. But really what saved me was a year and a half ago, I looked at Maggie and I said, I need to find other people that think like I do, because I feel very lost right now. I feel like I am chasing and feeling these things, but nobody else is understanding what the hell I'm talking about. And I am like losing my mind. And so literally I joined BNI, started networking there. Dan reached out to me. We started doing the show, and then boom, that was it. Then Dan pushed me, which thank for Dan for pushing me to kind of find guests, but it was him pushing me to find guests, that it was okay, well, shit, I got to do this. So now I started networking. I met Steve Spiral Schmidt. I met, Nick Romier. I met all of these people that now have really just made me realize I'm not crazy. I just needed to find the people who, when internally I was fighting against myself this whole time, but I was hoping for these other people to help me against myself, and they couldn't, because they weren't going through the same things.
And I think, and thank you for sharing that, DJ. That's amazing to think about, because, it's, with Lisa kind of saying, like, you want to be that first in the cycle, right? Like, even for myself, like, I want to be like the first millionaire in my family, right? You want to break those generational, those things that came to you, right? And, like, what I love about Jeff is that, he always tells a story, and he's always an open book, and when he's talking about those things, like his first year of business, he could have been like, screw this, I'm done, like $9,000, I'm not going to do this anymore. And like, he just had that, we talked about it yesterday in detail on the show, like that grit and that determination to be like, I'm going to see this through, I'm going to make this kind of happen. Right. So I think Lisa kind of brings up my favorite quote.
Lisa does it with, I learned that from this guy right here, Ryan. That came from you. I use it all the time. I give you props every time, though. Travis, awesome. For sure.
All right, Jeff, any kind of final thoughts before we head off to lunch here, grab some food, and then come back?
Hey, the only thing I can say is thank you, DJ, my friend, for joining us this morning. I know you're a very busy man, and I personally appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we got to have you on, man. Maybe come on Friday or something like that if you're free.
Yeah.
Let's bring it back.
The DJ Power Hour.
Yeah, the DJ Power Hour. We got that with Santa Claus. So, thanking everybody so far.
I was thinking about 3 minutes with the Good Wolf on TikTok. I was thinking about doing that. So maybe DJ Power Hour. I like that.
Add me on that.
There you go.
So everybody, thank you so much for coming out this morning. We still got the whole day. We're gonna be taking a lunch break now, but when we come back, we're hitting you with some amazing guests. We got Brian Byro, we got Dean Crook, and then we got the Power Hour with the man, the myth, the legend, Greg T. Weldon. It's going to be a Power Hour of supply chain data, and then we're going to have Nicole Glenn, amazing person. Everybody sees her all over on LinkedIn and everything like that. And then we got Nick Redstone coming in, Dan's old buddy, and then we're going to finish off with India Brown telling us about video marketing, my personal favorite. So everybody, go grab your lunch, drink some water, and maybe the Bodacious Cowboy. I know we might have an outfit change. I don't know. I'm treating this like the Oscars, but
I don't know. It's going to get real this afternoon, so I may have to do a change.
There we go. All right, boys. See everybody in an hour. We're looking forward to it.
Adios.
Right, all right, all right, all right. We got Dano to come
Right,
back in
all
here
right, all
soon.
right.
Looking good, man. Looking sharp. I figured I'd do a little bit of a wardrobe change myself.
There you
As
go.
we got the man. We got Dano coming back in here, man. Just Dan, nice to see you,
There he
buddy.
is.
Yeah,
I
Dan,
don't think my audio is working here, boys.
we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
There we go. Now I hear you.
All right. All right.
All right.
All
Oh,
right.
nice little
all
door, a little
right.
sideway door there. Little trap door, he's got the all right, Dano, take us in, buddy.
All right. So did you end the countdown early?
Yeah, we got to end. We said we'd be at 1 o'clock, and we want to be respectful of Brian's time. He's somebody that we don't want to be late.
Well, we've got the amazing Brian Byro, America's Breakthrough Coach, and we're going to talk about the ROI of kindness. I think we kind of touched base on this just a little before lunch, talking about it, but Brian's going to bring it home here. So, Brian, thank you again, my man, for being here.
Well, this is better than a partridge in a pear tree. I'm excited to be with you. I love it. I love this time of year, and it's such a perfect time to talk about kindness, because I think one of the reasons that we all love the holiday season is a time of kindness. It's a time of giving, a time of gratitude, a time of love, a time of joy. And so it's kind of the perfect topic.
And we were saying before
Absolutely.
break, imagine what would happen if everybody pretended it was Christmas all year long and treated people like it was Christmas all year long, what the world would be like. It would be unreal.
It would be. And that's one of the reasons that I wrote this book, was that I wanted to write a book that exposed that possibility is not only something that would be nice in business and in life. And this is essentially focused first and foremost on bringing the idea of kindness into the business world, but to also point out that it works, that it's not just a nice, that it actually is something that has a tremendous positive impact on your business, whether you're a single carrier, whether you're a single person doing your job as a one person business, or whether you're part of a giant firm, and anywhere in between. What we're going to find out as we talk about this today is that kindness is much more than just a nice. It's a must if you want to maximize the long-term success of your business, if you want to maximize your relationship, both internally and externally.
I love it. So let's dive right in. Let's
do this.
Cool. Well, I love you guys. Just let me have the playing field, so I'm going to start running with it. And this book is called The ROI of Kindness, the Return on Investment of Kindness. And the fun of that title is to bring out this simple point. Most of us have been conditioned to look at in business that business is about, and sometimes being sort of ruthless, that it's about being tough, that it's about that there's really no place for quote unquote soft things like kindness in business. And I wanted to point out, after doing some very extensive research about and asking the question that says, is that true? Is it true that, it's a dog eat dog world, that it's, you got to be tough out there? And what I found was that, whoa, that is old news and wrong conditioning. It's the result of years and years and years of old conditioning. And that in fact, that kindness in so many ways is the most powerful tool that you have to build a long-term successful business in every aspect. I'll just give you a few of them. A study was done by McKinsey, so a big research firm, over a long period, 11 years. And what they wanted to do was measure stock growth. So the value of a company to its investors over that 11-year period, looking at two things: companies that focused on kindness, that focused on quote unquote the soft skills, as opposed to companies did not. And this will blow you guys away. It blew me away when I did the research on it. In an 11-year period, so that's cumulative over 11 years, companies that are more of that old-fashioned dog-eat-dog type of mentality, that type of culture, because what we're talking about is the culture. and your culture eats strategy for breakfast. But those companies that have that old-fashioned way of looking at things like kindness and service and all those kinds of things grew 74% grand total over an 11-year period. Those few companies that focus on kindness as a key ingredient, the core, the very centerpiece of their culture, their profit growth over that same 11-year period was 901%.
Wow.
So 901% versus 74%. So we'll say this often in this call today, kindness works. I'll give you another one. This is a fun one. We're all interested in your business, in my business, every business. One of the major areas we are concerned about is turnover, is retaining and keeping great people.
Yeah.
But one industry is probably the most valuable one to study because it is by far their biggest challenge area, and that is the quick service food, fast food industry. So I want to ask you guys all a question. This is fun. What would you guess is the annual turnover rate in the whole quick service food industry? Just make a guess. I want to hear your guesses.
93%.
80%.
Any others?
I'm gonna say, so I worked McDonald's was my first job, so I'll be really quick. People didn't leave, so I'm gonna say less than 20%.
170%.
Okay, never mind.
What that means in simple terms is that in fast food industry, quick service food industries, turnover means that you're turning over your employees almost twice a year. That you have to replace your employees almost 2 times a year for every employee you bring in. 170%. Now, in that industry, there are 2 companies that are absolutely revered, known for their focus on kindness. And we'll get how they do that, how they build kindness into their culture. One of them is Chick-fil-A. The other one is Starbucks. And over the course of their history, they have been the 2 companies in the industry that, above any others, build kindness into every single day. They build them into their meetings. They build them into their recruiting. They build them into their orientation training. They reward kindness. And I'll tell you specifically how in a few minutes. Go ahead and guess, what is the annual turnover rate at Chick-fil-A? Remember, it's 170% for the industry.
10%.
Yeah.
14%. 14% versus 170%. At Starbucks, it's 24%. So we got 14 and 24 versus 170. And when you figure that costs, every time you have to replace an employee at Chick-fil-A, that costs, they average about $6,000. Right? Every time you have to replace someone at Starbucks, it's actually a bit more. It's about $7,000 or $8,000. So think of that enormous amount of savings that goes right into the success of a company. So when you talk about turnover, you talk about, and there's a bigger side to turnover. It's not just that you have to retrain people. It's that when you have people who have been in there for a while, they're better employees. Yeah. They know how to serve. They're more confident. They're quicker. All right. They've gone through that learning curve, which is always going to be there. So the bottom line of all of these things, and last little piece I want to talk about as far as statistics, and then we can get into the fun of how do you build it in your culture, whether you're one person or 10,000 people in a company. Here's the last one. Over the last 5 years, there's been a study that has asked this question: what is the buyer, the kind of the area that a buyer is looking for that is becoming increasingly important to buyers? Okay, so the brand attributes that buyers want and that they're going to make their decision buying on. Now, obviously, there's always going to be a price and timing and service aspect that we look at when we're looking to hire somebody, whether to hire them to move our materials and truck our materials, or whether we're going to go to a restaurant. So there's always going to be a price kind of. But these are the ones that are maybe a little bit less tangible, but are becoming increasingly important to buyers today, as opposed to 10 years ago. So here's some of them that are pretty important. Socially responsible. Buyers are more interested in social. Is it good for the environment? Is it going to be, are we doing something that's killing our planet, or is it doing something that is, negative in that kind of a way? And that has grown in the last 5 years in importance 63%, 63% more important than it was 5 years ago. Another one that's real important is friendliness. Are the people we're working with friendly? Are they fun to work with because they're friendly to us? That's increased 148% in terms of what is important to buyers. But get this, kindness, all right, is 391% more important than 5 years ago. That in other words, we want to do business with kind people. We want to do business with people who make us feel good inside.
Yep.
So that's kind of the background to blow away the old-fashioned thinking that says business is, tough. You got to be, it's dog eat dog. You got to be ruthless. You got to be that kind of person. No, kindness works. So how do you do it? How do you build it into your culture? Whether, again, it's one person, small business, or a big business. And there is a principle, an idea, a very simple way you can initiate this process. And it's called a KVP. And that stands for a kindness value proposition. And a kindness value proposition is very simply put, it's a vision statement of how you're going to build kindness into your culture. All right. And the key to it is it needs to be short so everyone in your organization knows what it is and and keep it simple, superstar. I love that principle. The KISS principle, keep it simple, superstar. So the kindness value proposition, for example, at Chick-fil-A, remember 14% turnover versus 170% turnover. Theirs is a pleasure to serve. There's no chicken in that KVP. All right. There is no, it is about, we deliver kindness by having a pleasure to serve. In other words, that's what excites us. That's what makes us happy is when we're serving. All right. And Mother Teresa said, service is love in action. When we're serving, that's how we deliver kindness. So an example of how that starts to penetrate into every element within your culture of your business. True story. There's a guy who was coming through Chick-fil-A, all right, and he's going through the drive-through, and he was kind of a regular customer, but this day, I don't know whether he got a phone call or whatever, but he drove off without getting his $3.48 change. No big deal. What would happen to that $3.48 change in most organizations? Well, it would go into the pocket or it'd go back in the till, but not a Chick-fil-A who's built around a kindness value proposition, a KVP that says, we're here to deliver kindness by making it a pleasure to serve. So at that Chick-fil-A, that $3.48 went straight into an envelope with a little write-up about what happened. Well, about 3 days later, that same customer comes through, gets their chicken sandwich, all right, gets $3.48 of extra change with a little ticket that says, the next chicken sandwich is on us. And the guy goes, what? He says, well, the other day when you drove through, you forgot your change. Here it is. And just because you're an awesome customer and we appreciate you so much, here's another little ticket. Now, how do you think I heard that story? Because that guy told one person, probably told 50 people, who told 50 more people, who told 100 more people. That's how kindness spreads like a ripple effect when you have that KVP. I'll give you one more example. I fly all the time, so I'm very interested in the airline industry. Well, one company for the last, 50 years now has absolutely blown away the competition in the ways that matter. Number one, the average turnover rate in the airline industry, which is very expensive to replace people, to recruit and hire and train new people. The average is between 25 and 35% annual turnover. At this company, the company that I'm going to talk about, it's less than 3%. This company blows away all competitors when it comes to awards year in, year out in the States. And they are beloved by their customers. And in 46 straight years, they have had not one layoff in an industry which is incredibly volatile. When the price of oil has changed radically, all kinds of things, even around 9/11, this company never laid off an employee and was profitable every single year, including during COVID. And that company is called Southwest Airlines. Oh. Now, the Southwest Airlines have smarter people than the other airlines. Yes, they do, because they don't charge you for bags. They're very smart. No, they're not smarter. All right. They would come out the same on an intelligence test, but they are built around a KVP that combines the two elements in the way that they deliver kindness. All right. And their KVP, and theirs are fun. All right. Fun and kindness put together. So their KVP is having fun and delivering kindness. That's how they do it. And that's how it works. They blow away their competition. I'll give you one last piece, because I love talking about these. I've done a tremendous amount of work, of many seminars and presentations and keynotes for a huge healthcare company called Kaiser Permanente in the United States. They have 13 million members. When I was a kid growing up, in Southern California, Kaiser Permanente had a terrible reputation. They used to say, well, you go into Kaiser, but you don't come out. All right. Today, they, along with the Mayo Clinic, are the two top rated healthcare companies in the entire industry. They are incredibly successful. And how did that change? It changed because they adopted a KVP that was all about delivering kindness. That's the best medicine there is. And so in my work with them, we worked on what I call the 4 W's. And the 4 W's, every single person who's got a business, every person who's in business can apply these same 4 W's. We just happen to put it in at Kaiser Permanente. And it's a way to deliver kindness that works. And so here's the 4 W's. They work in every business. The first kindness is called welcome. No matter whether you're talking to people on the phone, whether you're face to face, whether that person that you're dealing with is a customer, or whether it's a vendor, or whether it's just someone, a receptionist, when we always have a woo, a window of opportunity. Everybody say woo. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo. All right. Woo stands for window of opportunity. We always have a woo to immediately create a positive impression by helping people feel welcome. And when you do that, you're delivering kindness in a way that immediately has people feel a sense of, I'm in the right place. I'm working with the right people. So the first W to deliver kindness is welcome. The second is warmth. Now that seems obvious. Warmth and kindness are kind of synonyms. They're the same thing. But here's the key to warmth. All right. It's easy to be warm to warm people. It's easy to be kind to kind people. Where kindness and warmth makes the difference is when people are unkind, when people are not feeling warm, when people are off their game, when people are scared or they're impatient. When you deliver warmth in that kind of context, when you are difficult to offend, suddenly you are going to have the greatest opportunity to have a breakthrough with that customer, and they're going to remember it because they weren't looking for it. So the second W is warmth. So welcome and warmth. The third in every organization is called we. It's not enough to be welcoming and warm to your customers or your prospects. You got to be warm and welcoming to each other, because it always shines through to that ultimate customer. So if you are battling each other internally, if you're not supporting each other, if you're siloing, all right, in so many organizations, when I was in the trucking business, I kind of laugh because operations hated sales, but sales hated operations. They both hated the home office just a little bit more. And when we were in that mindset that left out that third W, we were a wreck. We were barely surviving. When we recognized how important we were to each other, that sales did not want to do operations. Operations certainly didn't want to do sales, and neither one of them wanted to do the home office stuff. And we started supporting each other and recognizing that we were really one team. That's when we had a massive turnaround that lasted forever. All right, so the third W is we. So when you add welcome, warmth, and we, and you put them together, and then how you deliver kindness, the result is you become world class. All right, and that's what the 4 W's are. So I'm going to take a break right here just to find out if you guys got questions or thoughts or insights, because I love it when you add to the mix.
Yeah, I love that. That's awesome, Brian. I'd like you to talk a little bit more about being present and how you helped when you finally start. Sorry, my voice is starting to go from just being on today. when you finally started to see that difference in you and the VP of sales or marketing? One of you were operations.
I was
You were
sales and marketing. He was operations.
Yeah.
Cool story. I'm glad you brought that up. And we will get to how do you deliver kindness, not just on a cultural level with that KVP, remember, kindness value proposition, but how does each individual within an organization deliver kindness, all right, in every day, because that's the only way it's going to work. But in my own company, what happened is that my office, there were 3 offices, actually 4 offices, the CEO, the CFO, the COO, and I was the CMO, all right, which I actually was called the VP of performance planning, but it covered marketing and sales in our trucking company, trucking and air freight. Well, the COO was directly next door to me. So between us was just a little bit of drywall, but it might have well have been the Great Wall of China, because not only was he focused completely on operations and I focusing on sales and marketing, but we were different personalities. All right. I'm kind of a let's make it happen kind of guy, a kind of fast mover. And he was very meticulous and methodical about, he'd kind of look at the problem from every angle. I go, okay, there's a problem. Let's go. And so for quite a while, when I first got promoted into the position of being the vice president of performance planning, the only time we would ever be in the same presence of one another was when we had to be. When we had to be in the same meeting, and I'd be on my side and he'd be on his side, and nothing happened. Well, as I began to become more and more clear about the power and the importance and the message that comes when you're fully present. You see, whenever you're fully present with anyone, whether it's your children, whether it's your friend, your customer, your teammate, the person that you're pretty sure God put on the planet to bug you, whenever you're fully present, you say to that person what you must communicate if you're going to build any kind of trust and any kind of relationship. You say to that person beyond words, you are important. You matter and you count. And whenever you're not present, you speak louder. So the only time we were even in the same room, we weren't even present, because I'd be in his side and I'd be in my side. Well, the more I began to understand the power of presence and how vital it is if you want to really build a relationship. One day, I had never spent more than 3 minutes in the same space with this man unless I had to, in a meeting. Well, I walked around that drywall into his office, and with no agenda other than I was going to be present for the first time. And I walked in and I sat down and I started looking around, and I saw pictures of his family. I saw pictures of him on a bike. Up until that point, he was next door to me. I never knew he was a competitive bicyclist. At that time, I was running marathons. I'll make a long story short, for the first time I was ever present with him for more than 3 minutes, I stayed in that room with him for about an hour. We didn't talk about business. We didn't talk about operations or sales. We just were present with each other, learning about each other, connecting with each other. I found out that in that hour of being present, what I had completely missed. I found out, number one, he cared about the people in our company just as much as I did. He wanted the best for everyone, and we just went about it differently. I found out that all the things we had in common that I had completely missed by not being present. How we understood a work ethic from our training for our athletics, how he had worked so hard to come out, how much he loved his family, and how much I loved my family. Well, when we left that room, when I walked out of that room, after that, never again did he have an operations meeting without somebody from sales being present. Never again did I have a sales or a marketing meeting without somebody from operations being present. We started to turn that company around, and we had, from that point forward, we went on such a complete transformational upward spiral where there was great support between operations and sales. And it all came with that initial understanding that if we're going to be successful, we need to be present with each other. And one of the most powerful ways to deliver kindness is by being fully present.
And Brian, when I heard that story for the first time, I started bringing my ops to almost every sales meeting. I started including them, and I started teaching it to people. Actually, Ryan was in one of my first seminars that I taught at. that bring your ox to your sales meeting.
Absolutely. For years, that was the only way that I did business, is that in order to move the peanut forward, everybody has to be on the same page. So you have to get S&OP involved in everything, especially when you have new products, ramp ups, everything. Everybody has to be on the same page. When is it going to launch? How are we going to do that? How much inventory is it going to take? How much more trucks am I going to need to move this freight? I mean, everybody, it's so intricate that you have to have all those moving pieces, which are many, totally in sync with everybody. And that's being present. That's pushing that peanut forward and getting things done the right way. When you're missing one of those parts, you're dead in the water. I don't care what anybody says out there.
Absolutely. And sometimes we get the best ideas from the people who aren't too close to it.
Yeah.
You know, oftentimes, I write this in the book, the greatest obstacle to seeing the truth is the belief that you already know it. And as we started to be present with each other, number one, that's the only way you can build trust. Because how many of you know when you're with somebody if they're fully present with you or not? Man, you know right away. You can tell over the phone if they're not present. And every time you're not present with somebody, you say to them, you're not that important. Whatever's on my mind is much more important than you are. So there is no trust without being present. And without trust, you can't really deliver kindness, because kindness without trust sparks of manipulation. Oh, they're only being nice to me to get what they want.
Yeah.
And so when you're fully present, what you do is you open yourself to trusting that person, that they're there. You want the same things. And that's when you can be open to, wow, that's a great idea. I never saw it from my perspective.
Right.
Maybe we can mesh these better, and you come out with a better whole. So that's the power of being present. It actually leads to how do you deliver kindness? Whether you're a one-person company or whether you're the newest person in the organization or the most tenured, how can you actually make a difference when it comes to making that kindness value proposition real instead of just a few words? And not everyone in an organization will be the CEO or the COO or the CFO, but everyone can immediately move into the executive suite, because by just making a simple choice, you can become what I call in the book a CKO. And a CKO is a Chief Kindness Officer. Now, you guys all know from having the time we spent together, I believe that everyone is a leader, that how we show up is leadership, how we deal with challenge and adversity, with change, all big part of leadership. We're self-leaders. Long before we do whatever we do professionally, we were the CEO of our own lives. All right. And to be a CKO is simply deciding that I am going to deliver kindness in every chance that I have, seizing every woo. And so that's the power of kindness, when every member of your team steps up and has some fun and says, you know what? I may be a driver, but my first job is I'm a CKO. I'm a Chief Kindness Officer. And I call it the 7 habits of highly effective CKOs, is the way that you can deliver kindness in the ways that actually work. And every one of them are a choice. So I'll just whip through them kind of quickly, and then we can play with them. You can ask me questions about them. Does that sound good?
Sure.
All right. So how do you become a CKO? Because that's the only way that an organization can live that KVP, that kindness value proposition. Well, the first way is the way we just talked about it, because it's the foundation. And without it, there is no kindness. And that is by being fully present. When you're fully present with people, that's the only time that they know they matter and that they count to you. That's the only time that they really understand, all right, that you are there 100% in that moment for them. I often talk about, and I wouldn't do a call without talking about my mentor, the great coach, John Wooden. And John Wooden, more than anyone I've ever met, he was the greatest college basketball coach of all time. His greatest gift both to others and to his legacy was his being fully present. When you were with John Wooden, it felt like bombs could be going off 5 minutes from you, and all you knew was that he was interested in you. So remember, whenever you're fully present, you express to people that they matter, that they count, that they're important, and that you are really interested in them and interested in serving them. And so that's the most powerful way to deliver kindness every single time. The second is to be what I call a blame buster. The single most destructive word in the language of business, teams, families, and relationships is spelled BLAME. Blame kills teams. Blame kills kindness. And there's a very simple reason why blame can never work. And as soon as you go into blame, you stop delivering kindness. And here's why. Think about this, guys. When you think about blame in the context of time, is blame about the past, the present, or the future?
Past.
Yeah. Blame is always, always, always about the past.
Yeah.
So whenever you find yourself in blame, where are you? You're in the past.
Yeah.
Can you do anything about the past? No, it's done. It's over. Now, I'm not saying that people don't mess up. I'm not saying that we don't make mistakes. We all do. We're all human. But to deliver kindness by being a blame buster simply means that I'm going to get it out of the past, learn from it in the present, so we can be better together in the future. So blame busters, when something goes wrong, they don't pretend it didn't happen, but they don't go into that personal offensive. They go, okay, what happened? What did I do? What did we do? How can we learn from this and do better? So if you want to be truly a CKO, you got to step up and be a blame buster. You got to say, I solemnly swear from this day forward, I will be a blame buster. All right. The third of those secrets to becoming a CKO, the habits of CKOs, Chief Kindness Officers, is one we talked about last week. And it's one that's never taught, but it's incredibly powerful when it comes to delivering kindness. And that is to be humble. It's about humility. You know, when you're around people who are humble, how does it make you feel?
Yeah.
It makes you immediately feel like they are not about ego, they are about we-go. When you're humble, you get a powerful sense that they are truly, truly interested in you because they're not so overwhelmed with themselves. All right. Remember, when you're being humble doesn't mean you think less of yourself. It means you think of yourself less. And that means you make you really think about others. And when you're humble, you take responsibility and you give credit. And it's amazing what's accomplished when no one cares who gets the credit. So being truly humble can make a massive difference in your ability to be a CKO and to deliver kindness. Because when people are around people who are kind and people who are humble, they want to be that same kind of way. It's a great example. The fourth key is about gratitude. Now, there was a book that was written years ago that was called Power versus Force. And that book was aimed at actually measuring the frequency of emotions. You know, we are electrical beings. We have a current, we have a frequency. And every emotion has its own frequency. And the highest frequency, the most powerful emotion of all, is gratitude. So when you're in an attitude of gratitude, there's no room for anger. There's no room for impatience. There's no room for negative emotion. And so why is gratitude so important to be a CKO? Well, let me ask you a question. Who are the people in our lives who we tend to forget to thank the most?
Our parents. What everybody says, our parents.
Yeah, people closest to us.
That's right. I've asked this question thousands of times in events, and always it's the people we're closest to. Why? What happens? What do we do? We take them for granted. Yep. It's like, hey, I told you back in 1999, I love you. What do you want? Mush? All right. So let me ask you a question. Does that work? There's just a few guys out there going, man, I hope so. I believe with every ounce of my heart and soul that does not work.
No.
In fact, the most important words I've ever written that get right at the heart of being a CKO say this. It says, the love we fail to share is the only pain we live with. The love we fail to share is the only pain we live with. And if we don't seize the woo now, and we don't start truly expressing our gratitude and feeling our gratitude, the love we fail to share may become the only pain we leave with. And that's too late. And what I'm talking about is stepping up and really elevating your level of recognition, acknowledgement, appreciation as a way to deliver kindness, to be a world-class buddy thinker. Because when people feel appreciated, they rise into their potential. And when people feel taken for granted, they fall into a oh no kind of an attitude. So the fourth way to deliver kindness is a CKO. And this is just no real order other than it starts with presence, is to be someone who truly is a world-class buddy thanker, somebody who delivers constantly that great gift of gratitude. The fifth way is to just listen. You know, I often think that one of the greatest of all human needs is the need to feel heard.
Yes.
When people feel like you really listen to them immediately, that is a way that delivers kindness in a way that grabs them. I tell a fun story about this. When I was in my corporate career as the vice president and general manager of this very large training company, I inherited a director of operations. She had the greatest name ever. Her name is Raffaella Regina Rossi. It's still her name. We call her R3. Now, Raffaella had this incredible talent and energy. However, when I was put into place as her boss, she couldn't stand me. And I'm not used to this because I love people. All right? And the reason was I had replaced somebody who she had been extremely loyal to. And somehow she kind of got the idea that it was my doing. It really wasn't, but that's the way it construed. Now, for a while, I tried to do all the stuff I thought you were supposed to do as a leader. To build relationship, to deliver kindness. I gave her space, that didn't work. I gave her direction, that didn't work. I gave her compliments, nothing worked. All right. And for a while, you know, we tried to pretend that we had a good working relationship. How effective do you think that was, guys?
Probably everybody saw through it.
You know, our team was floundering. We were going nowhere. We were walking on eggshells. But one day I remembered the power of just listening. That's a way to be fully present. And so I asked her to come in my office one day, and I was dead dirt honest with her. I said, Raffaella, our team is absolutely struggling. We're doing nothing because I haven't been a good enough leader to find a way for you and I to break through. And so I said to her, and I've asked you here today to do something that I know that'll first seem sort of strange, but I really have a reason. I said, if you will allow me for 10 minutes, I will just listen to you. All right. You get a free pass. You can say whatever you want, however you want to say it. I will not interrupt. I will not argue. I will not defend. I will not question. I will just listen, not only with these 2 ears, but with every ounce of my heart and soul. I said, all I ask is after those 10 minutes of just listening to you, that you do the same for me and you listen to me for 10 minutes. Would you try it? I'll never forget Rafaela's answer. She goes, Brian, I really don't think I could talk for 10 minutes. I said, we got to find a way to get better, Rafaela. We're just struggling. And she wanted things to be as good as I did. And so kind of reservedly and a little bit, you know, wondering if this was silly, she said, oh, okay, I'll try. An hour later, she stopped talking. And in that hour, I just listened. I didn't say a word. I just took it in. And in that hour, without saying a word, delivering kindness by listening, she completely transformed our organization. She realized that she really hadn't given me a chance. She realized that if we put our energies together, we'd be pretty unstoppable. Most of all, what she reminded herself was how much she loved the work we were doing, all right, that we could be doing and should be doing, but we weren't doing because of our stuff. When we left the room after that 1 hour, over the next 6 months, we got more done than we had in the previous 3 years. Our team became incredibly fun. We created a kindness value proposition, said we are champions of empowerment. It was awesome. To this day, more than 35 years later, Raffaella is still one of my dearest friends in this world, even though she still owes me 10 minutes. I never got my 10 minutes. But in that hour of just listening, I said to her what I had failed to say. I had failed to communicate the kindness that I want to deliver. I said to her, by being present, by just listening, you are important, you matter, and you count. So a key way to deliver kindness is to actually listen. And here's the secret. Most of the time when somebody else is talking to us, what are we actually doing in our heads while they're talking?
Formulating a response.
Absolutely. So we're missing what they're actually saying, especially what they're saying beyond their words. All right, because 55% of communication is not the words we say or even the tonality in which we say it, it's our body language. So when you just listen, you actually take it in, and then your response will come. All right, that kind of leads into the 6th of the 7 habits of highly effective chief kindness officers, and that is to ask more than tell. Notice we have 2 of these, 2 ears, but only 1 mouth. Good clue. All right, and when you ask instead of tell, you deliver kindness in a surprising way. Because I want to ask you guys, when somebody asks you what you think, when somebody asks you for your opinion or your ideas or your feedback or your experience, how does it make you feel immediately when they ask more than tell?
Oh, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel respected. It makes you feel wanted.
You said exactly the right word. It makes you feel like they respect you, they admire you, that they're actually interested in what you have to say. You know, when I was in my first career as a United States swimming coach, I had 15 assistant coaches the last year that I coached. We had a gigantic team. A year later, I'm in graduate school, and we had to write a weekly paper on the subject of something that we learned from our work experience. And I asked myself this question. I said, if I was such a good coach over those years, what's been happening to my assistant coaches in the years since I left? And it's like somebody took a big vat of ice water and dumped it on my head. Because 1 year left after I left coaching, 14 of my 15 assistant coaches were floundering. And these were talented people. And I asked myself, why? Because one was absolutely thriving, and his name was Jay. And the funny thing was, Jay was the least likely of my 15 assistant coaches to be a swimming coach. He was a baseball player. He didn't know much about swimming technique at all when he started coaching. But I saw in him a great gift. He made swimming incredibly fun for little kids because he was like a little kid. And when I asked myself, why are 14 of these talented people floundering when I'm not there, and yet Jay is actually excelling? Did I treat him differently? And boy, did I. You know what the difference was? Jay, I asked instead of told. The other 14, I always told instead of asked. If they came to me and said, Brian, I got this problem, how should I handle it? I'd say, well, do this, do that, do this, do that, go do it. They could not even mess up. I'd cover for them. I was a hovering leader. And without me there, they didn't know what to do. But with Jay, it was totally different. If Jay came to me and said, Brian, I got this problem, how should I handle it? I'd say, I don't know, Jay, how should you handle it? What do you think? I just turned it into a question. And he said, well, I'll do this. And I said, sounds good to me. This guy went on, because I asked instead of told, he went on to have an incredible career in education. He was a real leader in working with children with special needs. And when he retired, I called him up to just congratulate him on this incredible career. And he said, Coach, you know, I never think I told you how much it meant to me working with you. And I go, Jay, it was, man, I loved working with you. And he says, no, you made me believe in myself. And I said, I did believe in you, but what do you mean? He said, you always asked me what I thought, and then you let me do it, even if you knew there was a better way. And I said, you know, Jay, I might have thought there was a better way, but the way you did it was the perfect way for you. And so when you ask instead of tell, you build leaders. And that's what you want from your people who will expand that kindness value proposition everywhere they go. And the last of the 7 habits of highly effective CKOs, Chief Kindness Officers, I call it focus. I often tell the story about my youngest daughter, Jenna. When she was 4 years old, we went to this little cafe, and everybody's talking quietly up in this cafe, and it was in Hamilton, Montana, where we live, which is a beautiful place. But Jenna goes over to this window that looked out at these incredible mountain ranges. And all of a sudden, she whips around and she looks at everyone she takes in everyone in this little cafe. And at the top of her 4-year-old lungs, and she had powerful lungs, she yells out as she points out the window, look, Mommy, Daddy, Kelsey, we're in heaven. Well, the whole restaurant goes dead quiet. Everybody starts staring at us. We start turning bright red. But after a minute, everybody in that little restaurant started laughing. She had kind of broken through the kind of separation that we often have because she had a different focus. But the focus that I'm talking about came from that same experience with Jenna about 6 months later. And 6 months later, I'm flying in an airplane. I'm in a window seat, and it was one of those white puffy cloud days. You've all, flown in those days. And for a while, you're caught in the white clouds. You can't see a thing. It's white out. But if it's a day like this particular day when I was flying, eventually you break above the clouds, and it's like the bluest sky in creation, incredibly crystal skies. And that's the way it was that day. And so I'm looking out the window, and we break into the beautiful sunlight, and I'm looking down at these clouds. And I don't know whether it's because I remember that old movie, Heaven Can Wait or something, but for whatever reason, I'm looking at these clouds, and it made me think of heaven. And when I thought of heaven, that clicked in my mind, thinking about Jenna when she said, "Look, Mommy, Daddy, Kelsey, we're in heaven." And I start grinning on the plane. I'm thinking, my little girl, she's like the cutest kid in the world. And then all of a sudden, zoop, it hit me like a rocket ship. And for the first time I saw what until that moment I had completely missed. What I realized was that my little girl was brilliant. She was visionary. Why? Because she's the only one who saw heaven. It was right in front of all of us. All we saw was our cell phones, our data, our stuff. She saw heaven. She had a different focus. And so that's what happens with the CKO, is you shift your focus and you look at people for the heaven in them, including yourself. Because what you focus on is what you create. Right? And when you change the way you look at people, the people you look at change. Change the way you see yourself, the self you see will change. So when you look in the mirror, see that CKO, that person who is more fully present, the person who never blames, instead becomes a blame buster, who's humble and gives credit, right? Who's truly grateful for every single gift, all right? The gift of a smile, the gift of someone coming forward and talking to you. So when you're look in that mirror and see that CKO who just listens, who asks more than tells, all right, and shift that focus to remember that what you focus on is what you truly create.
Thank you, Brian. That was awesome.
Very nice.
Awesome, my friend. I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much.
It's so much fun, man. I love being with you guys. You're doing such great work, and you're making a difference for so many people. I read the comments that people put in on LinkedIn about the work that you're doing. You guys should feel mighty, mighty great this Christmas, and there's a lot of people grateful for what you're doing.
Thank you. The ROI of kindness, everybody. Sorry, I got a little bit of a glare. Go grab it on Amazon. Grab it at your local bookstore. Brian, thank you, my friend. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night, and watch It's a Wonderful Life. All right, it's the best movie about being a CKO.
It is.
It's the best movie about the fact that every time you deliver one tiny moment of kindness, that's only the starting place. You don't know how it may go all the way around the world before it comes back to you. You never know where it's going to go, but you always know that you can start it.
Awesome.
Indeed.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye.
Dean,
Hey,
how are you, my man?
my ugly sweater doesn't come close to Jeff's Puma red tracksuit.
This morning.
Good Lord, what? Was
I know, man. It's we had to turn away some viewers, Dean. You know,
Oh, I had a red one like that from the 70s. It was a Puma tracksuit, the white stripes, had the whole thing, but I think it was a Santa Claus, not a Puma. So
No, Jeff's was, but it was from the 70s from Florida for sure. For sure. We said that as soon as we saw it. We said he's probably got the matching bottoms for it and everything. And
I do.
Yeah, I know. I knew that, brother. I knew that.
That was funny.
Total transparency.
Yeah. How are you, Dean? Great show this morning.
Yeah, good. Yeah, great. Going well. We had a lot of requests this month. What does 2023 look like? So I'm not sure we've got all the answers, but kind of shaping up like, we think how things are going to pan out. We know we're still in the downside of this freight market cycle. That's for sure. Contract rates are dropping. Spot rates are still dropping. Big news this week, of course, diesel down 21.3 cents on Monday.
Yeah.
The spread between rack, I think rack is down like 26% since June. retail's down like 17% since June. So retail obviously comes down at a slower clip. But there's still a pretty big gap. I think I saw on Opus that rack was like 283. What people are buying it at the racks, then you got to add transport and all the margins.
Mhm.
So that's a big drop in 2 weeks. Gosh, if that keeps happening, then I think truckers will see a lot of relief at the pump, and as far as their operating costs go.
Yeah.
The
I know
wild
our
card, of
fuel's
course,
going down, like regular gasoline's
Mm.
dropping like a
It
sledgehammer.
was like 125 last
Yeah.
Sunday.
Yeah,
What,
I
for-
paid like
for a liter up
123
there,
the
though,
other
right?
day. I was like, wow. And it's
Yeah.
amazing when you think 123 is cheap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like
60, 70 cents when we were kids, like
yeah. I remember filling
Yeah.
the truck. I remember filling the tank of my Durango RT for like
Mm.
$43. Right? It's like fucking 100-liter tank or something, like
Right.
and 70-gallon tank. It was like $40. I was like, yeah, I can go anywhere I want, man. Like, you never had to budget gas into your travel
Yeah.
expenses, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
The we had Tim Denier on the call this morning, as you would have seen, had some very interesting data about new truck and trailer orders. The backlog is out to 9 months, for a little bit longer for trailers, he said, but 9 months for trucks. So that puts us at August, September timeframe when a lot of these trucks start coming out of the factories, which is always an interesting data point. We think the second half of next year will look pretty good. So do most experts. In the interim, though, there's that dreaded R word keeps popping up, a recession.
Yeah.
How bad it is, of course, we don't know. But for truckers out there, for anybody buying capacity, diesel prices dropping is probably a good thing for carriers. But the wild card, of course, is one of the reasons inventories have been building and prices dropping is a warmer winter. So that could change in a heartbeat. Inventories have grown something like 12% in the last month, largely because of refiners are at maximum capacity because prices are so high. So we're building a little bit more inventory, but we've got a little bit less demand because it's been a bit warmer. So as we know, that could change very quickly. We've got a big cold front coming across. We've got ice storms in the Midwest right now. You guys are going to get hit by it. We're going to get
we got
18 to
Colorado
24
low
inches of
coming
snow. Yeah, so Winter Storm Diaz, we're going to get some of that on Friday here in New England. So it's the first decent snowfall. My boys have got their snowboards out, waxing them up, and can't wait to hit the slope. So it's the first decent snow.
I've got my gas and oil machine ready to go, brother.
Yeah, I know that
I'm dying for it.
I know he's wearing his snowsuit under this, his under his outfit, stuff like that. But Dean, I
got my new balaclava right here.
Yeah, see, he's got that all there.
Nice.
Dean, when it comes to Canada, I'm seeing a lot of domestic Canada rates, especially refrigerated, have been through the roof. It's been crazy for us. We've been doing a lot of Toronto to Alberta, Calgary, we can get people to go to Calgary, but we can't get people to go to Surrey, BC. And this is like relationships that we've had. And we've been seeing on our end here from Toronto to Surrey, BC, Vancouver, at least 11, 12,000 one way. When this was easily like a 65 to 7,000 lane. To get to Calgary, we're being told you got to look at least 8,500 to go out there. And the snowy weather hasn't started hitting yet. So I don't know if you have a little bit, anything you kind of see with the Canadian.
I don't. My immediate thought is, having been to both those places, is that volumes out of there, they'd both be net inbound markets, right?
Yes.
They'd be backhaul markets. So my immediate thought is volumes must be way down in both of those locations. But I'm just looking at some
Have
load.
you talked to Daman about it?
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Because Daman does Toronto, BC.
Yeah, I don't have equipment types. Ryan, but intra-Canada loads on our spot market are down 51% month over month. Sorry, intra-Canada are down 10% month over month. So the total volume of spot loads is down, but I don't have any insights into directionality or equipment type. What now? You said I've got Montreal to Calgary and Toronto to Calgary up 206% year over year and 124% year over year. So both Calgary, so Calgary's year over year rates are pretty high. There's something going on in Calgary. I really don't have any insight into that market, Ryan.
Oh, nice.
So Ryan, you were saying it's up to 12 grand to Calgary?
No,
Yeah.
12 grand up to BC. It's about 85 to the truck, going up to Calgary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So which used to be about 45 to 5 grand and about 65 to BC. Yeah.
Is it
Oh
anything
yeah,
to do with?
that's up quite a bit.
Is it anything to do with weather? Like, is there?
No, so we've kind of found out. We've had those questions because I remember last year when BC had those floods, that's when we saw
Yep.
like 20 grand going one way to BC and things like that. And then it
Yeah.
did come back normal because this is an annual lane that we've kind of been running. But I don't want to like monopolize the conversation just talking about our stuff. But like that's what we're kind of seeing. And I don't know if it's maybe the Canadian ELDs coming into place like next year or people kind of getting ready for that on that aspect. But we've
The
been seeing
challenge
it.
with that is, Ryan, most of the Canadian companies already been on ELD since the US.
Since
The
2018.
US
The big
went on
ones,
ELD, right?
Yeah,
Like
the big ones at least.
Yeah.
it's maybe a few of the smaller companies that just run Canada are not on it, but so
Right.
many companies got it. It's like when ELD came out across the US, the larger companies like the Challengers, the Highlights,
Already had it.
all these big, they've had it for years. So it's I don't see that playing out. I see it being a backhaul situation where the backhaul that used to come out of there isn't coming out of there anymore. So they got to run to the US or they got to run, they got running to do. That's normally in Canada what makes the rates change so quick and so high. That's from my experience in Canada is the big thing.
Do you think some of those fleets are starting to close down their length of haul so they keep drivers closer to home? Because that's one of the things you start to see
Before
from here
Christmas?
on in is,
Could be.
yeah, for those that celebrate Christmas, a lot of drivers want to get home. If you're up there and running into the US out of Calgary, I'd imagine that's that could be a 7-day deal right there. Maybe that's part of it.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of spitballing
And part of it,
here,
people going back home, right? Like drivers, like I know, like especially like
Right.
the Indian carriers and things like that. They're gonna go home.
Exactly.
They've made their money
Yep.
for 9 months. They're gonna go home, spend it, and things like that. And that's what we've always kind of seen that lull as well. But as you're kind of mentioning, different things are kind of happening, and people are asking for like a 2023 outlook, which you really can't give an outlook. But is there some kind of trends that you're seeing that you think are probably like, hey, it's most likely gonna happen?
Yeah, so the definite one is that demand is going to slow down. I mean, we're going to end the year flat, I think, is about where demand will end up, both especially in the total tonnage of contract and spot. But I think the prediction we've been making all along in that is that Q1 will be much quieter than normal, is certainly bearing fruit right now when you look at some of the November volumes that we're seeing on the import side. They're down about 10% in November, down 10% year over year. So I think imports are a decent part of the equation, especially in some of those port markets that we've been talking about all year. Import volumes are down 25% since the peak in June this year, May-June period. So this November is seeing a pretty big fall off in imports. That will have a ripple effect coming into the new year. I think that's one thing that's definite. What we don't know though, Ryan, is whether diesel continues to go down, because that will start to put a floor under line haul rates. Because the inverse happens when diesel comes down like it is, line haul rates will start to go up, and that could expand the current freight cycle. If rates go up, spot rates go up, and carriers keep coming into the industry, spot rates are still above where they would have been before the pandemic by about 12 cents a mile. So if diesel comes down and operating costs improve, you can see carriers improving their viability and not as many carriers exit the industry in Q1, and that sort of extends the cycle. There's so many things that can happen. I mean, one thing that is pretty certain is that contract rates are dropping, and they will continue to drop well into we think the first half of the year, but certainly into Q2, they'll start to bottom out. That's when most of the forecasts have the market falling. The other certainty, I think, is, and again, there's so many things that could change this, but let's say everything stays the same as it is now. We don't have any more massive geopolitical risk or upheaval. The bottom of our forecasts for spot rates next year is still not as low as where they were in 2019. Right, so that's the point to keep in mind, is that the forecast is still not it's not all doom and gloom, but the other point that's sort of underpinning line haul rates is everybody's got a much higher operating cost for a truck these days. Driver wages
And
is
we're
probably the
coming off
biggest part
such
of
a
it.
high that it feels
Right.
like it's more of a
Right.
drop than it
But
is. Is that
definitely
true?
feels more normal. Like with this more seasonality coming into the spot market in particular, every day we look at our data. We're tracking very closely with 2017, 2018 rates right now when we look at sort of the day of the year going back. So they were both not terrible years. 18 was a pretty good year. But certainly on the supply chain side, we can talk about this tomorrow, but things are definitely, showing signs of normality. This has been an incredible year from a whiplash perspective. We're still sort of reverberating from this massive pull forward of inventory in the middle of the year, and it's still bolstering markets like Texas. Break bulk volumes have supported a lot of that flatbed volume in Texas. It's been a real star in terms of flatbed rates all year. Just the state of Texas has been a bit of a windfall for carriers and still is tight. In fact, when I look at the import data for November, Houston was the only port on the top 8. So the top 8 ports account for 75% of imports. It was the only port that had a month-over-month gain. So that even though volumes are slowing dramatically, it's slowing the least of all of the ports. So that's a data point that I think is fairly certain, is you'll see a lot more volume on those ports that we've all seen this year that aren't called Los Angeles and Long Beach.
Yeah.
Dean, quick question for you. As we're kind of like talking there, but you didn't tell us about how your meringue went at your Australian party last week. We were supposed to have some pictures. We were supposed to get the Diener tomatoes. This is what the viewers are coming for. They want to know about the meringue and they want to know about the Diener tomato, my friend.
The meringue went quickly, and you kind of not that I've ever done this. No, not that I've ever done it, but you end up with all this white stuff powder down your front. And you know what that looks like.
Saturday for Dan over there.
Right. So I assure you it was meringue, all this white stuff down my front that I'd spilled. Because it's hard to eat a meringue without it's hard to eat a meringue without getting stuff all over you. It went quickly. My wife always makes a couple, so I had one, and I ate one on my own, which is a massive sugar fix.
You ate a whole meringue on your own?
Always, yeah. I can. I have to get the bowl, the beaters
from another mother. I gotta tell you.
Yeah, always make two. My mum still does to this day. If we ever make a big meringue, and they're about a foot round, she'll just make the one base for me just to eat on my own. So
that's the way
sugar
to do
levels.
it, brother.
And I'm seeing my doctor tomorrow about my high sugar levels. So that's probably
it's nothing. It's nothing insulin like this can't fix, brother. You're all good. Don't worry about it.
We had a good time. Thank you.
When they said you're type 1 diabetic, I said, really? I said, perfect. So I can still eat as much sugar as I want. I just correct it with this. That's it. Instead of being type 2 where you got to manage it with diet. Nah. Forget that.
Diabetic Dan.
Wow.
That is awesome. Sorry, Dean. I know you got to go because you said you had a 2 o'clock and we didn't get much time today, but I wanted to make sure we still got to chat with you.
Yeah,
I love your
thank
sweater,
you. Good
brother.
to be on.
Awesome.
I've been watching the show in the background all day. So I'll be on in the morning. Look forward to catching up with everybody then.
Yes, definitely. Data Day, Wednesday tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
My favorite day.
Hideous sweater day. Got to wear my hideous sweater.
Look at that. It's a trucking sweater.
I like it.
I got one made with my truck on the front. Pretty cool.
Nice.
All right.
Nice. Maybe I'll wear my ugly Christmas sweater tomorrow, too.
Sure, get it on.
I'll get it on.
Jeff can get his out of the closet again. But,
Jeff can wear whatever it was that he decided to put on this morning. And go from there. Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys.
Exactly.
See you later.
All right, Dean. Thanks, my man.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Take care.
See you later, Dean. Hey, Greg. Greg, can you hear us? Oh. Hey,
I cannot hear you guys if you're talking to me.
Yeah.
At all.
Okay.
There it goes. I heard something.
Oh.
Can you hear us?
I don't know what to do with my I don't know where the fuck they are. I never use those. I can't hear you guys.
You can't hear us?
Try again.
Yeah, can you hear us now?
Speaker. Try again. Try now.
Can you hear us now?
Now I can. I got you.
Awesome.
Now you can hear us?
Yep. All right. Well, what's up?
There you go, my friend. Hey,
What
thank you so much, Greg.
No
First
problem.
and foremost, for taking the time out of your busy day, my friend. I know you are extremely busy coming to the year end, all the demands that you have. Man, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you so, so much.
My pleasure, Jeff. And it's great that you're doing something like this. So I'm happy to contribute my 2 cents worth.
Oh, it's more than that, man. I know your capabilities, my friend. So we are so prepared. We have so many things to talk about. I don't know where to start. We've had so many disruptions this whole year, Greg. I'm not preaching to the choir. There's so many different things that are happening around the world. So with that said, my friend, take it away. Let's blow some people's minds.
Well, I mean, I don't know where you really want to go. I mean, I sent you a bunch of charts, so maybe we just kind of start with that kind of little sequence because it's kind of the macroeconomics. So you have a variety of things we can talk about. Certainly supply chain logistics is a big part of that. We will get to that more towards the end of this because a lot of that has cleared to some degree. A lot of it's kind of the same too. So, right. And I think when you talk prices, I mean, you know, you watch the shipping rates real closely, as do I. And I mean, shipping rates are down, you know, anywhere from 70 to 80 something percent from their peak, but they're still up 50% from where they were in 2019. You know, so you're going to have these incremental increases in price along the supply chain throughout the supply chain that are kind of going to persist, if not, you know, stay as permanent. So I look at it first from the perspective of the Fed and saying inflation is transitory. It's not, it's permanent. We know that now. Transitory was the wrong word for them to be using in the first place. And what's funny about it is inflation is starting to come down now just when they're getting as tough, you know, as they can be at their toughest point monetarily. And they have missed the boat on a lot of this. So if we start at kind of Fed policy, all right, we can kind of start to say, well, the Fed has obviously was late in starting to raise rates, frankly. All right, the inflation writing was on the wall long before they raised rates. And if you pull up the first chart I sent you guys, I mean, you can see inflation curved up and the Fed didn't do anything in terms of interest rates for quite some time. They left rates unchanged. So you created this huge gap between the rate of inflation and where the policy rate was. And that just theoretically, and you know, economics 101, which in these days throw the academic textbooks out the window because none of this stuff even really matters anymore. But at the same time, some of the influences are what they are. And one of them is a looser monetary policy where you're continuing to print, you know, basically $120 billion a month. I mean, that's what they were doing until just towards the, you know, the middle of the year, really, beginning of this year. It was, you know, $1.44 trillion annually they've been printing since the pandemic started, and that had not stopped. So as you're printing more money, and, you know, especially now that you kind of get this one-off pandemic, you know, induced supply chain blockage, more than a disruption, it was a downright blockage for a time, right? When you couldn't get ships to port, couldn't offload them, that kind of thing, that you have, you know, more money chasing fewer goods. And that's the definition of inflation. And so we had that. And the Fed was slow to react to it. And what was interesting is a lot of other central banks were much more quick to react to it. So I think that that's interesting, point number one. We kind of called it that they were, you know, they should have been acting sooner and more aggressively, and they weren't. And that just opened the door for a massive, you know, trade in the bond market. So, you know, interest rates going higher means bond yields, you know, bond yields going higher means bond prices going down. So it's inverse yield to price. So when you play the bond market, if you're negative on the bond market, it means you think interest rates are going to rise. And when you're talking about, you know, the Fed funds pricing a couple of rate hikes and the Treasury market not moving because they keep buying every day, once they stop buying, you know, there's going to be a snap. I mean, it was an easy call, you know, but at the same time, the Fed, you know, has just printed trillions of dollars into this, and they keep printing. And this provides a variety of tangents that we could talk about. They're shrinking their balance sheet now. And in that vein, they're drawing liquidity out of the market. One of the ways they manage their interest rate, campaign, if you will, in raising rates is they increase the cost of money. Now, the Fed funds is what they target. You hear this, the Fed funds rate, the Fed funds rate. What is that? It's actually a rate that the banks trade cash with each other. It's the liquidity rate. It's the rate at which liquidity in the banking system trades among these huge institutions. I know because I used to be one of those guys trading it in New York City. So it's really fascinating. But when you see now they are taking liquidity out by selling some of their bond holdings back into the market. So this is what they call QT, quantitative tightening, the opposite of QE, quantitative easing, which was Treasury and Fed get together, they print a whole bunch of money, they take that money, they go to the bond market, they buy a whole bunch of bonds and push all that liquidity into the banking system. Bankers are there more likely to lend. They're also more likely to lend potentially somewhat irrationally at some point, maybe too riskily, and we're kind of seeing the cutting edge of that now come into play as the economy downturns. But, you know, you have this dynamic around trying to fight inflation, and the Fed was late to the party, number one. Inflation, to some degree, is here to stay. You've had a 50-year downtrend here in terms of since we went off the gold standard. You had the big inflation of the 70s, and it's been a downtrend ever since, really 4 decades. You go back to the 80s, of lower interest rates, lower inflation. That trend is broken. It's now the other way. When you're printing more and more money, there comes a point where it's going to stoke inflation to now where instead of going lower, inflation will come down, but then it will go back up again. And now we're trending higher, lower highs and higher highs as we continue to print more money because, you know, this you took the genie out of the bottle all the way back in 2008 when you did QE1. So then we have to ask kind of, okay, you know, are we in a recession? I mean, because, you know, is the Fed close to ending? And, you know, they're meeting tomorrow. This is a big deal because they've raised rates 75 basis points. These are the last few meetings. There's some expectation they may tone it down right here, okay, to 50 basis points. We had the inflation data in the U.S. today. It came down. The inflation rate dropped more than expected. It's still ridiculously high at 7%, all right? But it's going to come down. And we talk about even something like gasoline prices. I mean, it's a certainty, Jeff, that inflation will be coming down in the first quarter. Why do I say that with such confidence, right? Well, it's pretty simple. It's a mathematical equation. It's a mathematical certainty. Because right now, the price of gasoline for February is $2.05 a gallon. It's come down that much. And last year at February, the February contract expired with gas delivered at $2.78. You have a 26% decline on a year-over-year basis coming in the gasoline market, provided you don't explode to the upside, which could happen between now and February. That's going to depress these inflation numbers even more to the point where you will see inflation drop pretty rapidly. And then the Fed is sitting there. They're at 4% right now. Inflation just came down to 7 from 9. It's probably going to drop to, I'd say, 5 and change, if not even a 4 handle. So say they raise rates 50 basis points here and they get to 4.5. They kind of want to get to the rate of inflation. If inflation is falling and they're hiking rates and now you're getting there and they're saying, well, you know, we might have to crimp final demand to do this. And maybe that tilts the economy into recession, but we think we can avoid that, right? Well, the problem is they're relying on the labor market to give them the clue, right? If we get downturn in hiring, then we'll take it more seriously in terms of we're hurting the economy. The problem is, Jeff, the labor market data rather is the most lagging economic indicator there is. It has the biggest lag. At the last Fed meeting when they raised rates, Chairman Powell mentioned the lag time from raising rates and drawing liquidity out of the system to when it has an impact on the economy. And there's a lag time there too. So it's like a double negative, you know, it's double secret probation from Animal House, man, where the Fed is like on a double lag time. What are they doing? So if they don't take the foot off the brake tomorrow or give us some sense that they are prepared to do that, everything kind of changes in the sense that they're going to push the economy even further towards recession, which means down the road they're going to have to be even more aggressive on the flip side. I think there's a good chance they'll shift because, again, as a couple of the charts I sent you, the big central question, are we headed for a recession? There's not a crystal ball here. What there is, experience. And I can tell you this, you have basically, I'm a big hockey fan, a big Rangers fan, as you know, right? So a hat trick, all right? Great team this year, too. They're starting to come around. Some new guys, but they're starting to play together. So you're looking for the hat trick, right? Well, we have the hat trick in terms of there's a recession coming. What is the hat trick? Well, the hat trick is 3 things that when they have occurred at the same time in the past has 100% of the time been a recession. This goes back to like 1912, this study. Okay. Number one, food away from home, food at home, rather. In other words, eating food at home, preparing meals at home, what you buy every day to eat in your normal course of your life, for crying out loud. All right. Anytime that rate of change on a year-over-year basis has been above 6% is goal number one. All right. It just peaked out at 13. It's still at 12. Think about that. 10% more you're paying for food to feed your family. All right. We've seen that manifest in a variety of ways, like lesser quality foods being bought, not necessarily less money spent, but you're getting less food. And that's the purchasing power of the dollar that we could talk about in the really.
Is there a specific graph you're looking for when you're talking about this, Greg?
Say again?
Is there a specific graph you're looking for when you're talking about this?
Well, I think we can, when you look at the gasoline chart, that's a good one because it shows you where we were last year versus this year. You're going to have inflation come down a lot. All right. I think that the extent to which the question is the Fed done? Right. And there's your gasoline. You can see like last year you were, almost $3. We've seen how much gasoline has fallen. So it's what they call the base effect. So when you come into, February, March, April, May, even into June, you're going to be demonstrably lower. This is even more true for crude oil prices, way lower than they were at this time last year. So it's going to have a big impact. And what's interesting, the inflation numbers came out today still show energy running at 20% positive year over year. That's going to flip-flop. So you're going to have a big decline in inflation numbers. And all of a sudden the Fed's going to claim victory. The question is, do we have a recession? So the three things that you have always had a recession, if they happen, number one is food price inflation is above 6%. We've got it. It's double that. The number two thing is the yield curve being inverted. And you can show the yield curve chart. That's one of those charts, right? Which goes, it's the second most inverted point in the 5-year sector of the yield curve versus the 2-year versus the 10-year. You can look at the yield curve in a variety of ways. But this really gets to the core of the yield curve. It's the most inverted, second most inverted since the 70s. The only other time it was this inverted was when the tech bubble crashed in 2000. So, I mean, what does that tell you in terms of where the economy, what is the risk to the economy? And then the third thing you also have, which is the dollar on a 12-month rate of change. When you have food inflation at home above 6, the yield curve inverted the way it is right now, and you have the dollar up by 20% or more in a 12-month period, all three of those things together, there has never not been a recession when that's happened within 12 to 18 months, which is the perfect lag time on the Fed. So, man, there's a lot there, and there's a lot in terms of, the business you guys are in. And, if you have a recession, certainly there's a slowdown, and that kind of thing kind of bites at your end too. And you talk about the labor market. I mean, part of the problem with the labor market is the Fed is waiting for the labor market to kind of loosen up when it's not loosening up. And it's not loosening up because every month people drop out. Last month was 396,000 people just said, forget it, and dropped out and aren't even counted in the equation anymore. The participation rate is nowhere near where it was prior to the pandemic. There are fewer people working, and that tightens the labor market almost artificially. I mean, the Fed keeps saying those people are going to come back in the labor market. And every so often, a few do, and they get jobs right away. But that's not been the trend. And that's kind of a dangerous thing too. So I guess the question then to kind of finish this whole line of thinking is what's next? Where are we now and what's next? And we're at an inflection point for the Fed where I think it's going to be a less about fighting inflation and more about protecting growth. And the chart you're showing right now is one of my favorites. What it is the dollar divided by the price of gold. All right. It is a perfect proxy for what is the changes in the purchasing power of your currency. All right. Any currency relative to gold. How much does it take of your currency to buy an ounce of gold? All right. Is it perfect? No. But I'll tell you what, it's really good. And it has been a great measure of the Fed being tighter or looser with monetary policy. When this is going higher, this line is going higher, it means the Fed is tightening policy. They're withdrawing liquidity. They're driving the dollar up relative to gold. Gold has been down lately. The dollar is way up. I mean, 20% up year over year. Relative to gold, the dollar is up over 30% year over year. And there's another one, as if you need a kicker to our hat trick. We're going to score a fourth goal here. It's like we're going to have a Mika Zibanejad night, all right? And we're going to score 4 goals in a row with the fact that when you're up 30% in the dollar versus gold, that's always been a recession as well. Here is the recent action. It is the dollar's breaking down relative to gold. And in fact, gold is breaking out, all right? And what that means is the markets are anticipating the turn from the Fed, that this cycle of raising rates is ending, that inflation, in fact, will kind of come down, although It's going to be a more persistent problem than people might think from here. But in the near term, it will come down, and everyone's going to claim victory over inflation. And that's going to be unfortunate because that sets the stage for the next kind of little mini debacle that we're headed into economically.
Jeez. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't know where to go from there, man. It just doesn't it just doesn't seem good right now. And I mean, moving into 2023 in the first quarter, what are your predictions? Just looking at the commodities and everything that's being shipped, what are going to be the winners? What are going to be the losers?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I'm bullish on the commodities right here because I think you're headed towards the shifting narrative of the Fed. I'm not sure the Fed's ready to play ball. That's part of the problem. So right now, it's kind of a high risk trade. I mean, I'm pretty active right now with these positions where I really like the metals in particular. When you start to talk about some of the base metals, all right, which means industrial metals such as copper, aluminum, zinc, tin, nickel, those in particular, okay, along with even platinum and palladium, to whatever degree rhodium. I mean, you throw that in the mix too. But when you talk about some of these industrial metals, copper, for example, all right, nickel and tin, let's take those three. All right, now tin, you may say, so what? Tin is big in electronics, but it's big in high tech. Right, these metals have found new life, a lot of them in high tech. Nickel, because it's a nickel sulfate, it's one of the primary ingredients in a lithium battery for electronic vehicles. All right, there's not enough nickel around, even above ground. So it means you need to mine more nickel, which is kind of funny because it goes against the whole green theme of, nickel mining is a very dirty business, but we have to mine more nickel to get the stuff to make the batteries so we can have cleaner cars. It's kind of just a little backwards, but whatever. But the point is that the inventories, the warehouse exchange inventories that could be delivered into the contracts that trade every day in tens of thousands of volumes. Okay, a lot of the stuff trades very heavily. There's not enough. You are at historic or 30-year or at the worst 15-year lows in the inventories of every one of these metals, every one of them. And what's happened is you had this big run up in prices, right? And then you had a big decline in price because you had speculators involved. And one of the things you watch in these metals is the differential between getting metal now and getting metal 24 months from now, 27 months from now in the future, right? The differential normally would be you would have carrying costs that would include insurance, warehousing costs, shipping costs, whatever you got to move the stuff, right? And you have to keep it somewhere and you have to insure it. Right, so there's a cost involved in holding these metals in a warehouse. Okay, so when the prices usually adjust for that. So maybe nickel, just for example, let's say copper would be $3,000 a ton for today and $3,500 a ton for 2 years from now because it costs $500 to hold it for 2 years. Okay, but when the market goes what they call backward, all right, so it's upside down. So in other words, nearby now copper is $4,000 now. And $2,500 in 2 years, even though you got to pay $500 to hold it. Why? Why is that? Because there's not enough copper around, and the market is trying to pay a higher price to attract metal to the market to meet the demand. All right. So you have a situation where you had these markets went way up, and then they came way down, and all those spreads, all right, all that backwardation collapsed, and everyone's like, okay, well, there must not be no problem in terms of the amount of copper and tin and nickel that we have in inventories. It must be not a problem because all these spreads that everyone watches that would indicate a very tight market had collapsed. Well, what people didn't really kind of look at is that speculators, they don't play the back ones. They're not playing the spread. Speculators buy the front, they sell the front. So the front went way up and exacerbated what was a legitimate positive spread, and then they collapsed the market. Point is that these metals got crushed in price, unreasonably so, to levels that relative to the amount of metal around it's insanely cheap. It really is. So those metals I like, those miners I like in terms of investments going forward. Another thing I like, getting back to kind of where we're talking about with the dollar, one of the things they need to do is make sure the dollar doesn't go back into a higher appreciation mode. One of the things that people don't understand is the dollar goes higher means something else is going lower. In this case, it's pretty much every other currency on the planet. Right? Not only that, there was a point about maybe 5-6 weeks ago when the dollar was at its peak, maybe 7-8 weeks ago, where there were 29 global currencies at or near all-time record lows. I mean, that's mind-blowing to me. And what that does is, if you are a country that imports your commodities like India, where you import your energy needs, right? And you're using rupee to pay for that, but energy is priced in dollars, so you have to convert your rupee. Not only is it the price of oil has gone up, but so your currency is exacerbated by that by another 25%. So again, when we talk about getting back to the recession and getting back to, I don't mean to be a doom and gloomer. I'm really not.
No transparency, my friend. Transparency.
I'm not at all a doom and gloomer.
No.
But as it relates to the economy and kind of the global situation, I think people have some blinders on. When you talk about people in the U.S., it's all about the U.S. and the Fed and the stock market. And it's like as if that's the only thing that drives things. You have a situation right now where this is so global that other countries have suffered so much more in terms of the currency devaluation they've had on top of the inflation. All right. And you talk about places that, are not even like third world or emerging market countries. Talk about Europe, for example, which is a mess. You have a whole sliver of Europe. You got Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Latvia, Lithuania. All these countries produce intermediate goods that go to Germany where they're finished and exported out. All right, so you guys are in this business, moving stuff from Rotterdam and wherever it is that these finished goods get shipped to. Germany, obviously, in terms of automobiles, huge, right? Mm-hmm. So these countries are what I call second derivative, economic powers. They're not chump change. They're not small. They're important. They're important cogs in the industrial, juggernaut that is the German export machine, right? And those places have inflation that's 18, 19% year over year, with food cost inflation that's above 30% a year more for food. All right. And there's no way income is keeping up with that. And now, as you have this whole situation, throw in the Ukraine and Russia to boot, and their currencies get whacked. And holy mackerel, there are so many places that they can't afford to pay more just for food that are under so much stress. To think you're going to have discretionary spending in a way that's going to create GDP growth that's enough to support the global debt that we just created, let alone the debt we had already, it's kind of a house of cards, Jeff. I hate to say it. And this is not to be so negative as to not suggest there aren't opportunities. It's more important now than ever that you protect the purchasing power of your paper wealth. It really is. And to whatever degree, investing in paper is not going to be the same. That's my view, is you have this kind of lurking shadow of an economy out there. Everyone's very seemingly sanguine about the whole thing. It's almost a laissez-faire attitude. And it kind of, when push comes to shove, and all of a sudden bond yields are not coming down when the Fed is trying to add liquidity. You've gone on a serious, one thing I will say, just even to back up, is you take the lower half of the income scale has gotten crushed in this country. All right. And then not only that, you get these guys that come on TV and they'll say, well, we have this big pool of savings left over from the pandemic. That's not correct, man. That is factually not true. All right. Bottom line is you went from having what they do a monthly budget, a monthly savings number, right? Commerce Department, whichever it is. I look at it every month. So you had a peak on a month-to-month annualized basis in savings in this country above $6 trillion at the peak of the pandemic. You had an enormous pool of savings. It's gone. All right. It's less than $1 trillion now. All right. And it's lower than it was in 2019. Not only that, but in 2022, you have 4 of the 5 largest ever single months of consumer credit expansion in history. All right. So what does this tell us? Well, it tells us, okay, it's great you're earning 4% more, but inflation is 15 for food. All right. So you're behind the dime there. All right. You spent your savings. You borrowed to the max. What's the next step? If you have any kind of turbulence, and especially if you have any further price inflation down the road, which and I know when we talk about the real secular bigger picture, there's more turbulence coming no matter what. So from that perspective, it sets up, you need to have protection by investing in other things that you probably haven't invested in before and having more diversity than you ever thought you could. And it's kind of easier than a lot of people think it is, although it's not easy. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. And you talk about the disruptions, the pandemic, number one, how it affected the exporting in the PAC Rim, primarily China, and you look at Japan and how it affected all of that. What do you see? Mexico, Canada, China, Japan,
India.
India. I mean, what do you see coming into the first quarter? How long is it going to last? I mean, is it sustainable? Do you going to see improvements, or are you just going to see, the bottom fall out?
Well, I mean, I think you've seen a lot of improvements already. I think that China is kind of a manufactured crisis, if you will. We could talk about China in a minute because that's a huge thing. All right. You want to talk turbulence, you want to talk uncertainty, you want to talk, expect the unexpected. That's China. Okay. So setting that aside, I think there's a couple interesting things to note about global trade, and they're more macro. First off, number one, the U.S. is back to being a dual deficit nation. All right. I mean, out of nowhere, it seems. All right. We got this giant trade deficit again. We got this giant budget deficit again. The budget numbers came out last night, actually, for the month of November. $250 billion of red ink. All right. In a month. All right. Now, November is usually a high month anyway, but still, these numbers are off the chart. Public borrowing is almost $2 trillion. When it's time when the Fed's not buying $1.44 trillion. Think about that in terms of interest rates. But as it applies to trade, we're not exporting. I mean, look at here's a good one. You should get a kick out of this one. I just happened to notice this the other day because I keep an eye on these things, but I can't say that I had looked on the outgoing shipping rates in a while. Okay, when you look at the differential between what it costs to send a container from China to, I think it's Long Beach, versus Long Beach to China, which is like a tenth of the cost, right? I mean, how cheap is it to send containers from Long Beach to China? What does that tell you?
Yeah, it's because they want them back.
Yeah, but they go back empty, right? I mean, it's not like you're shipping anything, right? So, I think that noting that we're back into this kind of trade deficit thing is a big deal. But I also think that it's so much more kind of sinister than that when you talk about trade because it's China's ultimate weapon. But put that aside for 1 second because there's a couple other things worthy of note. UK, now a deep trade deficit nation. Japan, I mean, it's gone from a trade surplus country to a trade deficit nation where I'm pretty sure if it wasn't the worst trade deficit, it was the second or third. I just wrote about it like 3 weeks ago in Japan. So you're talking about, more and more countries in deficit. You're starting to see the haves and the have-nots. And what's it all linked to? Resources. So again, it goes back to the commodity argument, bullish on commodities for the first quarter. And I think when you look at the ISM, if you have that ISM chart that I sent you, when you talk about kind of the logistics business and the supply chain here in the U.S., it is dramatically improved. We know that, right? So that, I think, takes a lot of pressure off for now until the next big thing happens.
So, Greg, what's the ISM chart called?
I think it's called the ISM supplier delivery chart. So it breaks down all the responses. It's the one with all the numbers in the boxes. It breaks down all the responses from the Institute of Supply.
I have this one called CPI 10. Is this it?
Maybe. That's not it. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Keep rolling. We'll find it. It's in there somewhere of the 152 charts I sent you this morning. But guys, you know what all this means, right? Can't you just put this in some kind of sensible order and I'll roll with it? So no, there's the food at home. That's food at home inflation. That's crazy. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's a record.
Yeah, that is insane.
It's nuts. And look at every time you're above 6, it's a recession. So we have those other things in play, at least all three of those things. I think the point to get back to trade, though, is that, again, it's a vulnerability. And what I think in terms of trade, in terms of the first quarter, I don't even look that shallow because to me, trade is about China. And trade is about when is China going to say, we'll only pay renminbi and we'll only accept renminbi for imports and exports. What happens on that day? Because that day's coming. They're the biggest by far, 300 billion each way in dollar terms every month, both ways. By far the biggest. U.S. is 200, either side of 200 billion. So, I mean, that day comes, you're basically saying the dollar is no longer the currency of commodities. And that's the day when the dollar crashes, stock market crashes, and China wins. So, my view on this, Jeff. I mean, I am concerned that you have some kind of quid pro quo agreement among certain parties. If you look at Russia, you look at China, and you look at OPEC, including the House of Saud. All right. When Biden first came into office, he really dissed the younger factions of the Saudi royal family. Those are the guys that run Saudi Aramco. Right. That's the state oil company. Right. So a very little noticed thing that I noticed that set off alarm bells in my head was that very same month that he came in and said a few things that was really disrespectful to them. they suspended shipments to the U.S. and started shipping that same oil to China. Saudi Arabia is playing both sides of the coin here. They really are. I mean, the fact that China has gotten Saudi Arabia and Iran to talk, I mean, that doesn't happen. And that hasn't happened in, how many decades? All right. They're talking now. And they're talking in the sense of, when Russia invaded Ukraine, you realize that happened right after the Olympics. All right. That Putin sat down with Xi during the Olympics. All right. Biden refused to attend. Okay. And to backtrack, you really need to know Xi first. All right. Xi's father was number 2 man in Mao Zedong's, regime, number 2. And he was actually killed during an assassination attempt on Mao. And Xi was 6 at the time. So the communists whisked him off. I mean, the kid grew up in caves being indoctrinated by communist policy, manifest destiny, Mao. He is the second Mao. And this is kind of what he's been groomed to be all his life. Sent to the U.S., Ivy League educated, very sharp looking, speaks English well, has a nice family, polishes well for the cameras. But it's manifest destiny. It's the second kind of coming of Mao, and it's this Asian manifest destiny. Why do you think we've had incursions with the Vietnamese and Philippine Navy? Philippines last year threatened to declare war on China to get them to back down, and they did. One of the things they do is they build these man-made islands out in the middle of the ocean, and they claim they have a 2-mile territory around their island, right? And so they took it to the Philippines. They went toe-to-toe, and the Philippines threatened to declare war on China. This is 2021, this happened. And China backed down. It's not only air incursions over Taiwan, which happens every weekend. They're figuring out the defenses. They're, come on, you know what they're doing. I mean, this is not, for no reason. They're also in Malaysian airspace. They're also in Korean airspace. I mean, this is bigger picture. And I think when you start to think about China, Russia, and OPEC as a dominating power that control resources and control that hemisphere, part of the world, it's pretty daunting. And it can be pulled off. Now, the question becomes, do they kind of shoot themselves in the foot by doing so, by alienating and ruining the U.S.? And my answer is they don't care. I mean, come on. You think the Chinese Communist Party, you can see even the difference, this Communist Party versus the, before Xi, all right? You'd have Nike would get blasted for having sweatshops, and they go to China and, oh my gosh, sweatshops. I'm shocked there's gambling in this establishment, And then the Chinese would be, oh, well, we'll try and do better. Xi now is like, look, don't point the finger at us. You got kids killing kids in school. You manage your own house. We'll deal with shit we want the way we want to deal with stuff, right? And that's a much different tone. So I really think that people need to not underestimate this dynamic between Russia, China, and OPEC. It's underlying a lot of things. I think when you know it from the plenary session of the Communist Party, which just took place every 5 years, they get together. Xi, of course, comes out victorious. But the number one thing on the agenda of the Communist Party was food security. Where do you get food security? From the breadbasket of Russia, when Russia takes it back from the Ukraine. Then you got the ports too on the bottom side here to ship the stuff.
Yeah.
It's all tied in, man. I mean, to me, this all happened after you had at the Olympics, all right? Russia and China signed a $40 trillion, check that, renminbi deal on oil, building a new Siberian pipeline for oil. And they're diverting natural gas from Europe, already done 5%, and they've rerouted it now with a deal with the Kazakhstani government to ship natural gas through Kazakhstan to China. And all of the infrastructure loans in renminbi from Chinese state-owned banks. Please, you connect the dots, man. If you look hard enough, you'll see the dots, and the dots pretty much connect themselves. So that's what I worry about in trade. I worry a bigger picture in trade, and much bigger picture.
So is it going to be stable next year, or just the unknown? You can't really predict stuff. I know you're very good at predicting. You predicted a tremendous amount of things that came true. Yeah. And that's fact, and it's attested. So your bottom line for 2023 is? Well,
it's not even really kind of predicted. It's just, when you dig deep into the real minutia of data and connections of comment, and you just really, I love what I do, and I'm a workaholic. I'm sitting here always trying to connect the dots and figure out all these connections, and everything matters to me. That's why I can say, food price in Latvia means something to me, because I can connect it. I can. It's just that simple. Especially in this interconnected, globally, active world where, not only that, but information gets picked up and acted upon so fast now, it'll blow your mind, right? I think I don't know. I mean, the things that we have talked about happening have happened. And I think that it's just a continuation of that, which is more natural disasters, more violence in the streets, everything going up a notch. You know, here's my call for 2023, Jeff. You'll appreciate this. It's the year of Mandelbaum, taking it up a notch. All right. And that doesn't mean that there won't be great things. I mean, you know, everything's polarized. I call this, as you know, the age of polarization.
Yeah,
because what it is. And there's
that. Yeah, talk about the age of Aquarius.
Yeah.
And that's the data that people don't understand in the 2160 year cycle and how it's affecting what we do here on Earth and many different things. Go ahead.
You see it, and I mean, you know, it is very much scientific, and you know, I shy away from calling it the age of Aquarius anymore because it's not about kind of Aquarius or, you know, hippy dippy movement of the 60s or, you know, anything that has to do with like astrology and what sign are you, and people get a misconception of what it is when you use that phrase. And I know you use that phrase because I've used that phrase, but I'm just so you know, I'm moving away from using it because it connotes the wrong thing. It's not what it is. Okay, it's pure science, and what it is the age of polarization. And what you have now is, and the reason people link it to Aquarius is, you know, that our solar system, you know, moves through the Milky Way. I mean, we orbit through the Milky Way. We orbit the supermassive black hole that is at the center of the Milky Way. You have one cycle that takes you around, the entire spiral arm goes around once every 230 million years so far, so we can measure this. And, you know, use all kinds of ways to measure this kind of thing, most of it related to geology, you know, and things that are here on Earth, which take us back at least 4.5 billion years, right? So in that context, if you look at something like the Mayan calendar plays into this. This solar system, all right, the sun orbits through, and as we make our orbit, which is 25,800 years, okay, we actually orbit. Have you ever heard of the seven sisters in astronomy?
I have.
The seven sisters are the seven other solar systems that we orbit, and we orbit another star as we then move along in the spiral arm. So there's two orbits that our sun is conducting at the same time. And in that first orbit, us, along with several other solar systems, move through the constellations. And right now we've gone from Pisces, where we've been for a couple of thousand years, into Aquarius. And what makes this different here in Aquarius? I think somebody just sent me something about a black hole just shot a whole bunch of gamma rays at planet Earth, right? What happens in Aquarius is you have supernovas. You have one that's like 400 light years away, right? You have pulsars. You have quasars. You have all kinds of star systems. In Pisces, you had none of this. What does it matter? What it matters is all this light. Light is plasma, pure energy. And all this light is hitting the planet. Part of the way they like to say it's like the period of enlightenment. It actually means like we become lighter. I mean, and in that dynamic, that is highly charged electronic particles that are bombarding this Earth like never before. And this is why the planet is warming up. All right. NASA has dumped the whole idea of global warming. Throw it out the window. There's no such thing anymore as global warming. All right. It's now officially called solar warming because the planets are all heating up. The ice shelves on Pluto are melting, not because we're driving SUVs on planet Earth. All right. This is so much bigger than that. And you have two different things happen in terms of the planet being bombarded. Number one, of course, it heats up. It's highly electrically charged. All right. The crust of the planet is vibrating more. You measure this with the Schumann resonance index is one way to measure geomagnetic electricity. And the other one is the Gauss readings, which measures, for lack of a less scientific term to put it into perspective, so people can understand it, is the amount of atoms that would be in a given space at any time. So you understand when you have less atoms in a given space and they're highly charged and they're, you know, when there's less atoms, they can move around more, right? You have volatility through the roof, right? And not only that, part of this problem with this whole, you know, the way we're electrically charged right now is polarization. Everything gets pulled apart, and each end of the spectrum, you know, literally vibrates at a higher frequency, a higher resonance. All right. Tell me you don't see it in politics, Jeff. The left and the right, never more extreme, never more violent on both, and, you know, for lack of, I don't say violent, but to some degree violent. All right. On either end of the spectrum. Certainly, you know, you see, I mean, it's like even gold and Bitcoin, Jeff, even in my industry, gold and Bitcoin, it's like you have to love one and hate the other. There's no like in both. There's no, hey, I'm going to own both. There's no middle ground. It's in everything. You see it in the weather. It's not just that it's warmer, which of course it is, but you have record cold too. Right now, you have record droughts throughout the Iberian Peninsula. In the U.S., you just had a situation where it was the worst drought in U.S. history based on the landmass that NOAA defined as being under extreme drought. Right, the worst in history.
Yeah, we had 30% of our leafy greens come out this year because of drought.
Well, it's impacting all the produce in California. It impacts the food chain, the food supply. Yeah. So, and again, it's wet, it's dry, it's both. You have record flooding in Australia. You have record flooding in the U.S. It's more of everything. And when you see
volcanic eruptions that you're seeing more and more and more, the Ring of Fire, I mean, all over the place, Greg. I mean, I'm not preaching to the choir, but man, you read it every day. You used to read it like every couple of months, several months, you see some type of volcanic activity. It seems like it's always in the news feed all the time. So something's happening.
You nailed it. I mean, it's actually in 2021, there were 29 active volcanoes at one point in time. It's the most in recorded history. And the bulk of them were along the Ring of Fire. It ran into Oregon. Okay, you had like, there was one day where you had several hundred earthquakes offshore in the ocean in Oregon, right, into Las Vegas. It went into Nevada. I mean, right along that fault. I mean, San Andreas runs right up and through Nevada too. So it's there, it's happening. So, does that mean it's doomsday? I mean, what it means is that this is a long cycle. This end of this cycle is over 900 years. It's only just begun. I mean, honestly, we could take this to the nth degree that no one wants to hear about. And this is why people don't like to talk about this stuff, because nth degree is this planet is destabilizing. And at some point, it's not going to be habitable. So that's why everyone's so excited about exoplanets, so excited about solar sails, so excited about, dysprosium and new nanometals that can change dimensions. I mean, this is really fascinating stuff. If you look into the scientific end of it, that is promising and forward thinking and, positive. So, but,
Well, you know what? It all comes down to, because I'm a firm believer. I'm a firm believer in looking at the what ifs, especially in logistics and supply chain, trying to predict what's going to happen in the future. So if it does happen, that you can respond quickly. And when you're talking about the weather and the disruptions that the universe is causing all of us here, that we're getting bombarded, all the volcanic eruptions, the weather, more snow, more rain, all these disruptions. These are the kind of things that we have to take into consideration in logistics and supply chain to try to tell our customers and prospects that, hey, there's going to be more delays coming down the road than what you've seen in the past. And here's why. And I like to try to bring in extra value besides something that's always talked about. What's the pure differentiator between you as a service provider and someone else? And that's why I like having those conversations with you, Greg, because you bring in that other element that a lot of other people don't use or don't understand, and how vital it is in the way that we do business and how we do it. So,
well, you think about how long the delay was in Buffalo a couple of weeks ago when they got like 157 inches of snow. And so if you had any trucks traveling through Buffalo, had traveled through Buffalo, had to do any of that, they'd had to go all the way around to get where they needed to go. You think about that disruption. Last year, the polar vortex in Texas, not last year, the year before, the polar vortex in Texas. There's been huge issues with weather. I mean, the recent hurricane that came through Florida and now has delayed all the planting season by 6 months. That's going to delay produce season by 6 months. That's going to delay all the fresh fruit. It's going to mean that we bring more stuff in from Brazil and Argentina and all these places, and it goes into a container green and ripens in a container, so it has no flavor whatsoever. It's like eating cardboard. It's all of these things that are amalgamating together to create all these issues and challenges for us. It's insane how it's working. I don't know you guys, but when's the last time you actually had produce that tasted good?
I'm a carnivore, as Jeff knows. So talk to me about steak, and I'll answer that question. Yeah, but you know what it is? It's a couple of things. I mean, as a service provider in your industry, I mean, in any industry, it comes down to thinking of outside the box solutions to those what ifs. And sometimes that can be fun, and sometimes that can be frustrating, and most often it's expensive. So it's difficult, man. It really is, in terms of thinking. What I do believe is that what you just said is really pertinent, in the sense that this just supports the thought that the trend in price inflation is turned and it's now higher, because it's not going to be easy peasy. It's not going to be hand to mouth. We've gotten so spoiled too in this country. It's kind of mind blowing. You think back, I watch some of these shows, like if you watch like The Food That Made America Great or some of these shows, it's just interesting, the old industrialists. You think about how poorly people used to eat and what the food supply chain used to be, so in that case, it's pretty amazing. But then when you go back and I think about when you couldn't get meat at the grocery store during the beginning of the pandemic, and then you couldn't buy a freezer. Why? Because all of a sudden everyone needs freezers. And it's just one of those things. You talk about thinking ahead. Being a doomsday prepper is kind of an interesting thought process. Of course, I'm not one that necessarily goes to that extreme.
Right.
Because I'm old enough where it's like, what? If it's going to be like a coronal mass ejection or something, and we're going to be a blackout here, and there's going to be no food in like a few months, it's like, what? I've had a pretty good life. I don't need to like be fighting over scraps of food in the netherworld of this life, when I'm like 70 years old. Forget about it.
Right. But something?
Whatever happens.
Right. And the other thing that's something that's been in the news most recently is the idea of vertical farming.
Yeah.
And not using, the ground in order to create your produce, but actually in these greenhouses where it costs a lot less than what they do when you're running all those tractors and everything. And you can go up 3 stories, 4 or 5 stories with cabbage or whatever you want to grow. I mean, it's just a unique concept. And here we are with the what ifs. What happens? We have the drought and we don't have the water to, and the nutrients to get these products to grow. Put them in a warehouse, vertical farming. It's just unbelievable what's going on.
Well, that brings up a whole nother interesting point to me right away. And that is kind of like, the people that do know how to kind of self-exist, so to speak, specifically when it comes to growing their own food. I mean, there will come a day when they will be at a great advantage. All right. But that also gets back to the other point that we didn't talk about. And it kind of goes back to almost what happens during the next recession. Okay. We want to take it back to the global macroeconomic theme, right? And then to the theme of, the bigger picture. I mean, we also know within this context of the polarization of people, you see it in terms of the violence that we have out there versus the acts of charity when you have a natural disaster. I mean, that's very much the same thing. Polarized, you see it both. Both are in greater volume than we've ever seen before, right? But within that context, that the next time you have a recession and it's, food is expensive and maybe gasoline's hard to come by, or maybe they put in all these electronic vehicles and it's hard to even find a gas station. Who knows where this could all go? But in the sense of kind of civil unrest, Jeff, is one of my biggest concerns because of the politics. All right.
Yep.
This country's strength was the 2-party system, and now the country's downfall is the 2-party system. Why? Because of the polarization. And, we can talk about Donald Trump all we want, and you can say you want him as president, you don't want him as president, whatever. And, while policies that I would be, attuned to are the conservative policies of less government. Okay. So a lot of Trump's policies were something that I would favor. Having said that, you can't bring the guy back. He's too divisive. It's that simple. And the people that want to bring him back, it's like, no, we need unity. And the problem is you're not going to get it. So why go even more divisive from here, to me, is real problematic. And having said that, when you take these ideologies that are so far apart and people are so into them and so believe in them, no matter how kind of harebrained they are, to be honest with you. All right. In terms of some of the green energy dynamics and just all of the things now that seem to be just so far out there, where you have a whole generation that's basically allowing machines to do their thinking for them, to do all their things. I mean, saw this commercial. You've probably seen it too. The 4 teenage girls are in the car driving, right? And they're all on their phone and they're all talking. The driver's looking like this and everything. And they weave into the lane where there's a tanker coming at them, right? Yeah. At the last minute, the car corrects itself, and none of the girls even know they were just about to die in a fiery crash. Right? And it's like, you want to know something? Ask Alexa. Google is now going to be the authority on everything in the world. And you want to know anything, just ask your machine, and your machine will tell you. All right? You start your car with a machine. You monitor your home with everything. And so you want to talk about that kind of dynamic, number one. All right? And then you want to talk about, because it's almost like what is it? A combination of Mad Max and Terminator? I mean, because Mad Max side is social unrest, and to the degree to which when you don't have food and when it becomes more difficult and when there's unemployment and you have some kind of real downturn in the economy, all right, the people at the lower end of the income scale rise up. It's just really that simple. And I think you have this already, kind of in place dichotomy, this anxiety, this hatred almost. And I think the chances for some kind of big upheaval from a social unrest standpoint is always another big risk kind of to just the standard of living. I mean, bottom line, inflation begets a lower standard of living one way or another. And that's one of the ways it would go. I mean, think about the last recession we had in 2007, 2008, Jeff, like where you live, right? Was one of the things they did in Camden to balance the budget, all right? They had to cut police by 40% in the city with the second highest crime rate for a city of its size in the country. That's a lower standard of living through economics that you don't really feel as a lower standard of living. So
all this stuff, man, it has such an impact on what we do in supply chain and logistics. It's just that a lot of people just don't think of those alternatives or even bring that into the mix. Yeah. And it really all does have an impact on what we do in this industry. It really does when you really think about it.
Well, how do you do it? I mean, you tell me. I mean, you guys know better. I mean, to me, for your industry, probably one of the biggest problems is employees and truck drivers. And I mean, how is that right now? Is that
we've got overcapacity right now for drivers.
We have a lot of overcapacity.
Wow. We're showing overcapacity. I think warehouse workers are still tough to get.
Okay.
I think there's always been a challenge with good ops people for companies. I know I was at a $1 billion company, and the biggest challenge is always good ops people that stick around and that care. That's probably still a big challenge for a lot of companies. I don't know about growing your fleet, but I do know a lot of companies are putting some pretty unbelievable pay structures in place for drivers, and they're retaining drivers longer.
Let me ask you this: what has been done to maybe circumvent some of the problems we just had? I mean, like port congestion or, getting trucks in there. Is there, I mean, outside of running 24/7, which thank God they did. And frankly, I was surprised they weren't doing that the whole time. I mean, have there been significant changes in kind of the infrastructure of the business, even in shipping goods, across the country?
Oh, I would think so. I mean, dray into the port, in and out of the ports is a totally different beast than cross-country trucking, right?
Right, I understand.
Cross-country trucking, a lot of companies started to get dedicated lanes and went under contracts in the last couple of years because shippers wanted to, lock in capacity. I believe that shippers went back to the old school relationships and started giving their key suppliers more and more business to build that relationship and lock in that capacity and lock in rates and lock in the adjustments. I believe there was those types of changes across the industry. Some of
that like at the expense of small businesses, do you think? I mean, obviously, or no?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think at the expense of everybody. I got a buddy of mine, small business, runs bed sheets into Canadian Tire.
Right. And
he's lost his shirt for 2 years. Like, he's gone through all of his savings. He's almost been bankrupt twice just because he used to make $7,000 a container. All his bed sheets came from China. It was $4,000 a container. When those containers went up to 20 grand or 15 grand, that ate all of his profit. Yeah. But it was like, it's only going to go for a couple of weeks. And then when a couple of weeks hits, it'll only be a couple of weeks longer. And then a year's gone. It's only going to be 6 more months. I may as well stick to it. And it was like this progressive bout, and now they're back down, and he's like, okay, I'm back making money again.
Is there a layer of those kind of businesses that are like about to fail, like have survived, but
I'm sure
probably can't hold on much longer type of thing?
I'm sure. I mean, I know companies are being more diligent on credit these days than they ever have. You got to be in these times, right?
That's an impact of policy, though, too, monetary policy. When there's less liquidity, banks are less likely to lend. I mean, they survey the senior loan officers at all the banks, and they've been, you have to have a higher credit rating to get to even really be considered for a loan, and then you still might not get it. So
now you got less buying power. That means less shipments. Right?
Exactly. Exactly. No, that's exactly it. That's at the heart of everything right now, Jeff, is that, this has been going on since 1971 when they took the dollar off the gold standard. Okay. And they basically said we can print as much money as we want. They won that right in World War II, essentially, Bretton Woods agreement, after World War II. And they became the petrodollar, the dollar of trade, the dollar of commodities pricing. And all that's at risk, some point in time. But the end game is I've likened this, I've made many analogies when I do like public speeches and stuff. One of the more graphic that I think is tangible for people is the steroid abuser. All right. So you can kind of look back at 1986 when the economy was, maybe $4 trillion in GDP, and you were pretty buffed up. You were buffed up like Bruno Sammartino, the early wrestlers in the 60s. They really weren't all that buffed up, right? So you move into the era of the 1990s, and then Greenspan cuts interest rates, and they boost the housing market all of a sudden in the 1990s, and you lead into the tech bubble. Then you get technology and internet and all this, and you fly into the tech bubble when basically now you are Lou Ferrigno, man. You are pumped up on monetary steroids. The market craps out. What do? They pump more steroids into you. So the next time around, you're like Mr. World, like in 2007 and 8, okay? And he fails, and they pump even more steroids, all right? At some point, it's like in terms of math, because now it's 8 trillion is the base, versus 4 trillion in 2008. They printed $4 trillion to bail us out. This time they had to print twice that. Next time it'll have to be twice that. Next time it'll have to be twice. In other words, at some point, the math doesn't work anymore. You just can't keep doing it. So it's like the steroid abuser who at some point in time is like, looks really healthy, man. Pump you up. Remember? It's like, I think it's like Pareto, and Gary Grill, for crying out loud. High school buddies. Pump you up, right? But at the same time, it's really Lyle Azedo. Your internal organs are failing. And I think that's kind of symptomatic of kind of where the economy is going here. We might have one more phase out of it. I don't know. But I think that you are a lot closer to some really nasty stuff than you've been at any time in the last 30 years.
I agree. I agree with you, my friend. Hey, listen, I appreciate it, Greg, so much. Hey, you're going to be heading up to North Jersey soon, or are you going to stay your ass down there?
Are you crazy? I live in paradise. Why would I leave? There's only a few things that would get me out of the state of Florida. And unfortunately, New Jersey's not one of them. So,
there you go. There you go, my friend. Hey,
but you're always welcome down here. There's an open invite to you guys down here.
I may take you up. I'm going to be in Marco Island soon. So
yeah, cool.
All right,
guys.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Take it easy.
All right.
Nicole Glenn.
Hello.
Big in the center.
Hey, yeah, we were putting our guests front and center today. Are you not excited about that? Or
I am so excited. I'm actually really excited to be on with Jeff. Jeff, we have been how long communicating and seeing each other on LinkedIn, and you're a real person sitting here. I love it.
So are you. I see
this
you
morning. Jeff was a mix
between
between Santa Claus, Dazed and Confused, and Sam Crow, Sons of Anarchy.
Make Jeff big. Make Jeff big so I can see.
You want to make Jeff big?
Yeah, just for a second. I love it. It's awesome. You probably
that's like a serious 3 inches off his face right now. Like it's thick.
No, it's not.
It's awesome.
It's got that Teen Wolf kind of glare that comes down here. It's awesome. We love to ask him about it.
Oh yeah, Nicole, I just want to say something. My new association that I started up many months ago. I'm a huge advocate of women in logistics and supply chain, and I appreciate everything that you're doing to make them, visible for a change. If that's the proper determination on that, because I mean it's just lacking so much, and I really appreciate what you and Ellen Boyd are doing, and everybody that's jumping on the bandwagon finally after all these decades.
It's
greatly
awesome.
appreciated.
Yeah, thank you too. I mean, it's great to have this support from really the whole community, and what I hope that it's doing is inviting more women into this space.
Yes.
And telling them that they can have what they want to have. They just got to go get it. Right.
Yep.
And putting themselves out there and being vulnerable. And so, I mean, I love what Ellen's doing too. It was great to be a part of Women in Trucking this past year. And I hope to do more with that association and then with LLC. So I'm excited to see how these numbers like tick up, you know. And Sharon Sire, who's part of LLC with me, we're now joining forces and going to universities down in Texas to start telling the logistics stories to females that are going to school for supply chain, and trying to lift that and give them that understanding of, you know, what's possible for them. So I love this spot. It's super cool. So thank you.
I'd come with you and share some stories. Just let me know. I got tons of stories about supply chain.
I know, right? We all do.
I think every day we gather 3 or 4 really good stories that have learning lessons. It's like, you know, it's such a great industry. Just to be able to, I don't know, it's just every day there's something new, and every day you if you pay close enough attention, there's like a really key nugget, a learning lesson that you can always share with somebody that's going to change their perspective. And it's awesome. I love this industry.
Absolutely.
And speaking of this industry, Nicole is coming to talk to us today about not every customer is a good customer.
Right.
Now, this is going to be a conversation because it's one we love at Sales Chatter. It's one we're always talking about. We're saying, listen, qualify. And it's there we go. Let's share all the stories.
Yeah, right. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Lisa.
She says hi, Nicole. Yeah.
So I hope this can be a dialogue amongst really all of us. Ryan, hi, nice to meet you too. I see you in here.
Oh yeah, Ryan is back. Look at that.
Yeah, you know, I had to leave. I had to go catch the World Cup semifinals. Argentina, Messi, the GOAT, he scored. So they're up 2-0 against Croatia. So happy to be back on. Just have it in the background here going. But I had to tune in to hear Nicole because I've never met you, but I've seen so many webinars that you've been on, and just your one thing as you're kind of talking about customers and things like that is that your reputation, it's crazy. Like I've heard so much about you, but I've never met you. And that's one thing that's so important in our industry is like knowing about the reputation about somebody. So I had to log on, make sure even the world.
Thank you. Hopefully we can all like be in person one day soon. It's weird to me that Dan and I still have not. I'm giving you a bear hug, man, when I see you. Come here.
It's mutual. Yeah.
So,
I still can't believe after all this time we haven't actually met. But well, you know, we were supposed to have the summit in person, and it ended up going virtual, right? And then it's kind of been my life's taken a different turn there in the last little while. But next year, 2023 is the year.
Yes,
all of us are going to meet in person.
Conference sharing and where everybody's going, and try to plan something that makes sense for everybody. But I love this topic today with you guys. I mean, that's what I was saying. I hope it's like a conversation, because this is one of those things that we see. Obviously, people are very eager in this space when you're in a sales role and you have this whole list of activities. And once you get a bite, you immediately want to go, right? And you want to turn on the floodgates of love. Like, give me everything you have. And I go to so many of these conferences, and I talk to, I mean, every level of logistics professional, and I meet a lot of salespeople at these conferences, and I'm like, so what do you do? And they go, I'm a truckload broker. And I think I just talked about this the other day, and they don't really know their own narrative. So when they're presenting to the customer that narrative and they're not getting specific, the customer is going, okay, this person's a truckload broker. I'm going to throw everything at them. And then it's never a true match on what's going to be good for the companies, both ends. And then you have this eager sales rep trying to come back to their sales manager going, I got this awesome RFP. And it's like, who do you know there? And they're like, no one. I've been blasting out through my sequences, and they gave me this. And if I do round 1, maybe we'll have a chance to talk to them about round 2. Right. Mm-hmm. And that's really kind of what I want to dive into is first of all, not all beginning stages are right for you. And then after you do all this legwork and you think it's a match, then you start this kind of dating of you and the customer, you see that it's not a match. And you see some of these sales reps that just try to hold on for dear life to that, to drum up something, but there really is nothing there. So,
or you have the conversation, they throw lanes at you because you're not specific. You quote them, they're not your greatest lanes. They throw more lanes at you, quote them. but on the fourth or fifth turnaround, you would have probably found that triangle that you're really good at that they need help with, and you haven't even spoken to them about it.
But one more thing, there's a lot of companies out there that throw those RFPs out there to go fishing, and that's all they're doing. They have no intentions on doing any type of work with you. They just want to get an average of what's happening out in the market because they're too stupid to realize or go and get that knowledge that they need to be successful. So they dump it on all of us, and we're supposed to jump and respond like that. Doesn't happen here, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and I just see it, and that's why I was like, when I was talking to Dan, and he's like, "What do you want to talk about?" It's like I really want to give this insight, especially as we're in bid season, right? And then we're going into this next year that's a little challenging with the economies, and so it's understanding like, you're going to have all these people that are in their competition bidding for the same stuff, but then B, trying to really create those relationships and understand what's the most important part. So, I mean, I'm not trying to monopolize this conversation because I know that you guys probably have great best practices too. So, I mean, Ryan, any of you would love to hear, like, first and foremost, your best practice on trying to identify if a customer is a good fit for you.
Yeah, so the first thing that comes, so I've been on the opposite side, right? So I think the first thing for me is always like work in my niche, and understand what I'm good at. And it's not necessarily what I'm always good at. I always have this conversation with my ops team, figure out what they're doing for other sales reps in the company, see if there's other lane fits and things like that. And that's where I kind of sell. I kind of sell based on what ops can do. And for me, when I love that you said that, because like not all customers are a great fit. When we kind of get into the industry, or even when we go to a different company, we kind of want that low hanging fruit, right? We'll maybe go after the lumber customers or go after like the literal garbage customers, and those things, you think that you're on a lead list, and it's like, oh my god, I need 8 feet tarps on a flatbed, and they're paying $2 a mile, and it's just not a fit. So for me, the best practices is understanding what my ideal client looks like, the conversations. And the one thing for me, it's not about business. It's not about the amount of freight or volume that they have. It's how can I get along with them? Am I going to be able to call them on a Friday and shoot the shit with them? The world, like I said, I missed the last episode. I mean, the last segment. So I watched the World Cup. Can I talk to them about sports? Do I understand those things? And those for me is a fit for me, because I want to work with customers that are like-minded. This industry is way too big. The biggest mistake I did when I kind of get into this industry is I went after all the big gorillas in the room, right? And those are the ones that they just add you to a lead list. You got your 1 year RFP, and then you're racing to the bottom of the barrel. So for me, it's like finding out what you're good at and just get like-minded customers around you, and you can just kind of grow from there.
I love that. You said the key word to me, which was operations. It's working alongside of your operations, not against it. You know, because I mean, how many times have you guys seen where, because I feel like I ride the middle, right? I'm a company owner, but I was in operations and then in sales. So like I have that understanding of both sides. But it's really aligning that way instead of cramming either way, of what's going to work. You can't create that sales versus ops or ops versus sales mindset. It's, hey, what are we good at? But then it's also coaching your operations to sometimes get uncomfortable and start looking for different solutions and different opportunities so they can expand their networks too. Because I've also seen that where ops is like, ooh, that's a little outside of the comfort zone. And I'm like, that cheerleader going, you guys, we got to find this. We can.
You got it.
That's where you want to be. That's exactly where you want to be.
Yeah.
But not very many operations people like going out like that either.
Well, you look at the opposite too, right, guys? I was an operations guy for 2 years, and it's like what sales doesn't kind of understand, and we got to find that middle ground is that, hey, ops has probably been working like 12 to 14 hours. They've probably got like 300 loads to cover. Like, you're kind of like your quote unquote coaching session with them is going to be irrelevant. So you got to deliver the right message at the right time for them. And I like exactly what you say, Nicole, because it's like when you have that conversation with them, one of my pitches when I talk to prospects or clients is that your freight never touches a load board. Like I don't deal with load boards. I only deal with our trusted suppliers that we use. And if they can't run it, I'm sorry. Like I got to walk away from that. But I like what you just said about challenge them. And that's going to be my nugget that I kind of take away from here as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Where I come from, 35 years on the operations, shipping, logistics, 3PL, 4PL side, where I used to get calls from you guys and all the disaster phone calls that I used to get. And what am I going to say, guys? I'm not a sales guy. I never was a sales guy. And when I jumped into this side of the fence, I kind of know what not to say because I received all those things at inbound that a lot of people weren't knowledgeable. Number one, they didn't do any research on my company. Number two, they didn't know where my facilities were. Number three, what I shipped, how I shipped it, when I shipped it. And that's all critical. You know, I don't talk about freight when I talk to a customer or a prospect. It has no relevance to me because the most important thing to me anyway to be successful is what's going wrong in your logistics operation that I can uncover, which I call the hidden bank opportunities. And that's where I kind of lean more to because I know that's the area that they want to talk about. They don't want to talk about freight because everybody, I would say a high percent, probably in the 90s, high 90s, that's all they want to do is move your freight, move your freight, move your freight, move your freight, move your freight. And that's not where it's at, guys. It really is not.
I agree too. And we have a gentleman on our team that was on the shipper side. And so when he came to us, he's actually in the sales role. He's actually leading our sales group.
Nice.
He's fantastic because he understands that what you just said is 1/10 of someone's day. They have production to worry about. They have, you know, the forklift drivers being there on time and inventory coming in and where to put that and, you know, customer service. They have so many different moving parts that I think logistics professionals think that somebody who's in procurement or even in the plant level is just sitting there waiting for your phone call, you know? They have
not the case. Not the case. They want to spend maybe 5 seconds on the phone, and that's about the only time that you have to make an impact. They want it to be meaningful. They want to hear something they haven't heard. You know, that's what you have to find out. And where do you get that type of information? From research, to getting that knowledge, to understanding where their deficiencies are, their inefficiencies are. That's the door opener right there, you know. And if you can say those magic words, and it's different for everybody out there, that's what's going to get your foot in the door. That's what's going to take a 10-second conversation into a 2-minute conversation. But don't try to sell them on the first call. You'll fail. Plain simple.
Right. You just are asking for planting the nugget on what your value is, listening to them, and then understanding if there is some sort of match. And then I like the idea of getting strategic with people. So that's the way that I've been able to really take a customer, start identifying, like getting the foundation of who they are. Because as that relationship keeps building, you're going to start finding out more of their inefficiencies by working with other people on their team or hearing what corporate is pushing down the pipe. But it's asking those questions consistently, like, and scheduling those conversations, but then putting action items behind it. Because I think that's where a lot of people go wrong. They'll go, tell me all of your woes, Mr. Customer or Mrs. Customer. And then they're like, okay, thanks. And then nothing happens. But by the way, when's your RFP coming out? So it's starting to understand how can you help them and bring a different spot of solutions, maybe something that they're not even thinking about. Like I had a customer during the pandemic that was struggling hardcore with capacity for truckload. And so I said to him, I'm like, I know this is not your norm, but I have this really cool refrigerated solution. You know, I just put it there. I just kind of put it out there. I'm like, I'll send you some stuff, look at it. And he looked at it. He's like, I don't know if QA. I was like, okay, well, let's talk to QA. Let's see what QA needs. I'll take that on. You don't worry about it. I'm trying to get you additional solutions for capacity that are outside the scope. So I will bring you along for that ride, or I'll just give me the contacts and let me create that ninja button for you. And so finally, I think it took 2 or 3 attempts where he finally went, you know what, I'm in deep shit with my reefer capacity. I need some help. And so he gave me those contacts and we did different testing phases and different things. And that's going to be a lifelong partnership because I was trying to solve a problem for him and his organization, thinking outside of the box. I challenged him a little bit. I wanted to understand their strategy and how I can bring something to the table, even if they said no. It's like, well, then I can utilize that learning experience and bring that to a different customer too. So I think it's that solution-based, consultative, strategic approach that you need to take when you're really developing a relationship with a
Absolutely. And another thing is to know what's the value that you bring to the table. What's your niche? Where's your expertise? Find that out first before you start going after customers. Don't be the jack of all trades. You stay in your expedite lane. I know that you do, and you build those relationships from the inside out. It's not about just a business relationship, but it's more about a personal relationship and a long lasting one, because this, Nicole, that it costs a hell of a lot more money to find a replacement client than one to keep on board. And that's a pure fact. So you want to try to bring all those tools to the table when you open up that door, and learn to agree to disagree, which is the most important thing. That's the base for a long-term business relationship, when you have those cordial conversations and that you understand each other and where you both need to be. It's gold. I should say platinum.
I agree. Well, best practices though too, because I know we're kind of deviating from the original concept of what some customers are compared to what you're trying to make them be. And so I would just want to share a nugget. And I know Dan probably has a ton to say on this too, but
why does everybody think I say a lot of stuff? I don't
Well,
I don't know.
Look at your host name. Look at your.
Talk a lot. Come on, man.
I'm the only one that kept my name the same since this morning. I just have to say.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Brian, you got to change his name to Sir Mumble.
Change it. Yeah. No.
But I think my one top tip that I just want to tell people in regards to going after the right business and finding the right customers is that key concept of what Jeff said, getting an understanding of who they are, and then bringing that back from what Ryan said, making sure that aligns with your operations. And when it doesn't, take that information that you got from that customer, right, and put that in the operational box and say, hey, let's really try to develop something so I can go back to that customer in 2024 when we've developed our flatbed capacity in this area. So instead of trying to do all this and be that jack of all trades, it's okay to go, you know what, we're not in the same spot or the same needs right now, but I would love to obtain that RFP because your lanes are probably going to be the same next year for the most part. So I can start this in advance on the sourcing side and really developing some relationships that can lift you instead of trying to do this cram mindset to your company and to your customer that you are just amazing when you're really not.
That's actually a really great idea, Nicole.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic idea.
It's a great idea because it's something actually happened very similar to me yesterday. I was doing my prospecting and I reached out to a customer. He literally replied back and said, reach out to me February next year. And normally I would have been like, hey, okay, cool. Like, let's just wait till February or whatever. But then I just hit him my email. I was like, hey, can I give you a free cost analysis? No harm, no foul. And he sent all his lanes that he's run this week and the previous week. So we're going to take the rest of the month to come together, put together a proposal, see what they run and what's a fit for us and what's not a fit for us. And like we said, no harm, no foul. And I think the one big thing I've learned, Nicole, and you're connected with John Brewer and everybody as well, is that just because people are logistics managers doesn't mean that you want to work with them. You can be having a relationship with them to bounce ideas off of. I mentioned this earlier in the show. I'm a big wrestling fan. There's another logistics manager who's a wrestling guy too. And we just talk wrestling all day. We never talk business. We haven't moved a load. We probably won't move a load, but it's just to understand that people are people and not think that, oh, he's a shipping manager, or basically kind of put people on a pedestal. Because that's where you kind of understand hey, it's just not gonna, I don't want to bring myself down because I know what I bring. I bring value to whoever I work with and I choose myself and with yourself as well at the company that you're with.
I mean, I'm totally in with you on that. And you have a sense of confidence that not everybody has though. And so they just have to keep that mindset too and listen to these types of things, because when you're walking into this industry and you have no customers and you're given Zoom info and you got to go make a day, they feel very different than you and I do. You know, they're really trying to establish something, and they also have a manager over their head going, you know, did you get your activity listings today? And so they're just trying. So that's why this advice is great, because it does matter to listen to what a person is saying and befriend them and understand. And you just never know where that relationship will take you. You know, I got an awesome parody song from John Brewer and Michael Vincent out of it. And no, the reality is, like, we're always trying to help each other and introduce people. And that's the spot when you do make friendships with people that it goes somewhere. And I think what we're seeing too is people are now on LinkedIn so much. I mean, how many messages do you guys get that I connect with you and now I have to buy your leads in the first?
Oh my God.
Oh, it's terrible.
Assistants, you know, getting those digital assistants to book you meetings and things like that. It's
it's terrible.
Well, and here's the thing when it comes to like-minded customers and qualifying customers under who you are and what your niche is. There's so much less turnover. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been through a lot of customers, and I stopped one day and I said to myself, where would I be if I never lost a customer? Like, think about that.
Be on this talk show.
It would be insane. And I realized in the last 7 years of my career, I've probably 700 or 800 times the revenue that I've made, and it's with the same customers. And when I brought a customer in, they didn't leave.
Yeah.
And it's because I started qualifying them better.
Yep.
And you know, how many of your crappiest customers take up the most of your time? Right? There's all these things that, as a brand new salesperson, we don't operate under the mindset. It's like, put numbers on the board. And Nicole, you just said it. Get the top brass off your shoulders. And, well, you know, your prospecting sheet this week and you didn't bring in any numbers. And that's all everyone's trying to do is put numbers on the board. Like, for a company, I say, if you're a company and you hire a brand new salesperson, you have a year. Show me what you can do in a year. But a lot of companies won't put that amount of time into a salesperson.
Right.
But especially what we're going into, a year. It's a nice amount of time for them to get their feet in the industry, understand it, get in a niche, and start developing business.
You know,
but a lot of guys are gone after 3 months because, you didn't bring in enough business. They're green.
Yeah,
they have no idea.
You know why, Dan? I'll tell you exactly why. They're just a number. They get in there and they put them in the seat and they don't have any cross training. They have no training whatsoever, and they hit the phones, you know, or they sit next to their guy that's next to them on their left or their right, and they kind of listen into what they're saying, and then they buy into it, and then they sound like a script. Because they have no knowledge in order to build their own way of communicating with their prospects. That's the problem here, you know, and that's why there's so turnover. And then you get into the non-solicit, the non-competes, you know, and so you get in there, you're only there for 6 months, and then your life is screwed for the next 2 or 3 years, and you learn nothing during that period of time. That's the problem. I don't care what anybody says. That's the problem. If you want to go into a good organization, then they're interviewing you. It's up to you to interview them to see if they meet your needs and going to bring you.
That's so true. That is the most true statement of this entire thing, is interview the company you're going to understand what does that support look like? How are they going to continually coach and train you? And what's their investment that they're going to make? And what do they even have as their like vision in regards to how to lift their salespeople, you know? And do they do a sink or swim method? Is it like, because I actually believe that sometimes even when Tyler came, he came with the shipper mindset, and he's sending emails to info at such and such. I'm like, Tyler, that's not going to go anywhere, dude. Like, what are you doing? But he needed to go through the motions. You know, he needed to, like, if I tell you that this is the exact thing that you need to learn some of that stuff yourself, but have the time to make those mistakes and to understand what's going to be the best method. So I would give him some of my emails and like, well, when I'm introducing our company, it comes out this way. He's like, you have some exclamations. I'm not exclamation. I'm not.
Yeah. You gotta find
you're
your own
too long in your writing. I'm like, make it your own, man. I'm just giving you the bullet points. And when he did that and he owned that message himself, that's when he started getting customers.
That's it. That's it. You know what? You can show a horse where the water is, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to walk it to that pond to drink. Give them the golden objective and let them create it themselves. They'll love it much more than having you do it for them, where they're not going to learn anything. And then have that mutual conversation every day, you know, every couple of days with your manager. How does this look? Get a second set of eyes on it. That's how you promote people and get them to where you need them to be. But don't just let them sit there and not do anything. And I know, Nicole, you don't do that. You're in the trenches. You help your guys. I know it right off the bat. You know, and this is the first time that we spoke, but I kind of have an understanding of how your operations work. Everybody's involved with everybody else, and that's why you're successful. They just don't let them sit there and just, you know, dwindle away to nothing and then go, okay, you're done. See ya. You know, next, bring another guy in there, throw him in the seat. You don't do that. I know that.
And it's the same way on both sides. You know, you have to coach that. And yeah, I mean, we do push. My whole thing is the people that come here, I always tell them, and from recruiting is like, we're going to make you uncomfortable. Because the idea of you sitting still forever is not why you're filling out an application to work at Candor. You know, we have a different set of standards when we're moving expedited truckload. That's going to be very different than regular people that are moving everyday truckloads. So I'll see something go out of communication and I'll send a message and go, hey, that is not how we communicate. It isn't to put somebody on blast. I do it direct, you know. But it's I have to make them uncomfortable to learn the new way of things and get them to rise. And I think those are the types of companies that really make it at the end of the day, is get their people to rise. Because what you just said, Jeff, like with that learning side, when you sell and you get that first deal by doing it yourself, and how sweet is that victory? Like, it becomes
like winning the lottery.
Yeah. And it becomes like addictive, right? Like, I want to do that again, but you're doing it because you win it. So if someone hands it to you, it's just totally different.
And it's, you know what, it's up to the rep too, because like I can confidently say, like, for me, my big thing is emails and videos. Like, I feel like those are my two big channels that I excel at. And it's because I took the time to understand and test and do different things, right? Because there's so many times that I remember sending those emails, basically, hey customer, I can just copy and paste and send that email to 1 million people, but there's no value add to it. You know, we're an asset-based solution, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, no, let's talk about what you guys actually do. I saw a sustainability report that you guys put out 2 months ago. Let's talk about that, you know. And when you're able to like talk to people as humans, that's where it works on both sides. And just to add to your topic, when you guys were talking about, you know, when you bring somebody in for 3 months, you let them go. I've seen the opposite, where somebody comes in, they hustle for that 3 months, they let them go. And once they've been let go, we take over the leads and we get business like a week after because of all the work that they've done in that 3 months, right? So it's just not fair enough. You know, you got to let people see that throughout for that year, as Dan kind of says as well. So I like that you guys are being a force in basically new practices, because those ways are the old ways. I find a lot of the sales managers are from like that old school mindset, you know, that golf, let's shake hands, let's have some cigars kind of thing. But we're new age now. You know, we rely on tech quite a bit and understanding relationships a little bit better.
For sure.
Yeah, you got to get on the gram and make sure that you socialize with people. You know what I'm saying?
Good leaders get into the trenches with their troops. Period. End of discussion. 100%. You know, you have to know everything that's going on in your office, and you must have that finger on the pulse, because you're going to know what's working, what's not, what needs to be, worked on in order to get where you are. You're going to take some resources to make sure that person is going to get to where they need to be. But if you're just sitting in your office and just watching things happen, it ain't going to happen. It's just not going to happen. So
I'm with you.
That's the way it is.
My time's up, and I loved being on.
Nicole, are you going to stick around?
I can. I still have another
we've got,
that I
we've
can.
got a gentleman from New Zealand here. My good Kiwi buddy, Nick Redstone.
I remember Nick.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
yeah.
Hey Cole, how you doing?
Look at you.
No, just be sure it's something because I was told I was coming on to the LinkedIn Christmas shopping channel. Have I got it right?
Yeah, I got a bridge.
This looks brilliant, guys. I love all the decorations on the outside. And Santa, you were awesome when I saw you this morning, man. Jeff, you look really good.
Thank you, buddy. It's all about if you don't have laughs in this business, man, you don't belong in this business. You really do.
100%. And that's why I wore my Superman shirt. If you squint like this and go like that, I'll look a wee bit like Henry Cavill if I've got the lighting right. But if not, I'll probably have a big white beard going on.
There you go.
Yeah, you don't have the lighting right. No,
I was actually going to say, why is Henry Cavill on here? I was literally thinking that as soon as you said that. So, I was like, is Ben Affleck going to be?
Ryan, you've always held the show together. You've always been my favorite. But one thing I want to say, guys, is look, returning to LinkedIn after almost a year off and going through all the COVID bullshit we all did and stuff like that. Look, it's pleasing to see that Dan now looks like he's in his 40s, right? This is the thing. He's always looked like he's 22. Finally, he looks like he's 40 to 60. Mate, your goatee looks fantastic. Well done, you.
You know what, brother? It's one of the weirdest things. I've never been able to grow facial hair. I get cancer, and I can grow as much facial hair as I want, and I don't get it. I was at the hospital 2 weeks ago, and they're looking at me, and they're like, "You have facial hair," and I go, "I know," and it doesn't stop. It's like everywhere, and they're like, "Okay, that's weird." I'm like, "I know." So yeah,
I don't have that
growed up
problem.
a little bit.
I don't have that problem.
Yeah, Jeff, you and I had that problem. We came out of the womb like this, mate. Yeah, this is what it looks like straight away. And look, I just wanted to add something, if I could, guys, with this the piece about hiring staff and getting the right people, because what it comes down to for me, I'm going to talk a wee bit about this today, is intention and being intentional. What do you want to do with your company? What are you wanting to achieve? If you want to achieve good revenue numbers and hitting your monthly quota, you've got to hire the right people, train the right people, invest in the right people, and keep the right people.
Yes.
Yeah, it's getting the right people on the bus the first time.
You know what I mean? Like, the problem is companies these days, they tend to sort of go, oh, well, if it doesn't work, we'll hire someone else, right? But what happens after a period of time, other companies have hired those same people and they've just created bad attitudes that turn into bad results. And all of a sudden you end up with, what's actually quite a decent person, but with just the wrong attitude and, the wrong sort of training. Whereas if you spend the time to invest and make sure you're going to work to get the best results out of the person you can, you can get some really, really good results. I've had some massive turnarounds as a GM, sales manager, with staff where you would have said wouldn't hire that person tomorrow, and they've become a overachiever in a very quick time frame because they've got the skills, they've got the potential, they just need the training in your company and they need the commitment and investment from you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the times, a good employee is just somebody that cares and is willing to invest time, energy, and effort into training. Right. I look at my sales career. I was a 17-year-old kid on unemployment. I chose to invest in my career. I chose to make the most out of my career. And then you have other kids that are just, I remember hiring a bunch. There was a bunch that were hired, and I'm talking to them, and I'm like, "What do you want to do?" And they're like, "I want to open up a bakery." I'm like, "Oh, interesting." Another guy's like, "Well, I'm a metallurgist." I'm like, "Oh, you're a metallurgist and you're selling freight?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm just here to pay off my student debt."
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, why did we hire them? Like, you have one that has no interest in selling. She's opening a bakery in 6 months. She just needed somewhere to go in that 6 months to make money. And another one's a metallurgist that just wants to pay off school debt. It's like that hiring process, getting the right people in, even just with the right attitude, and you can build off of that. That's key. That's golden.
And then the trick to that is, mate, and this is no disrespect to anyone in HR. I know how difficult it can be to get the right people, don't get me wrong, but you've got to hire on aptitude and attitude, not just on IQ skills, because you've got to find the right people who have the right attitude to actually express the skills that they have. Otherwise, you just got someone that's very good at talking but not good at selling. I've seen it time and time again. You've got someone that's very good at having a conversation, but they're not really good at actually doing the selling part, right? So look, as I said before, intentional and what I've kind of found has been really beneficial through going through this COVID sort of phases. I think we started to understand what we intend to do with our lives now, because we've had this kind of
piece where we've gone, what just happened and what have I just lost for the moment and what am I getting back? And now people are intentionally traveling, people are intentionally going, seeing their family, people are intentionally going and setting some goals and trying to achieve some things, you know? Like I did a survey recently when I was working with some of my team and looked at it, and we found out that 80% of people don't set goals. 80% of people don't set goals. 30% that actually set the goals, only 20% achieve the outcome. You know why that is? Well, what we tend to do is we all tend to say statements rather than a goal. So I'm going to lose weight this year. No, it's a statement. I want to lose weight this year. It's a statement. You've got to have a timeline. You've got to have an amount or target next to that to go, hey, look, I'm looking to lose 5 kgs over the next 3 months doing this, right? It's no different in business. If you want to hit a target, don't say, oh, well, I'm going to hit a target. Look at what the actual, this sort of amount of revenue that's sort of floating around in your region, in your segment, in your sector is in your market share, and then go, I'm taking this percentage of market share. You know, working with a business recently I was consulting with, 1.5 million market share, and they're pulling in 500 million, right? So they're doing very, very well. But that means you've got a 1 in 3 hit rate. So you're going to have to continue to maintain that 1 in 3 hit rate. As soon as that becomes a, say 1 in 5 hit rate, 1 in 10 hit rate, your market share is going to slip. So they didn't think about that like that. They just looked at it like, we're always going to maintain our market share, aren't we? Because we're one of the best providers in the market. Well, no, not necessarily, because if someone else comes in as a new player and picks up that there's $1.5 billion to grab at and gets it right, all of a sudden your market share is going to slip away very quickly. So that's one of my big things this year, is saying to people, be intentional, be clear about what it is you want to do, be very clear about what it is you want to actually achieve as a goal.
It's funny, I have a business coach, Nick, that she always says clarity creates confidence. Yeah. And it's true. I know it's on a post. I have like a window of Post-it notes of all the golden nugget quotes I've gotten from people, and she's up there because it does. Otherwise you float, you float through everything, like even when I don't have my day planned out, I'm like, oh, I got this time to do this, or nothing seems to be like, straight targeted on what I'm doing when I don't even plan out my day, let alone say what I want to do for my quarter, for my 6 months, for my year. And that's way different. But having those goals in front of you with intention too, I think people want to go, I want to lose weight, like you said, but then they also don't have that in front of them. And you ask them in a week, like, hey, what are those goals? They don't even know them. They don't write them down. They don't know what they are.
You can only achieve a big goal by achieving a small goal through the process, right? So, for example, if you want to do something, you've got to go, well, this is how I learned to get the behaviors to actually create the goal. I've gone back to old school coaching, guys. I've gone back to actually doing one-on-one. I'm coaching 20 people a week. It's just going awesome. But the reality is I've moved away from the group coaching piece, because right now people as individuals want that one-on-one contact when it comes to doing coaching. And I'm calling it transformational coaching because, like, I'll give you an example. One of the guys I was coaching was born with a speech defect, right? You'd probably call it a congenital defect, right? And all of his life, when he would answer someone or have a conversation with someone, he'd go before he would actually talk to someone. And I was coaching him for a period of 8 weeks. And in the first 2 weeks, I said, can I just take a shot in the dark, right? This is me just spitballing on something. I'm not a psychiatrist per se. I don't do the therapy side, but from the coaching point of view, I know you've spoken to everyone, even a speech therapist. Has everyone ever picked up that when you respond, you need to think about what it is you're saying, and instead of taking a pause, you're putting in and he speaks completely normally now with a pause in place when he responds to someone without any kind of congenital defect. It's intentional, right? It's understanding what it is that was going on and seeing what needed to change. But I don't believe I would have got that result if I was working through a group. Now, don't get me wrong, group coaching is great. I'm all for it. But this situation of one-on-one coaching is me spending time with him to get to know him. And the one thing I can tell you right now is people are really confused coming out of COVID. They're going, well, we thought the pandemic was where we all got sick. The pandemic is mentally, I'm not where I was before, right? Mentally, I'm not the same place and space. And it's creating a real level of uncertainty. In our own country here in New Zealand, we've got ram raiding going on like crazy. We're young 17-year-old, even 13 to 10 years old are actually robbing dairies on a regular basis. And a big piece of this is because they are just confused, they are bored, and they've got no rules and restrictions in their life, right? So things are just going right, right? And what have they got as a role model? You look around the world, they've got parents, adults acting like children, right? So that's my piece there.
What are you trying to say?
Yeah.
What are you trying to say, Nick?
There's a lot that needs to
I
change.
do not act like a child.
Except when you're tipping four-wheeler.
Lisa has a
There's
very
a lot that needs to be changed. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot that needs to be changed. And a big part of it is, we've had the pandemic piece, which was the sickness and the fear of touching and germs, all that sort of thing. Now we need to have the piece, which is the reconnecting and getting back to. And businesses, please support this with your staff, right? You've sent them away. You've sent them to go and do a job from home and stuff like that. Welcome them back in and get to that piece where you look after your staff. That's what I'm saying.
100%. What are some ways to help you find clarity?
Look, I think the clarity for me when it comes to finding clarity is simply writing stuff down, is making notes and turning it into facts and details, right? So if you're looking for something to be clear about it and kind of understand what it is, you have to have an awareness. Well, you can't have an awareness until you start to note stuff down and say, this is what I'm currently doing. It's working against me. This is what I need to do to work for me. So just, I would always put something down on paper and start to look at, what it is that I'm doing and what it is I need to do.
That's awesome. Nicole, how do you find clarity?
Well, I struggle with it sometimes. So this another post-it note I have on my window from a coach. You want to get down 5 layers. So you're going to ask yourself 5 times why. So I want to lose weight. Why? So then you have your how much, and just keep going down 5 layers. And when you get there, you have that clear concept of what you have to do and simplify it. And I think that's why people get so overwhelmed. And what Nick said was, what was it? 30% of people even hit their goals, Nick? Was that the number you used?
Yeah, well, 30% set them, 20% achieves them.
Right. So that's the concept too, is like, I think we go so big with things that you need to break it down to make it not so crazy, and really? and then you'll find more of that clarity on what you're trying to accomplish out of it, and make it small and meaningful, intentional.
Yeah, that's like the acronym for SMART, right? You've heard that, right? I mean, the thing is that I'm glad that Nicole said exactly what I said earlier about if you ask yourself why 5 times, you'll get the answer, but you've got to keep on bringing it down. Why do I want to do this? Then you answer yourself, then you go, well, why? Why? By the time you get to that bottom one, you're going to have the answer. You will have that answer.
It's interesting that both of you said 5. I've always gone 7, and I call it 7 layers deep.
Wow.
Ask yourself it 7 times.
I'll try that next time.
I can even tell you when you're trying to find that clarity.
Then you've got to really start thinking, and that may take days.
Well, you're thinking big then.
You're talking big. Yeah, exactly.
Ryan, how do you find clarity?
I'm kind of like the opposite. So I believe in systems and processes. So I like to be calculated. So the first thing when I look at clarity, I believe that there's no such thing as multitasking. I think you can only give focus to one thing at a time. So like as you're talking about, let's say like losing weight and things like that, look at that specifically. What do I want to achieve by that? It's not just by going by the scale every day. I need to eat a certain amount of protein every single day. I need to drink a certain amount of water every day. I need to maybe do intermittent fasting. I need to have these little steps that are going to make me achieve my goals. So even when we're talking for the business sense, if I want to acquire 10 new customers, 10 new shipping customers, I got to figure out how many calls or how many emails, how many videos does it take to get to one customer? And then I got a 10x it, right? And that's where it's going to work for me. So for clarity for me, it's all about having those systems and processes of how I'm going to get there, and just doing those every single day.
Oh yeah, that's work in repetition, because you got whatever they may be, you have to continue that day in and day out in order to get to those goals. Because you have to commit to it every single day. Because what may be today, you may not think it's the same thing tomorrow, but if you got it written down, like Nicole has her golden nuggets out there, or whatever we do, you got to read it, and you have to have the intentions of reaching it by a specific time goal. Setting those standards, but repeating it day in and day out.
Yeah, and kudos to
I always go from where I am. I consider myself a bridge builder. So I always do a drawing of I'm here and this is what I want. And then I draw a bridge. And all I do on the top of the bridge is actions. And on the bottom of the bridge is all of the things I need to learn. So I know if I need to hit this goal, I need to learn this. If I need to hit this, I need to learn this. And because with each action comes an education.
Yes.
In life. Like we're never going to grow past where we are now unless we educate ourselves. We skill up, we level up our skill. So I would say, okay, so you take Ryan's 10, for example. So, okay, then I need to find the data to do 10. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do X amount of calls and X amount of videos per day. I'm going to learn how to do that down here. And then I'm going to take the actions, get the data. Then I'm going to take the data, then 10X that data. But as you 10X it, you actually have to skill up in the process, because now you're bringing in 10 new customers. And if you already have 10 customers, now you have to manage 20 customers plus keep your sanity. So you have to level up that back end skill as well. So there's always two sides to that bridge.
So let me ask you this, Dan, how do you identify the skill that's needed in order for you to get there? If you're building those skills, who's telling you it, or how are you uncovering it?
Okay. So what I did when I was in sales is I needed to learn more about people management in order to build my business. Because I could build my business if I couldn't help manage my operations team, or if I wasn't a good manager, I'd lose operations people. So I'd be consistently rolling over my team, which would be consistent with service failures. So I said, okay, I need to learn people. I need to learn how to manage people. Once I do that, I can have a well-oiled working team, which then can support this business. Then I need to learn how to deal with managers. I need to learn budgeting. I need to learn, all the other stuff that comes with a team. And then and you just keep going back and forth. It's actually when you sit down and look at where you are and where you want to be, it becomes very clear if you just give yourself an hour or 2 hours with it. Like it's not something you do, and I don't do it in 3 minutes. I do it in an hour or two. And I say, okay, what are some of the ways that this goes? And I Google, what are some of the steps to becoming a manager? And then you kind of see, okay, well, I'm already past that, but yeah, that makes sense. And you just kind of put the pieces in place.
Yeah.
And you'll find some of them you won't need, or some of them you'll learn and kind of overflow. Right. It gives me that map, if you will.
What Nicole wanted to say something.
I was going to say, like, you're pretty self-aware, Dan, and a lot of people walk around this planet with a lot of blind spots, or the even concept of what they need to do that. So I mean, what you said was awesome. Googling, you got there and you were like, I Googled that, and it gives those steps. But find a mentor, people, and be vulnerable in it. You're not going in there to try to prove that you're a champion. You're going in there to learn and be intentional, and then share with that person where you want to go and see what they say to you. And again, the whole concept is do not try to inflate yourself. Walk in there vulnerable and listen. Like if you had Dan as a mentor in that spot, he's going to give you those things. And again, you're going to have to consistently get uncomfortable with the fact that you don't know, and you need to be intentional, like Nick says, to develop that game plan. So yeah.
Let me give you guys a thing here, which is what I use called WAD. All right. WAD. What needs to happen? What action needs to take place? And then D, the doing piece, right? So using all of the things you guys talked about, Ryan, your piece for processes and that sort of thing, yours would be the action piece, right? Nicole, you're looking at the what piece, Dan, you're looking at the doing piece. When I looked at it and went, how am I going to coach 20 people and make it productive and make it effective? Guys, the reality is there is many hours in a day, and if you fit 5 people into 4 days, you have 20 people during the week, right? It's not that hard. You just have 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon. But the problem was I was thinking about it as how am I going to make this happen if they each have an hour and it goes over time or whatever sort of thing, instead of just sitting down, mapping out, putting a calendar together and showing the routine to myself of what that would look like. That was the what. The action was that this is what it would look like as I was doing it. And the doing part was actually just setting my alarm, making sure I was on time all the time so that I don't run over or I don't run under, right? So, at the end of the day, all those things can be achieved. We're talking about when it comes to goals in business or in your personal life and stuff like that. But one thing I want to introduce you guys to is there's one thing we talk about with clients, and that's this. The first person you talk to every single day is yourself. What tone are you setting for yourself? What tone are you setting for your day? And what do you want to achieve? So if the first person that you're talking to is yourself, Let's have positive conversations. Let's start the day on the right note. Let's have that conversation that says, this is what I'm going to do because, and the answer is always in the question. If the question is, my marriage is in trouble because I can't communicate effectively, the answer is, if I communicate effectively, my marriage won't be in trouble. Right? The answer is always in the question. If the question is, we haven't got enough revenue coming in, what could we do differently? If we do something differently, we'll have more revenue coming in. The answer is always in the question. It's really that kind of easy.
It's when you start arguing with yourself, you got problems.
You start talking back. Schizophrenia there. Nick, I got a question. Sorry, I want to ask you a question because I know that you mentioned that you're from New Zealand, and we know during COVID, I got a cousin out there who's a doctor, and you guys were very strict. So, like you said, COVID was very different for a lot of people. But as you mentioned, you went from group sessions or like group training to individual training. What was the biggest thing that you've kind of learned going from that in terms of one message for everybody? In terms of, hey, I'm working one-on-one.
Yeah, I want to be really careful when I answer that, Ryan, because group can work very, very well. Don't get me wrong. But what I found was there is so much emotions and so much feelings coming out after COVID that's not coming across effectively as it can in a group as it does one-on-one. And when you can get someone to be vulnerable and open and really share what's going on with them and what's stopping them and what's holding them back, you can really start to drive forward with getting results for them. And also, when someone's part of a group, they sometimes feel like I'm sharing all my problems with someone else rather than I'm sharing my real problems with just one person I think can help.
I like that you said that because you look at like group fitness, right? Like a lot of group classes, they're good, right? Like you can get like a good foundation, but if you really want to take your physique like to the next level or like your eating habits, you get a one-on-one personal trainer, right? And that's somebody who's going to keep you accountable. What does accountability look like before when you had the group sessions, now to having individual sessions?
Yeah, look, this is the biggest thing for me. So in 29 weeks, I put through 49 people. And the thing that I was really, really happy about is the results were very much the same across the board. 8-week program and a situation where people would start saying, I want you to hold me accountable, Nick. I need you to do this for me. I need you to do that for me. The first words out of my mouth, I think you're going to love this, Jeff, is I'm not going to hold you accountable. You're going to hold yourself accountable. I'm going to help you with mechanisms to be able to allow you to do that, right? So once they start to learn the mechanisms to how you hold yourself accountable, it's so much easier to be able to achieve what you need to rather than actually have someone else hold you accountable. So in your situation where you're talking about that one-on-one PT, the person wants to get to the gym to do what they need to do, Ryan, but they know they've got a person that's looking at them going, this is what you need to do to get the result, right? The difference is in a group session, you're able to get away with your own, what I call bad habits. You're able to go, well, no one's seeing me, no one's watching what I'm doing, so I can just do what I've always done and I'll get away with it. The difference is when you've got that one-on-one factor is you've got someone that's sitting there saying, last week, you made no phone calls. How did you think it was going to change this week to get a result?
So you have that point. That's awesome. That's
Yep.
Yeah, creating a different level of accountability, but making it personal to the person.
Yeah, you just don't want to be like, and then at the end of the day, you kind of realize too, like people want to have their hands held, and when you kind of like take off that bungee cord and you realize, hey, no, it's not going to work like that. It's you versus you. We always say you run your own race, right? And being able to kind of go with that, that's pretty cool.
You're also
Yeah, you remember that saying, Ryan, we had, mate, in our DD coaching show where we said, if it's going to be, it'll be because of me. Not me personally. If it's going to be in life, it will be because of you. You will achieve everything you can achieve, and you will do everything you need to do to let yourself down. And failure is the biggest teacher. So how quickly do you learn?
That's a powerful, I wish you would have said that statement 3 minutes from now, because we could have ended the show on that. That would have been like the wickedest ending ever with the Knicks.
I didn't know either. There you go. No problem. You put it back.
Hold on. We're just going to go on a little temporary break right now and things like that.
Run it back, brother. Run it back. Run it back.
That's it. That's awesome, brother.
It is.
Hey, great to see you guys. And look at it. It looks like you're doing an awesome job. It looks like it's killing it. I see some of the content, especially on Friday. And I'm looking forward to getting back into LinkedIn again myself next year and stuff. I want to drop some big bombs. But don't get me wrong, guys, the coaching grouping has to be done because that's obviously a very monetary benefit thing. But, man, when you can transform someone's lives like I'm doing and just the power that has, it just feels amazing. It just feels amazing. It's very genuine. It's very specific. It's you and the person dealing together. But where you've got someone that's got a marriage that's falling apart and suddenly it's no longer falling apart, when you've got a child that's feeling quite unsure of who they are at 19 years old, young adult about to become a man, and suddenly they feel like they're empowered to do things they never thought they could before. It's awesome.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You got to come visit us out next year. Like, you got to get some Canadian or US dates, and we got to see you in person, man, because I know it's crazy to think about it, because like you're bringing up the NRDD show, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot about it, but I was at a different place in my life at that point, right? And like up until now, it's crazy to think about. So I definitely, I know Dan, you guys got to kind of meet up in person too, man. It'd be pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nick and I, we got a lot of things we got to do.
We do. And look, Ryan, I would say that too, mate. I would say, from what I've seen from you and the way you have grown and the person you've become, and even just in your actual physical mannerisms, mate, you look like a different man. So I hope things are going real well for you, mate.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
All right, guys, I better take off, go and do a session, but I will. Thanks very much, and I'll see you later. Enjoyed it.
Awesome.
Thank you,
brother.
brother.
Take care of yourself,
Joining
Nick.
us.
See you guys. See you later.
Awesome. So that was Nick. I've got the best for last for me personally, that I think is the best ever. If you ever want to know who is like the greatest elf on the shelf mother person there is, you got to go to India, because she is amazing with it. Put up the wrong one there. India, thank you so much for coming out this morning. I'm sorry, this
Thank you so much having me.
Yeah, we've been here all day, so we don't know. We lost the track of time and things like that. And I resonate with you a lot. You, Clarissa, you guys are like my people. I just feel like, the positive vibes that you guys bring out. And, Jeff, what I love about India so much, and Clarissa and everybody else, is that they're willing to help other people. They're serving people.
That's what it's
and
about.
And
Exactly.
and that's what it really comes down to. And I think our topic, we're going to talk about our first video, but I'd love to hear some other topics from you, India. But welcome to the show, first of all. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much for
Again.
having me.
And
Absolutely.
video marketing. We're getting to a point. We're getting to the end of the year. I've been doing a lot of videos, seeing a lot of things come across from it.
You've been killing it.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying. It's only because I have amazing people like you. But video marketing, what do you want to tell people? Especially going into next year, kind of get a leg up on the competition, because people are not answering their phones. They might not be answering their emails, but they'll open up your video and give that 30-second to a minute clip going.
Yep, definitely. I was just actually on a podcast, and I was saying that video is definitely the future of marketing. Like, it's not going anywhere. So you have to, just buckle up and start doing it. I always say, like, if you are lacking camera confidence, if you're on Instagram, you can start in your stories. You can start with a webinar. You can start, in your prospecting emails. That way you're only talking to that one person. And then as you, keep building and keep recording, you'll gain the confidence.
Yes, you will. I can say that for myself.
And it's honestly, you're so smart by saying that, because when you start with the stories, you want to start with reels. You want to kind of take those small steps,
baby steps.
The baby steps to go with it, right?
Yep.
And as you mentioned, you were on different podcasts talking about that, right? And
Yep.
I know that I think I saw a post on your Instagram that, hey, looking for basically customers and what you've done with prior clients. What's kind of your 2023 strategies or kind of goals that you kind of want to achieve with your new clients?
I just want to make more impact. Video is definitely, like I said, not going anywhere. And I just want to help as many people as I can gain the camera confidence and get their brand out there and grow it to where they see it with video.
Nice.
Okay. Jeff and I had a conversation last week. We were talking about personal branding, and maybe we'll talk about that a little bit more, about your personal brand, because gone are the days, India, that you work for a company and then you just share all their social posts. I feel like that's kind of lame, to be completely honest. It's kind of the cheap way. Can you talk to us a little bit about personal brand and how video kind of affects that as well?
Yeah, definitely. People want to know you. They want to know who you are outside of your business, what you're putting on social media. They want to know what you're doing on the weekends. They want to know what you're doing when you're closing. I think that's the power of video. It's just connecting with your audience, and they may be watching a video and they're like, wow, I didn't know they live close to me, or I didn't know they like, that drink at Starbucks. Right now, like you mentioned earlier, I'm doing Elf on the Shelf. I've had so many people in my DMs, it's crazy, the silliest things. You're just more relatable to people. So that's what I love about video.
You see, India, I do things a little bit different. You know, people have Elf on the shelf and all of that. I've got Elf on my chalkboard.
I love it. This morning I had Elf on my my monitor, so we're kind of
There you
on
go.
the same lane.
We're starting a new trend.
We are.
That's adorable. You know, it's crazy to think about. And, you know, I think, you know, we're going to Christmas. Just a question for everybody. We're just off topic here. Have you guys done your Christmas shopping yet?
I'm done.
Get
I'm
out of
done.
here.
I'm
Jeff?
done. Yep,
Oh my
I'm
God.
done.
My wife goes, you know what? Can you get me some Lancome? Can you get me Sephora? And I was like, nah, you know, you get that all the time, you know, and she walks away. I get on Amazon. I'm like,
rush order.
yeah, I just emptied my bank account and it's just like, you know,
Or
so
you'll
what
start
you get me?
seeing all the
I
ads
don't
pop
know.
up.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, on that topic, let's get into it. Like, India, what's the best gift that you ever got for Christmas?
That I ever got or that I ever bought?
That you got. Well, we'll talk about
That
buying, but
I
let's talk about
got.
receiving. Yeah.
Gosh, that was good. Beyonce concert tickets. That was the best. I almost cried.
Wow, that's
Yeah, because you know they're pretty pricey. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't even want to think about how much you spent on these tickets. But yeah, that was probably the best one.
That's awesome. What about you, Jeff?
Wow.
He's gonna talk about like something in like the 60s or something like that.
No. Actually, because I do have a heart and it has nothing to do with materialistic things, but spending my mom's last Christmas with her.
Mm.
Yep.
I'm going for the tears.
I love that.
You know,
Yep.
and you know, you relate that back to it, right? And we all got our cell phones these days, and coming back to video marketing itself, it's like, you know, you have those memories. If like even my dog passed, and like Jeff's talking about spending last time, there's those pictures and videos that live forever, right?
Every single Christmas, I make a family video, and I send it to all my family.
Oh.
And they're like, on December 27th, if I don't send it out, did you do your video this year? What did the girls get? And they're like, oh my gosh, this looks so professional. I'm like, well, that is what I do for a living.
It should be pretty good. So I want like, I know Jeff, he doesn't do videos. I want him to get into videos, start doing them, because he has amazing message. So let's do a little role play here. Let's have some fun with it. Jeff, why don't you send videos? Would you like to send videos? And maybe India can kind of talk you through this. And let's see. Let's put her to work.
Oh God, you're putting me in the hot seat. Yeah, I would. No, I'm honest, and first and foremost is my integrity and honesty, right? I would love to try that. I really would, because you know, I know what to say when I'm asked, you know, but doing it on a video, I mean, let's face it, Ryan and Dan and DJ knows this as well. I wasn't the kind of guy to jump on a podcast. You know, I felt so uncomfortable in all of this, you know, and it's just like, you know what? It's just like me meeting you, India, right? Someplace and introducing myself. Well, the same damn thing happens on a podcast, right? You don't have them there physically, but you're talking to them and you're interacting with them. The only problem with the video message, you know, whether you're going email, is that you're the only one that's talking and you're delivering the message, and it has to be meaningful and impactful, you know, and it's short. It's not like you're going to waste 10 or 15 minutes doing it. So, I mean, I'd love to try it. I'm willing to try it, and I'll give you a call, India.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm always here to help, Jeff. I feel like you have so much knowledge. So, and I was kind of going to go into this. I think, are we still talking about like your first video, Ryan?
Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's go into it.
I can't wait. Oh, come on. I want to laugh. Let's go.
So, like, your first video is really all about building the like, know, and trust factor. Like, if you haven't put out any video content before, this is pretty much two ways. So I always suggest a brand highlight video. That's probably the most impactful. So if you are a service-based business, you can, you know, show up talking head and have some B-roll in there, and, you know, just talk about your services, your offerings. Maybe throw some testimonials in there really quick, nothing long. This whole video, I don't want it to be over 2 minutes. So make sure that you hit those points, and you're introducing yourself. You're kind of talking about those pain points that your target audience is experiencing. The second option, so like I said, I'm giving you two options. The second option is if you are lacking camera confidence. So it's the easiest. It's the FAQ video. This is one where you know what questions your clients or your audience always asks you, either in email, on sales calls, on comments on social. So just, making a list of 10 of those questions, before, and this is a video that you don't even have to script. So, and the answers inside and out. So there's no, like showing up on camera, stuttering, worrying about, oh gosh, did I miss that one? Because you get it all the time. So those are two options that I would give you if you're just starting out with video.
Let me ask you this.
Yep.
Should it be business-like or should it be comedic? Just
infuse your personality into it. That's what I say. Yep. So I'm big.
I'm going to have a lot of fun with this one.
Please send it to me. I want to see.
Yeah,
I always say, like, I'm big on creating authentic video content. Like, I don't want you to show up on camera any, differently than this podcast. If you are talking to your wife or your cousin, like, obviously I want you to be professional, but if you're not, uptight or, serious in person, don't show up that way on video.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And if you're an introvert, I feel sorry for you.
And that's where you can do like the voiceovers, and there's so many things because India, I feel like people, even for myself, when I was deciding, hey, I want to do a podcast and kind of come on, you kind of get what was kind of the word, but you kind of get like there's so many things because like there's so imposter syndrome is a big one because it's like you look at your favorite ones. Like for me, I love Jay Shetty, and I'm like, am I gonna try to be like
I've never heard of him before.
What? You gotta look him up. He actually has the #1 health podcast in the world.
Jay that's Shetty. Why.
Yeah.
That's why I don't watch it.
Yeah, that's why I want to be these pretty awesome. But with that being said, that imposter syndrome, maybe you can attest to that too, because it's like I feel like when we come on camera, we're maybe turning up our own personalities, maybe cranking it up, maybe 2, 3, or even 10%. What are your thoughts? How do you deal with imposter syndrome?
That's a good question. I mean, I have that happen too, but at the end of the day, that's what makes you you. And I think that comes across in video. Like I would say some tips to combat it is what makes you you, and there can be a connection that's going to bridge you between whatever you are lacking or feel like you're lacking. If you don't like the way you look on camera, if you don't like the way you sound on camera, maybe someone else in your audience is experiencing that and they're like, wow, she's showing up like this. I know I can do it. Or, let me reach out to her. I really want to work with her because obviously we're both like goofy in person or whatever the case may be. So I think just kind of, stepping back, figuring out why you feel that way in the first place. And then, like I always say, like, it's really, I think it comes down to not knowing how to show up on camera. Like what video content to even create.
So I got a question for you. And
good questions, Jeff. Keep it coming.
Okay. I'm gonna interview you, and here's your time to shine.
Okay.
Why would somebody go to India Brown to have her develop their own personal video profile to be shared with others compared to your competitors? What makes you special?
Good question. Really good question. I have the social proof to back it up what I say. I know there are a lot of coaches or experts out here. They proclaim they have all the success, but if you were to ask them, show me the receipts, show me, how you took this account to this amount, they might not be able to do that. So that's one reason I have the social proof. Number 2, I am fully invested in you and your business growth. I think my personality can attest. I'm bubbly. I'm, fun to work with. I'm professional. I'm relatable. I think those are pretty much the top 2. I can go on, but I don't want to take too much time out of this.
No. Please. I mean, seriously. I mean, this is your time to shine. Got many people watching this and stuff like that. And this is something that's new, but not new. And a lot of people don't do it. So why should they do it? What's the biggest takeaway and benefits from an entrepreneur like myself, a business owner who's not video savvy or on Instagram or Twitter or all of that, how does one get themselves out there to be noticed?
Work with me.
There we
My
go.
Instagram handle, Lisa, is Video by India.
And
So that's my handle. But I never stop learning. Like I am an authority in my field, but I never stop learning. Like I look up to some of the greats. There is a good book that I love. It's called They Ask. Gosh, what's it called? They Ask, You Answer by Marcus. I want to say Marcus Sheridan. Really good book. I'm always reading. I'm always listening to podcasts. No matter how much I know, like I'm always doing something to stay ahead of the competition because there are more and more video marketing strategists popping up. So I need to make sure that people know India versus them.
And it goes to attest too, right? Like if anybody missed like the first episode that we had you on, your background is like, hey, you wanted to go into the FBI, and
I
then
know.
you
Yes,
want to go
that's
into
right.
things. So it's
You
really
guys made
important.
me put out a whole podcast episode on my podcast. So if you are
Oh, you did?
interested in learning about my entrepreneurial journey, my podcast is Reel, REEL, Mom Marketing. So yes. Oh, thank you so much. I love that.
Yes.
Yeah, Lisa is amazing like that and kind of seeing like that. And I love that you said that because you have that, like there's so many marketing out there and you got to pick and choose. And I think
Yep.
Clarissa, when she was on earlier, she was talking about, you want to make people feel like they can be themselves with you and that they can be completely open, right? And
Yep.
I think video marketing, and to Jeff's point here, is that I think it's going to be one of the biggest things for next year going into it for
Yep.
business specifically. We can all put ourselves out there on TikTok. We can all do a TikTok dance. We can all do all these different things. But I think video is important. And I'll share with some stats with you. I'm a big video person. Like I can send out 10 videos and I know I'll get eight out of 10 of them opened by
Yep.
tracking, right? I wouldn't get that with a phone call. I wouldn't get that with emails and things like that. And those are being able to put those personalities to be here, because if you didn't put out a video, India, we wouldn't be chatting right now. So
I
it's like
know.
you
I know.
became somebody to kind of go from there. So I think as people are looking that we want to resonate with somebody and being able to like put out videos, especially your first videos. I want to talk about if you want to do videos, people get in the mindset of like, oh my god, I gotta get lighting, I gotta get the best this, I gotta get this script, all this nonsense. But when it comes to editing, what's kind of like your recommendation for somebody brand new? They want to make something look that somewhat professional, not the most professional, but they don't want to just go on their iPhone, record, and just send it. What are kind of tips for like editing?
Yeah, so editing, there are a few editing apps that are free. CapCut is one. That's a good one. I'm trying to think of another one. Filmora, I think, is free. That's another good one. I use Final Cut, and I think that's maybe like $300.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a little advanced. If you're just starting out, I would say those two are good. As far as lighting, a ring light with a tripod is just fine. Your cell phone is just as good as any DSLR or camera out here nowadays. So that takes care of lighting. Audio, I think we talked about this on the last episode, but a Blue Yeti is
Yeah.
good. And then I think it's either Rode or Shure, but they have like the little lapel mics.
Yeah.
So you can put them on your shirt, or if you watch like a lot of TikTok videos, you'll see people like holding the
Oh, yeah.
mic. So
There's
if
a
you
lot of
want
options there.
crispier audio, that's fine. I think that's all the equipment. What was your other question? I'm
No,
sorry.
just for editing, like kind of getting for the editing. But just to ask you as well, if somebody's coming on to sign up as a client with you, what are some things that you look at before? What are the conversations like before they even start making a video and things like that? What are some things that you need to know as a video marketing strategist before you can even put together a plan for them?
One, I want to know all about their business. I want to know what they offer, or if they have a product, what it does. Like that first step, that whole step of my process is a 4-step process. I'm deep diving into their business. I want to know about them. I want to know about their programs, their offerings, what challenges may have came up in their video marketing in general. I'm looking at their analytics. If they were creating video content, I'm seeing what performed well and what didn't. Checking their FAQs. I'm asking them, what questions keep coming up. So that's good to create video content for. Their pain points. I want to know all about their audience. Obviously, we want to create video content around that. So what are their pain points? Who are they? You know, their demographics, their buyer personas, etc. And then like in terms of editing, I think in 2023, even this year, I think people are going away from the overly edited videos. I think just putting out the content is what people have been, you know, doing recently. And I think it's been working perfectly fine. I'm not sure if I mentioned this on that last episode that we were on, but I posted a reel on my Instagram of me cleaning my desk, and it got like 51,000 views, like 3,000 likes. And all I did was just put like a picture of a tweet on the reel. And I'm like, what in the world? Like all my extra elaborate, you know, reels didn't, you know, do nearly as it's crazy. So yeah, I think the overly edited, I'm not going to say it's dying, but I just think the more authentic video content is, you know, where we're going in the new year.
And I like that you said that because like people don't understand what editing truly is, right? Like they think
Mhm.
that hey, you record like a 5 to 10 minute clip and then you can edit for 5 to 10 minutes. But I used to do YouTube back in the day, and it would
Oh.
literally take us like a week to
Yeah,
actually
it's a
edit. Like
lot of
it's a lot of work because
post-production.
you're going the
Yep.
keynote through the Dolby Premiere and things like that. But I like what you're saying, and I think the influx of like video podcasts, those have kind of like helped with hey, we don't need to necessarily make this super edited or anything like that, right? And I think with 2023, as you kind of mentioned, more people are just they want to see people as opposed to not be because like you're what you're in PA, right? You're in Philly.
Yep.
Jeff's in New Jersey, right? What opportunity are we ever gonna have to meet in person?
I know, that'd
And
be
you
so
know,
fun.
it's crazy to kind of think about that too.
Yep.
Oh, it's a high probability. But hey, I got a quick question for you, Ryan. You know, it's one thing to create a video introduction of yourself and the value that you bring. What do you put on the subject line that draws the interest of the recipient when you go and send that out?
So this is my tip. This is my tip, and this is more because it's I'm sending it as an email. But my email tip for everybody, this is my number one tip, is that I will put their name. So if I was going to email India, I put her name, and then I put the two brackets, the two bracket thingies, and then I put my name. So when people associate the name, they'll be like, "Oh my God, it's somebody that got to open it." So I keep my subject lines, brother. I keep them less than five
Yeah,
words.
short.
Yeah, I keep them short. I don't say Wellington, like the company I work with, introduction. I don't even introduce the company. I just put their name, the bracket things. I forget the greater than, less than sign. Parentheses. There we go. See, and then I put my name, and that's what and you know the tools we talked about. If you can talk a little bit more about it, India. I use BombBomb. I use Vidyard.
Yep,
What are
Vidyard.
like I know you mentioned Vidyard as well. What are some of the key things that you've seen with Vidyard and your clients?
Yeah, I mean, I love Vidyard. I love Lisa. Lisa, I can't wait to get off and connect with you. Yeah, Vidyard is amazing. The book I was mentioning earlier, he's actually I think the founder and CEO of Vidyard. So, and I'm connected with him on LinkedIn. So I'm like girl fan crushing. So, I mean, Vidyard, you can embed the video in the email, which is amazing. It doesn't slow down your emails. It doesn't impact your deliverability or anything. Of course, you can see all your analytics, how many people are opening, and you know the playthrough rate. That's always important, so you can kind of see where exactly you lost them, or if they watched it through the end. That's another thing that I was going to say. Like, I love how measurable video is.
Yes.
Because if you're using, you know, YouTube or Vidyard, you can't really tell on like a reel, like where exactly you lost them. But if you're using those two things, you can go back in your back end and tell exactly where you lost them. And then you can say, okay, well, that didn't work. Let me try it like that.
I love that you said that. That was probably the biggest game changer. So like Jeff, like
Yep.
when you send an email to somebody, right? You don't know what part they read and what part they don't read. But
Yep.
when I use like Vidyard and BombBomb, I'm able to see like, hey, they watched like the first 10 seconds, you know, and then the amount of times that they've watched it. I thought it was a big help too. It's like it'll say, okay, they watch it 3 times. So then in your mind, you're like, they probably forwarded this to somebody
Yep,
else,
that's what I was
to the
gonna
right
say.
person,
Yep,
or
yep.
just like, yo, check out this email or check out this video. So I think
Yep.
it's pretty amazing. I think people need to technology as we're kind of evolving. I think people need to embrace it a little bit more and kind of go with their just to switch up topics a little bit. Let's have some fun with it because I know we got
Yeah.
about 7 minutes left. Let's have some fun with it, right? I know you're a big Criminal Minds fan.
Yes.
And
Do you know that the reunion is on? Like, are you watching it or are you not really?
I'm
a
not
fan?
watching it. Yeah, I'm not a big TV person, but like
all
not
right.
yet. I know like the thing is that with my wife and I, we have to like watch it together. Because like one of us will like watch an episode without each other, then it's war.
Oh
in our
yeah, I
house.
had
But
that happen.
see from there. What are for yourself, as you mentioned in different podcasts, and it's okay to plug everybody. What are 3 other podcasts that you're listening to right now?
Social Proof Podcast with David Shands and Donnie Wiggins. They're amazing. They're based out of Atlanta. What other podcast am I listening to? Hold on, let me Empower Her with Casey Get Ready. I think her last name is.
Get Ready.
It's G. I know, or is it Get Merry? Hold on, I'm looking it up now.
I have to say, wow.
Yeah, Get Merry. It's GHETMIRI.
That's her last name?
Yes. Yep. I think her husband is from, gosh, I can't remember. I can't remember. I know it's different.
It's awesome.
And then Dan Kenny's Magnetic Marketing.
That's definitely one to check out a couple of those episodes. They're pretty awesome.
Yep.
And I think as we're gonna wrap up here for thing, it's what is one question that you've kind of thought like, hey, maybe when you're thinking about video marketing that you want to leave as your imprint as being a video marketing strategist?
That's a good question. One question. Well, like rephrase it for me. Like what do you really
Okay, yes.
need?
So my apologies. So I like, let's say it's maybe I shouldn't say question. Maybe it's one phrase. Like, what do you kind of want to be remembered as with working with your clients and people who are potentially coming to you as a consumer as well?
I just want to be the results person. Like I know, like I want people to say, "Oh yeah, you definitely have to go to India because she's going to, grow your business. She's going to make sure that you do X, Y, and Z. She's going to help you get there." I just want to be known to have that clear path and to get results. I think that'd be the phrase. Yeah.
What's in store for 2023?
Oh my gosh. So many goals. I would say my number one is launching my membership. I want to have more passive income. I want to work smarter, not harder for 2023, especially as we're winding down. I'm like pulled in every different direction. I don't want to be this way December 2023. So working smarter, not harder. So memberships and kind of not coaching. I don't like the word coaching. I consider myself more as a mentor.
Mentorship. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Mentorship. I've been doing that since I was in college. I'm like, look at me. I didn't even know this was a thing back in the day. So, kind of getting back into that. So those are my 2 biggest things for 2023. Yep.
Well, that's so much. So as we're kind of wrapping it up here, where can everybody plug everything? Where can everybody find you and how can they get in contact with you?
Definitely. Instagram is my jam. My website, indiabrown.co. And then I also have a freebie on my website. So all that is linked in my, on my website, or if you're following me on Instagram, it's in my link in bio.
All right. Well, I want to thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh,
you're awesome. Thank you so much.
Love to have you. You're going to come back again, right?
Yes, definitely. Let me know it. Let me know when you guys are ready to set a date for all of us to meet in person.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Let's do it 100%. So have yourself an amazing Christmas.
You as
Looking forward to
well.
all the rest of the Elf on the Shelf little pictures and all that stuff. So
running
thank
out
you.
of ideas over here.
I know, right? We're gonna have to. If anybody has it, maybe you and Lisa will connect and share some
Yes.
ideas there from there. So, thank you so much, India.
Bye.
Thank you.
Oh man, let's put it.
Wow.
And then there was 2.
and then there was 2. Unbelievable, From the time that the cool bodacious Santa showed up in the morning to this afternoon, unbelievable. I mean, It went by fast, my friend.
It
It
went by
went by
fast. I
fast.
thought I would have a headache. I thought I'd be like tired. I am tired, but like I thought I'd be like a thing. But top three takeaways, man. Top three takeaways. What do you got for me?
I would have to say Nicole Glenn for sure. You know, coming from a business person and being able to relate to the same type of things and the takeaways that we all face, I think is critical in this business, and it's a good learning point of the things that you need to do, and like the steps, so forth, and so on to be meaningful, successful on that side. Um, earlier this morning, well, earlier this morning, just all the things that were going on, you know, that IQ being able to, you know, do their show from our show, you know, the support I think was fantastic as we're growing our podcast and having, you know, really good people that joined us, and Greg and Nick and India and Dean. It's just so many different takeaways from today that, you know, there wasn't one bad thing at all. At least I didn't see it. I think it was, you know, I wouldn't say it was on the gold side. I would say it was definitely on the platinum side. You know, you heard things that you didn't hear before, like from Greg Weldon. You know, just all different types of options that you can take into consideration when you're talking with your customers, and how other things are impactful to the decisions that are made and why things are happening in the world in which they are currently happening, and it's not going to get any better. You know, it's like preparing yourself. So I think today is more about preparing and how to venture forward and get to reach those goals and objectives. I think was the biggest takeaway of it all when you really take the whole thing.
Yeah, you know, time has lapsed, and there's just so many things that you can go back to. And I think for me, I think we gotta, like, you know, shout out to Lisa. Lisa's been watching all day, and I remember last year
Oh
when I
yeah,
was watching this, I was watching this all day too. And you know, it's just it's cool to have like these nuggets, but it's just like my biggest takeaway, and as corny as it sounds, is like, you know, getting the four of us together, you know. And I thought, you know, DJ, you, Dan, and just like having that, you know,
true.
just have being able to talk. And you know, there was never, for me, there was never like silence or anything like that. There was never any, oh my God, what am I gonna say? It just flowed naturally. And I genuinely felt like I was with friends. And you know, and with everybody coming here, they added different things. And you know, we wanted today to be a professional personal development day, right? It could have been, we could have just talked about like, okay, how to make sales calls. We could have talked about finding the right job and things like that. But you know, people are busy with their lives. They want to level up themselves before they look at outward, right? So I think for us, like, we've had like an amazing guest. Brian Byro's always full of positive energy, and
Yeah,
it's
I
the people
forgot
thing.
Brian. Apologize, Brian. I really do. I mean, I was just thinking outside the box and just throwing names out there. But yeah, you were great as well, my friend, for sure.
That's awesome. So as we're going to wrap up, you know, we want to thank everybody for coming out today. Whether you're watching us for the very first time or you've been watching a seasoned viewer like Lisa and Damon, we're just so thankful. You know, this is what we do this for, and we have tons of fun. So tomorrow we're back at it with Data Day with Dean. I know Dean's time was a little cut today, but we're definitely going to get that full hour tomorrow for sure. Maybe we'll go an hour and a half. We'll see how much energy we have. But you know, thank you for our corporate sponsors, Daman at Centurion Trucking. I was going to say catch us on the replay, but we don't have a replay because we've been going live all day. But with that being said, shout out to Brandless Rescue Goods. Like, as I mentioned, they're doing their Giving Tuesday today. Anything that you purchase online, $20 will be added to that order to a maximum of $400. And, you know, catch us on the replay, you know, rewatch this. I know it'll be hard to digest the almost 7.5 hours of content, but we did this all for you, for you guys to level up 2023. Jeff, hit us with something to take us away.
You know what? Just continue doing what you're doing. You know, watch us take away some of the nuggets that we tried to bring you day in and day out. Things are going to get better. We have more good things coming in 2023. It's just a lot of fun, and I'm so glad to be part of this podcast that I have been supporting for a very, very long time. And now that I'm part of the cast and crew, I can promise there'll be bigger and better things definitely coming down the pike. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Have a great day, and we'll see you in the morning.
See you in the morning. Take care, guys.